Though these circumstances make appraisal inordinately difficult, appraisal is essential to an understanding of the material source of the brothers' power. Their wealth, fortune continued. Their personal fortunes are estimated at upwards of $100 million each as of pre-boom 1955 and prior to their father's death. F.L. The money is mostly tied up in trust funds, yielding them individual incomes of probably $5 million a year before taxes, but leaving control to trustees. Roughly $7 million is given away each year to standard charities, or in gifts such as Lawrence's recent offer of one-half the island of St. John for a national park in the Virgin Islands. Apart from the trusts, they have an asset of roughly $150 million in Rockefeller Center, an understatement, clearly, for the Empire State Building alone recently sold for $100 million FL, some $15 million is put out as U.S. venture capital, $12 million has gone into Latin American enterprises such as dairies, supermarkets, fisheries, hog farms. At a minimum, then, the brothers are probably worth over $500 million. Even in 1955 dollars, this does not compare too badly with the 1913 fortune of $900 million, considering that the holdings of their father, their sister, and other Rockefeller kin are not included in the $500 million, considering all that has been given away, and finally, considering taxes. 5. Since the death of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., in 1960, the center of financial gravity has moved, manifestly, to the brothers. And inheritance taxes have not whittled down the original Standard Oil fortune by much, because the original John D. transferred most of it to his son and daughters, by gift, himself dying comparatively stripped of wealth, and the son in turn transferred at least half of it by bits and pieces to his children, thus incurring only gift taxes. As some was transferred in the 1930s at depression prices, some no doubt non-taxable at birth, possibly by the grandfather as well as the father, the gift taxes on highly elastic, dynamic properties were minimal. Morris says, with the third generation, the family's accumulated wealth is being dissipated on a great descending curve by taxes, philanthropies, and division among the heirs. 6. Now, whatever else one may say, one cannot rightly say the Rockefeller fortune is in any way being dissipated. It is, apart from that portion undeniably dedicated to public purposes, only being subdivided as to direct beneficiaries but held together in concentrated form in properties. One can dismiss the so-called tax bite out of hand. Owing to its trustification, the fortune left in private bands is intact, and a potent influence. Precisely how much has been paid in inheritance taxes, even while many publicists erroneously assert that taxes are breaking down big estates, can easily be shown. John D. Rockefeller's estate after death in 1937 totaled $26,410,837, of which $16,630,000 was paid in federal and state taxes. 7. His son's estate totaled approximately $150 million, of which half went to the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and half to his wife. The first half was non-taxable as a philanthropic contribution, and the second half was non-taxable under the marital deduction of the tax law, a spouse receiving tax-free under 1947 law half of any estate above the basic deduction of $60,000. 8. There was some small real and personal property in the estate of the Junior Rockefeller, and any of it that was not given to institutions would be subject to a minor tax, tax experts pointed out. We see, then, that the Rockefeller fortune, estimated at $900 million in 1913, has to this date not paid much more than $16,630,000 in inheritance taxes. Leaving it at this would be misleading, because the 1913 dollar has depreciated by approximately 70% to the Johnson dollar of August, 1966. In terms of the value of current dollars, as measured by the Bureau of Labor Statistics indexes of the cost of living, Rockefeller's fortune as of 1913 was worth approximately $3 billion, exclusive of what he had put into foundations before 1913. A man today would need to make $100 per week to equal in purchasing power $30 per week in 1913, when, moreover, he was not subject to a federal tax bite. Put another way, What cost 30 cents on the average in 1913 now costs $1, taxes sometimes added. Fraternal investments. The brothers' investments, apart from trust funds of which the capital is distributable only to their grandchildren, an example of serial entailment if the grandchildren replace the trusts with new trusts according to standard estate doctrine, are held through Rockefeller Brothers, Inc. There was also established by them in 1940 the Rockefeller Brothers Fund to finance non-profit or philanthropic properties. 9. None of the brothers is actively associated with the management of any of the Standard Oil companies, although most, like their father, held minor jobs with some of them upon emerging from college, and some have for a time been directors. All are directors of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., formed in 1946, and Rockefeller Center, Inc., and trustees of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. David, for a short time secretary to Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia of New York, is now chairman of the ultra-powerful Chase Manhattan Bank, one of the big three largest commercial banks in the world. His cousin James S. Rockefeller, of the William Rockefeller branch of the family, is chairman of the First National City Bank of New York, another of the big three. John D. III is chairman of the Rockefeller Foundation and the General Education Board, as well as of the Lincoln Center of Performing Arts. Lawrence is chairman of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., and Rockefeller Center, Inc., and styles himself a venture capitalist. Nelson was chairman of Rockefeller Center before becoming governor of New York in 1958. Winthrop heads his own Winrock Enterprises in Arkansas and participates in the fraternal enterprises. He was elected Republican governor of Arkansas in 1966. A division of labor has been worked out by the quintet. John D. III is generally in charge of nonprofit or philanthropic enterprises, David of banking and finance, Lawrence of new investments, Nelson, and, lately, Winthrop, of direct political participation. All are indirectly in politics through financial participation in the Republican Party, and Winthrop to some extent in his own orbit, although he is a participant in all the fraternal enterprises and his brothers may, too, he participants in some of his ventures. Winthrop, for special reasons associated with his development in the family constellation and his childhood relations to his older brothers, appears to be the more independent of family patterns, at least in shading. Although each brother is sharply individualized, which a psychologist would expect in view of their order in the family, Winthrop appears to be the most noticeably different, more ambient. Both intrafamily and later experience, including severe combat experience in World War II, during which he rose from enlisted private to lieutenant colonel and won the Purple Heart and Bronze Star with Oak Leaf Cluster, no doubt set him somewhat apart. Although all the brothers except Nelson served in the armed forces, Winthrop's experience was sufficiently unique, following and presaging a persistent pattern, so that among the Rockefellers he is a bit of an odd man out. As such, he provokes a more spontaneous kind of publicity. Actually, all the Rockefellers are far more individualistic than even some close admirers credit them with being. On policies, their intimates report, they often differ and argue strongly back and forth at quarterly meetings. How differences are settled, by majority vote or otherwise, is not indicated. Which one, if any, is dominant in the group is as much a mystery as in the Russian Politburo. It would require a rather long catalogue to detail all the projects, profit and non-profit, with which they are associated. Morris lists 36 boards and committees of which John D. III was a member over a period of 18 years, and suggests that one multiply the list by 5 to ascertain how many such formal connections the brothers have, excluding their club memberships. Some of these are permanent connections, some temporary. The Rockefellers, because of past unpleasant experience with deputies, as in the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company strike of 1913, always involve themselves with all projects with which they are financially associated, and the mere business of attending rounds of meetings occupies much of their time and energy. They are working diplomats, or finpoles, who aim to eliminate unfavorable public repercussions to the often commendable application of great power. The enterprises in closer view. Their major enterprises are as follows: trust funds, at least 75, managed by family nominees, invested in corporations, mainly in Standard Oil companies. Precisely what is in the trust funds, precisely how many there are or what they are worth in the aggregate is not publicly known. As trust funds are usually managed, there is shifting of holdings, perhaps only in the way of selling out at higher prices and buying back at lower. Whether there has been such shifting of Rockefeller holdings is not known. If the trustees were omniscient and in every market phase sold out at top prices and repossessed at market lows, never making an error, the funds would today be worth far more than anyone believes them to be. As nobody can pick market highs and lows with perfect prescience, theoretically maximum results can never be attained. What seems more certain is that the relative value of the Rockefeller trusts has at least been preserved with respect to the performance of the economy. Whether they have outperformed the economy is not known, but it is a lively possibility considering the politically coddled oil industry. A question of interest to a wide public is how the brothers stand with respect to control of the Standard Oil companies. The image projected by writers in the confidence of the family is that they are passive income receivers, rentiers. Up to a point they may indeed be. But at any moment the massed family holdings can be mobilized into active dominance and control. This was shown cleanly in 1929 when a wayward chairman of the Standard Oil Company of Indiana, in which the Rockefellers were not active, took it into his head to seize control. The chairman was very popular with small stockholders, who had enjoyed unexpected extra dividends and the like. After rival Rouse appeals to stockholders for proxies, at a special meeting the chairman was overwhelmingly voted out by the massed proxies of the Rockefeller family, philanthropic funds, family trust funds and non-family investment and trust funds. Four investment managers throughout the world, after studying the issues, had decided to side with John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Mainly the small, purely dividend-oriented stockholders sided with the chairman. The Rockefellers held proxies for about 65% of the stock when all the chips were down. A new management was installed. What was exemplified here was corporate power. Who controls the corporations? As there is a good deal of learned nonsense in circulation about who controls the corporations, nonsense placed into circulation by professors intent upon making a complex mountain out of a simple molehill, this is as good a place as any to dismiss the question. This nonsense was originally set in motion by Burley and Means in the Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932, and has since been embroidered upon by James Burnham in The Managerial Revolution, and others. Even such hard-bitten observers as the neo-Marxists Baran and Sweezy have to some extent been brought into the camp of those who believe corporations are dominated by managers, not by stockholders. 10. When all the chips are down, which is not always the case, the stockholders, particularly the big stockholders or trustees managing big stockholdings, exercise broad control by determining the composition of the management. Basically, the stock controls. There are situations, however, where the generalized ownership kind of influence Baran-Sweezy talk about comes into play. Even with respect to small stockholders, the formal power of the management is in any test restricted. Lindahl and Carter, in the Dartmouth study, repeatedly point out, correctly, that the small stockholders have much legal power they do not use with respect to company policy. 11. Small stockholders are usually interested only in dividends, and as long as these keep flowing they are inert. But in many cases of record a single small stockholder has, by invoking the assistance of the courts, completely thwarted an established management, even a stockholding management. There is a great deal of law on the books on the side of the smallest stockholder. Most small stockholders feel they cannot take the time, trouble, and expense to invoke this law. If they don't like the way the company is run, they usually simply sell out, depressing the value of the stock to the chagrin of managers. They have an effect indirectly. The big non-managerial stockholders hold the whip hand. So I believe it to be the case of the Rockefellers with respect to the Standard Oil empire, in which they are silent partners. If any issue arises with respect to which control needs to be asserted, they will unhesitatingly once again, as in the case of the Indiana Company, assert that control. This fact or assumption is unquestionably part of the thinking of every high Standard Oil official in the world. Even though we don't know precisely the amount of stock the Rockefellers own in the Standard Oil companies, it is known what stock is owned by the Rockefeller Foundation, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund et.al. This stock, too, has voting power, and the trustees include the Rockefellers. The voting power of these foundation stocks combines with the precisely undetermined stake of the family members to give a large, perhaps unexercised voice, in the determination of the company management. No company management is going to ride roughshod over or even politely ignore the interests merely of the foundation stock, formally a public possession. And so it is in other cases. As I indicated, it is not known precisely what the participation of the Rockefellers is in the Standard Oil companies. When the Master New Jersey Company was ordered dissolved in 1911, it was separated into 38 independent companies, and the stocks of 33 underlying subsidiaries as well as those of the parent companies were distributed pro rata to stockholders. The parent company then had outstanding 983,383 shares, of which John D. Rockefeller I owned 244,500 or almost 25%, giving him working control. If this distribution had been maintained through the constituent companies, the family would, clearly, now hold about 25% or evenly throughout the empire. There is ample reason to believe, however, that this even ownership has not been maintained. First, the stocks in some companies appear to have been sold out, with more emphasis placed on other companies. Again, there has been distribution of assets on the philanthropic circuit, although where such distribution has been retained as principal, the control power of the stock has remained in being, an important point. During his later lifetime, it was often reported that John D. Rockefeller, Jr., owned 10% of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, an enormous holding in itself in the largest industrial company in the world in point of assets, but this percentage, as it was often assumed, did not necessarily exhaust the family participation in the company. While soon after dissolution the Rockefeller share of the constituents of the New Jersey Company was valued in the market at around $900 million, subsequent price movements showed that this was a gross undervaluation. For in the market the stocks, and this prior to the automobile age, were steeply marked up in price. It took the dissolution of the trust to reveal to investors something of what this company was worth. It was the greatest profit-generating mechanism the world has ever to this day seen. It made General Motors even as of today look small because it included with the New Jersey Company, which alone tops General Motors in assets in the industrial field, the present-day Indiana, California, Mobil, Marathon, and many other big companies. What happened to this 25% Standard Oil interest is that it was subdivided among family members and family foundations for the most part. Taxes, either inheritance or gift, have had little impact, and as to income taxes, far from all income of the companies has been paid out. It has been retained and reinvested. So much for the trust funds, corporate control, and the Rockefeller position in Standard Oil companies. Venture capitalists at work. Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., is the brothers' joint private investment company, into which they apparently put some of their income from Standard Oil sources, thus diversifying in an uncertain world. Its holdings are not reported. This enterprise, with Lawrence as chairman, appears to concentrate in the area of modern advanced technology. Lawrence himself, for his personal account, has invested in technologically advanced growth-type companies, and writers such as Morris leave it ambiguous whether some of his investments at different times also included his brothers. Sometimes he clearly acts for the brothers together, sometimes apparently alone. In the first 5 years of its life the brothers put less than $4 million into ventures of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., Morris reports, whereas their total investments of venture capital in that period came to $15 million. 12. The proclaimed intent of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., is to achieve social and economic progress as well as a fair profit on investment. 13. How much it is now worth does not appear on the record. Lawrence, the gadgeteer of the family, with ace flyer Eddie Rickenbacker in 1938 bought into North American Aviation, which was converted into Eastern Airlines, a profitable venture. He then went into non-scoring Platt L.E. Page, pioneer in building helicopters, and finally put in with the then limping J.S. McDonnell Aircraft Corporation, in which the brothers collectively after the war held 20% of the stock on an original investment of $400,000 apart from any share Lawrence antecedently held, put by Morris at an original modest $10,000. This company produced the advanced Phantom and Banshee jet fighters, which are thought to have enabled the United States to command the air in Korea in 1950–52 and which are still used in improved models. It is more recently deep in space-age technology. 14 But the Rockefellers, through their oil interests, were already an integral part of the front line of national offense defense. Other investments of the brothers were in Marquardt Aircraft Company of Los Angeles, manufacturer of ramjet and pulsejet engines and electronic air navigation and control devices, the Laboratory for Electronics, Inc., of Boston, makers of cyclotron equipment, radar components, electric flight control and guidance systems, Airborne Instruments Laboratory, radar and electronic devices and target indicators, the Aircraft Radio Corporation, radar and other electronic instruments, Horizons, Inc. Engineering Development and Research and, Lawrence alone, $1 million as of 1952 in the Glenn L. Martin Aircraft Enterprise. 15 Lawrence, 2, held an interest in reaction motors, 21%, Marquardt Aircraft, 20%, Wallace Aviation, 27%, Flight Refueling, 30%, Piasecki Helicopter, 17%, Airborne Instruments, 24%, Aircraft Radio, 24%, New York Airways, 3%, Horizons, 5%, and Nuclear Development Associates, 17%. 16 4 out of 5 of these ventures, said Fortune, were successful. 17 While the Rockefeller brothers clearly have decided to put a good part of their personal investments into the field of advanced technology, which may seem to them the wave of the investment future, some clue to their broader investment approach may be discerned in the portfolio of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. At the end of 1964 we find their $20,689,425 by market value of government and corporate bonds, $21,882,161 of corporate notes, $1,801,589 of preferred stocks and $161,608,512 of common stocks with a book or acquisition value of $88,157,570. The entire fund was valued at $205,981,687. Although the portfolio embraced a wide section of the investment spectrum, like any balanced investment fund, distinctive Rockefeller properties among the holdings were as follows: shares book value market value. Standard Oil Co. New Jersey, 684,220 $30,422,352 $61,665,328 Standard Oil Co. of California 244,333 $10,388,607 $17,927,934 Saucony Mobile Oil Co. 199,908 $1,482,656 $18,340,825 Marathon Oil Co., a Standard Oil unit 31,201 $1,074,958 $1,996,800 Chase Manhattan Bank 167,168 $6,949,897 $12,203,264 All these stocks, naturally, represent corporate voting power which, in conjunction with other family holdings, represent still greater voting power. Additional smaller holdings were in Alcoa, AT&T, Armor, Bethlehem Steel, Chrysler, DuPont, Eastman Kodak, Ford Motor, General Electric, General Motors, Great A&P, IBM, International Nickel, International Paper, National Cash Register, Polaroid, Sears, Roebuck, Texaco, etc. As indicated by this fund, then, the Rockefellers are diversified by investment throughout the American corporate structure. Their private holdings presumably follow the same general line of distribution, although there may be differences of emphasis in different funds. More recently at least, Lawrence has had a large position in the iTech Corporation, formed in 1960 to concern itself with mechanical, electrical, and electronic equipment and to develop optics with relation to photography and photocopying. Some of these personal investments have been closed out. Where there has been a profit, the closeout required a capital gains tax of 25%. These capital gains ventures of the Rockefellers are, in my opinion, on the basis of the theory of giving tax leniency to actual new ventures, fully justified and differ from capital gains leniency accorded buyers and sellers of stock and real estate in the open market, where there is not the shadow of any social contribution. Whether the brothers operate cyclically in the stock market, as their grandfather did over a broad spectrum, is not known, although the family stock exchange seat is still held. The brothers, Morris reports, are keenly interested in making money but not by any means for the sake of mere possession or accumulation, only of proving their ability. 18 To them, he says, money is a mere tool with which to build. They don't like to talk about money, which by reason of constant illusion in their presence must surely be boring, but will redirect pecuniary conversations to value. Unlike lesser mortals, they are in a position where they can do this on the basis of authentic impulse. Their biggest problem about money is no doubt that they have had dumped in their laps so much of what most other people desire. Contrapuntal Enterprises. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund is a foundation enterprise run by the brothers and the largest in a flotilla of others, including the General Education Board, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial and the like. Out of the General Education Board were financed the University of Chicago and many other educational enterprises in whole or in part, including many Southern Negro colleges. The Rockefeller Foundation has been more broadly engaged in financing medical, scientific, cultural, and other enterprises in vast profusion, a work the Rockefeller Brothers Fund is continuing. There is, quite evidently, a counterpoint going far back into the history of John D. I between profit-making enterprises, originally subject to much public and judicial disapproval, and non-profit-making enterprises that have earned wide public approval. Anyone who does not like the way Rockefeller conducted his business affairs is, upon inquiring into his non-profit or philanthropic enterprises, brought up short. Here the signals become crossed, as in the case of Pavlov's experiments with dogs. Original feelings of pain or disapproval are now followed by feelings of pleasure and approval. Then, as one sits back to enjoy the pleasure, one suddenly again feels a stab of pain. Observers are confused, perhaps like the Pavlovian dogs brought to a state of nervous breakdown or apathy. There is room aplenty here for feelings of ambivalence. Are the Rockefellers trying to improve the world? Or are they merely automatically milking it? These questions, which reflect the Rockefellers as controversial figures, require some sort of answer. There are many persons who would blandly and patronizingly dismiss such thoughts as the product of a presumptuous writer's overheated imagination. If there were nothing to the negative side, then, one should ask, why did Winthrop, who never hurt a fly, when he went to work in the Texas oil fields in 1933 find it necessary to have bodyguards and, when he returned in 1936, to get a permit to carry a gun for protection against fanatics? 19. Counterpoint. The contrapuntal Rockefeller style of operation is shown by the more recent enterprise of the brothers in the international field, especially in Latin America and the Middle East, but also, of all places, in Russia. Two organizations, Morris reports, were established by them as an experiment in international cooperation. One was the International Basic Economy Corporation, IBEC, originally started with $2 million in 1947 and soon capitalized at $10,824,000, intended to help raise the standard of living in the localities involved, chiefly Latin America, and to return a profit, if possible, to the investors. 20 Paralleling IBEC, there was formed the American International Association for Economic and Social Development, AIA, with Nelson president of both at the inception. Because IBEC would be operating its profit enterprises in poor if not primitive areas, AIA would engage in providing health, education, research, and credit facilities. AIA was non-profit. Operations were begun in Brazil and Venezuela and later extended to other areas. AIA put up Rockefeller funds, but, following a settled Rockefeller policy, it involved others as well, at first various Venezuelan oil companies and the Corn Products Refining Company and later Pfizer Corporation do Brasil, Anderson, Clayton, Lundberg, the Sulphur Institute, the Ford Foundation, and Price Waterhouse and Company. Then it called upon local governments to put up matching funds. Since Morris reported on these enterprises, they have grown, particularly in the profit area. IBEC as of 1965 had 9 plants in the United States and 135 stores in Latin America and 108 wholly or partially owned subsidiaries in various parts of the world. It had 297 common and 32 preferred stockholders and 10,090 employees. Its business included housing, retailing, credit and many other endeavors. Total assets at the end of 1965 were $142,227,662 and total sales $191,711,425. Profits for 1965 were $2,723,007. The president was R. S. Aldrich and one of the vice presidents was Rodman C. Rockefeller, Nelson's son. 21 This has manifestly become a big operation. AIA in 1961 had total assets of $752,585, received gifts of $908,207 for the year and expended $937,444. 22 Early in 1967 it was announced, New York Times, January 16, 1967, 1:6-7, that IBEC was entering Russia and the Iron Curtain countries in a multi-billion-dollar operation. Joining 50-50 with Tower International, Inc., of the Cleveland Cyrus Eaton interests, it was announced that the joint enterprise would begin or complete already launched large hotels in Budapest, Belgrade, Warsaw, Prague, Sofia, and Bucharest in a Rockefeller-Eaton version of an Iron Curtain Hilton chain. Also to be built were rubber plants in Russia costing considerably more than $200 million, a $50 million aluminum plant in Yugoslavia and a glass plant in Romania. Highly profitable arrangements were announced to have been made in return for American financing and construction know-how and can-do, materials, labor, and sites would be supplied by the communist governments. The entire deal was looked upon by the principals as the beginning of a highly useful dialogue between the capitalist West and the communist East, a really constructive thrust that can bring salvation to the ordinary run of mortals and, naturally, plenty of dollars to the promoters. Considering the stature of all the participants, it was hard to see how the whole enterprise could fail to be a huge success. These two ventures in the private development, exploitation, of undeveloped world regions show the general emphasis. The tax-free AIA clears the way, IBEC earns the profits. The profits of IBEC more than nourish AIA. All spells development, international fraternization. Almost from the very beginning the Rockefellers have followed a policy, wherever they could, of requiring that others be brought in with matching funds. In this way they have succeeded in involving a broader section of the community of wealth in any particular non-profit enterprise. Thus, when John D. Rockefeller put up the money to get the University of Chicago started, Marshall Field I, the department store tycoon, was prevailed upon to provide the land, and many rich Chicagoans, Armours, Swifts, Fields, and others have from time to time contributed funds to the university. In this way the Rockefellers have been, to a large extent, bellwethers or pilots in the field of philanthropology. Before World War I, after Andrew Carnegie financed Abraham Flexner in a study of the medical schools that led to profound valuable reforms and the elimination of a large number of shabby diploma mills, it was decided to give the University of Rochester a medical school. Flexner approached George Eastman, the Rochester camera magnate, and explained that the cost would be $10 million. Eastman offered to put up $2.5 million, which Flexner found inadequate. Eastman then sent word that he would put up $3.5 million, to which Flexner is said to have replied, "That would make it a Rockefeller school, not yours. It must be yours." Over this Eastman brooded for a few weeks and then called in Flexner, shaking his finger and shouting, "I'll put up $5 million, then I don't want ever to see your face again." 23 Enter Frederick T. Gates. In this and many other instances the way was by no means smooth in cooperative money-raising. Nevertheless, this pattern of the Rockefellers, originally devised by Rockefeller's close advisor, Frederick T. Gates, head of the American Baptist Education Society, has been rather faithfully adhered to throughout. They try to put up no more than half the funds for any project. How Rockefeller became acquainted with Gates, why he decided to make him his philanthropic advisor, is a revealing story. Gates, a clergyman stationed in Minneapolis, was called upon by George A. Pillsbury, the Flower King, to help draw up his will, by which he intended to leave several $100,000 to a Baptist school. Pillsbury decided to give immediately only $50,000 and leave them to raise a like amount, thus ensuring their close supervision of the money. Then he would leave an amount in his will. Gates succeeded in raising $60,000 additional for the Pillsbury Academy and was thereupon made head of the Baptist Education Society, which had a plan for establishing a big university in Chicago or New York. In this guise he approached Rockefeller, a Baptist official, who invited him to pass a weekend with him, during which Gates did little talking. The oil man became interested in him, says Morris, especially when he learned that Gates was acquainted with the Merritt family in Minneapolis, which owned the vast Mesabi Range iron ore deposits. John D. knew that if he could buy Mesabi Range and develop it under the techniques he had developed in the oil business, he could become the master of American steel and iron. Furthermore, the Merritts needed money. Not long afterward, Gates was instrumental in getting a large loan for the Merritts, who pledged the Key Railroad into the iron field as security. It was Rockefeller money, although the Merritts didn't know it, and in time John D. had the railroad, and forced the Merritt family to sell out to him at his own price. The steel men immediately took alarm when they saw the Mesabi Range fall into Rockefeller hands, but John D. apparently did not want a knockdown fight, and he later leased the deposit to Carnegie for 50 years. 24 The multi-facet style. This was back in the late 1880s and early 1890s. The way Rockefeller scooped up Gates and the ultra-juicy Mesabi Range and started planning for the University of Chicago well illustrates the Rockefeller and the higher Finpolitan style. This style is multifaceted. The essence of a Finpolitan project is that it be multifaceted, that it have aspects of profound profitability interlaced with do-gooding, philanthropy and favorable publicity. It must seem constructive, statesmanlike. The philanthropic thrust qualifies and protects the profit-making thrust. For this reason, almost any Rockefeller or emulatory higher Finpolitan endeavor is very much like a rich four-decker sandwich. One layer is big business, the next layer is obviously vaguely philanthropic or cultural scientific. The third layer represents favorable notoriety stemming both from profitability and from philanthropy, and the fourth layer and the first three layers in combination represent cultural, social, political, and economic power. It all adds up to power. In the case of the Rockefellers as of others of the wealthy, there are plenty of persons ready to dispute such suggestions. Thus, Professor Nevins, writing of the elder Rockefeller, says, unlike James B. Duke, he never for a moment mingled private commercial interests with philanthropic acts. 25 One have no interest whatever in asserting that Rockefeller did or did not mingle commercial and philanthropic acts. What is at stake is simple intellectual clarity with respect to facts. On the basis of abundant evidence that Nevins himself is obliged to scan, Rockefeller did mingle profit and non-profit activities. It would have been difficult if not impossible to avoid doing so. The chief instrumentality of this mingling was Gates himself. As Gates has written, owing to public reports coming out about his great wealth, Rockefeller at the time began to be hounded almost like a wild animal by people soliciting funds for plausible and implausible causes. Many simply wanted personal handouts. 26 From this pressure he wanted to escape, and Gates, now in Rockefeller's employ, was the man to whom solicitors were sent for screening. It has been customary to treat Gates as a minister who developed an interest in education and philanthropy, says Nevins. Actually, Gates was essentially a businessman with a talent for large affairs, a keen interest in the power of money, and a passion for seeing it expended with the greatest possible efficiency. He was, in short, a man after Rockefeller's own heart. He was also shrewd, alert, aggressive, and capable of driving hard bargains. The time was not far distant when this former minister, coming to New York, would teach Wall Street itself some lessons. 27 Subsequently Nevins notes, the man whom Rockefeller thus selected as his principal aide in philanthropy was as remarkable as any of his partners in business. In sheer ability he matched Flagler, Rogers, and perhaps even Archbold. He possessed an unusual combination of gifts: insight, genuine imagination, analytical power, and vision, backed by unquenchable energy, courage, and an evangelistic fervor. He was often impulsive and sometimes inconsistent. At bottom, as we have said, he was a businessman rather than a minister or social worker, and he soon gained a reputation for cautious, adroit, and hard-headed conduct in business affairs. 28 Gates, like many an underling, was as flinty as his master. At the time of the strike at the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company in 1913, 27 dead and 2 mines set on fire by desperate workers, Gates stood firmly against the strikers as Rockefeller, Jr., relented. Both had been directors of the company of which John D. Rockefeller was too a major stockholder. Fosdick, and L. M. Bowers, the chairman, was the uncle of Gates. Characterizing the strikers as desperate and lawless, waging organized and deliberate war on society, Gates said, "The officers of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company are standing between the country and chaos, anarchy, proscription, and confiscation, and in so doing are worthy of the support of every man who loves his country." 29 Actually, the strikers had been maddened with ill treatment. According to John T. Flynn, a biographer who presents a less genteel Rockefeller than Nevins, when Henry C. Frick shocked the country by shooting down ruthlessly the striking iron workers at Homestead, John D. Rockefeller wrote him a letter approving his course and expressing sympathy. 30 Gates and the elder Rockefeller saw pretty much eye to eye. So talented did Rockefeller quickly find Gates that inevitably, Gates was soon looking after Rockefeller's investments as well as his philanthropies. 31 Although the Standard Oil Trust absorbed all of Rockefeller's time and energy, he had nevertheless already made extensive diversified investments in mines, steel mills, paper mills, a nail factory, railroads, lumbering, smelting properties and the like. 32 On some of these he had been stuck, through bad advice, others were not being operated properly. Gates was sent on tours of the country to look into the properties underlying the entire investment portfolio. He reported back to Rockefeller on what he found, not always favorably. Then he was given carte blanche to reorganize, revise, and to bring order out of chaos. Gates stepped into a dual role as the first director of the Rockefeller philanthropic activities and as investment manager, and he was equally good in both roles. 33 Beyond this, the clergyman humanitarian became a rabid and successful Wall Street speculator for his own account and an officer of various Rockefeller companies, notably the head of the Lake Superior Iron Ore Company. Nothing could be stranger than the spectacle of this impecunious Baptist preacher setting out to raise funds for a religious college and winding up in a few years as the president of an iron mine and ore railroad company worth 20 millions, and finally the almoner of America's greatest multimillionaire, with the power of the purse over these vast treasures. 34 For his role in negotiating the sale of Rockefeller ore properties to the embryo United States Steel Corporation, Gates resolutely demanded and received a commission from Rockefeller. 35 Gates had some idea of his worth in cash value. Such being the case, the meaning of a statement is baffling when it indicates that Rockefeller never mingled philanthropy and business. There was such mingling in still. further degree when he established endowments with Standard Oil stock, all of which carried company voting power. What became the Rockefeller style, then, was apparently not something reasoned out in advance. Gates and Rockefeller played everything by ear, and the style slowly evolved. But from the moment Gates joined Rockefeller formally in 1891, both the philanthropies and the satellite investments were carefully thought about and supervised by Gates while Rockefeller tuned Standard Oil up to concert pitch. In the course of time, the contrapuntal role of Gates took Standard Oil into its sweep and is well exemplified today in IBEC, AIA, and other new Rockefeller enterprises. Division of world emphasis. Just as the brothers have evolved a division of labor among types of activities, so, too, have they evidently, perhaps unconsciously, divided the world into spheres of individual influence. Latin America, where Nelson has a Venezuelan ranch, appears to be his particular domain. His son, thus, is a high official of IBEC. The Orient is the particular domain of John D. 3. All areas are under the supervision of David as the head of a bank with more than 200 world branches. Lawrence seems pointed toward Africa. Only Europe does not yet seem spoken for. The chief chairmanships and directorships show the special orientations of interest. John D. 111, Chairman of the Rockefeller Foundation, the General Education Board, the National Council of the United Negro College Fund, was also as of 1966 a trustee of Princeton University, Harvard Yenching Institute, and Chairman of Products of Asia, Inc., Products of India, Inc., and President of the Japan Society, Inc., and the Asia Society, Inc. He was a lieutenant commander in the United States Naval Reserve during World War XI, special assistant to the Under-Secretary of the Navy late in 1945, and was a consultant of the Dulles mission to Japan on the peace settlement in 1951 and a U.S. delegate to the Japanese Peace Treaty Conference in San Francisco in 1951. He holds the following decorations: Order of Auspicious Star of China, Kuomintang, Order of the British Empire, Grand Cordon of the Order of the Sacred Treasure of Japan, Grand Cordon of the Star of Ethiopia, Most Exalted Order of the White Elephant of Thailand, and Commander of the Ordre des Millions d'Elephants et du Parasol Blanc of Laos. Now, whatever else this worthy man is, taking into consideration many other directorships, trusteeships, and chairmanships, he is more than an ordinary citizen with one vote at the polls. He is, also, manifestly more than a wealthy man. He is a finpole, intermeshing between governments, industries, and cultural institutions. Because of their many friendships with missionaries, the Rockefellers had as early as 1914 taken a keen interest in China, says Nevins. 36 There were others who churlishly believed the keen interest of the pecuniary wizard of Standard Oil related more to the fact that China was a huge market outlet for kerosene, of which Standard was then almost the sole supplier. The Rockefellers were, at any rate, keenly interested in China, as they are now, without missionaries, interested in all of the Orient from Japan to India, where Standard Oil at least incidentally has large interests, and the General Education Board put up money to establish the China Medical Board and to build Peking Union Medical College. Up to 1952, Nevins says, the foundation had put some $45 million into westernizing Chinese medicine, science, and education. More recently, as the Communists took over China, the Rockefellers shifted Asiatic emphasis to Japan, India, and other areas. Nelson Rockefeller, three-time governor of New York, Premier State of the Union, was president of Rockefeller Center from 1938 to 1945 and chairman from 1945 to 1953 and 1956 to 1958, federal coordinator of International American Affairs, 1940-44, Assistant Secretary of State, 1944-45, Chairman of the International Development Advisory Board, .4, 1950-51, Special Assistant to the President of the United States, 1954-55, Under-Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, HUE, 1953-54. And has at various times, when not helping run the government, been or remains director or trustee of various foundations, museums, and organizations. A Phi Beta Kappan, he holds the Order of Merit of Chile, the National Order of the Southern Cross of Brazil and the Order of the Aztec Eagle of Mexico. Here, again, is no common person, no ordinary wealthy man, no run-of-the-mill politician. This is a Finpole, a very wealthy man with an interlacing of high governmental and cultural points d'appui. David Rockefeller, chairman of the Chase Manhattan Bank, worked his way quickly up through various jobs in the bank and is also chairman of the Chase International Investment Corporation, chairman of Morningside Heights, Inc., a big housing development, and a director of B.F. Goodrich Company, Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., and the vast Equitable Life Assurance Society. He was an Army captain in World War II, is a director and trustee of various Rockefeller foundations and museums, and is an overseer of Harvard University, of which he is an alumnus. He holds a Ph.D. from the University of Chicago. He also holds the French Legion of Honor and the Legion of Merit. In 1940 he published Unused Resources and Economic Waste. Here again is a high personage, far from an ordinary citizen. Lawrence Rockefeller is a similar type of higher organization man. He is chairman of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., Keneal Bay Plantation, Inc., Rockefeller Center, Inc., and director of Filatures et Tissages Africaines. Africa and the Caribbean are apparently his particular domains. Cape of Good Hope Corporation, Dorado Beach Hotel Corporation, president and trustee of Rockefeller Brothers Fund and trustee of the Conservation Foundation, chairman of the New York State Council of Parks, member of the Corporation of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a trustee of the YWCA, Director of the American Committee of International Wildlife Protection, Director of Resources of the Future, Director of the American Planning and Civic Association and of the Hudson River Conservation Society, Commissioner and Vice President of the Palisades Interstate Park Commission, Trustee and President of Jackson Hole Preserve, Inc., Trustee of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, Chairman of the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Trustee and Vice President of Sealantic Fund. Trustee and President of the American Conservation Association, Trustee and Vice President of the New York Zoological Society and Director, Trustee or Officer of various other bodies. He is a Commander de l'Ordre Royal du Lion, Belgium, recipient of the Conservation Service Award of the U.S. Department of Agriculture and of its Special Conservation Award and a holder of the Horace Martyr Albright Scenic Preservation Medal. A lieutenant commander during World War II, he is a member of the Naval Air Reserve. Winthrop trails somewhat in this august procession but is coming abreast fast via politics. Governor of Arkansas, he is also chairman of IBEC Housing Corporation and Winrock Enterprises, Inc., conducting vast agricultural and cattle-raising enterprises in Arkansas, a director of the Union National Bank of Little Rock, Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., and Rockefeller Center, Inc., a trustee of Industrial Relations Counselors, chairman of the board of Colonial Williamsburg, Inc., and Williamsburg Restoration, Inc., chairman of the Arkansas Industrial Development Commission, trustee of the National Urban League, Rockefeller Brothers Fund and the National Fund for Medical Education. Since 1953 he has resided in Arkansas. Among them all they cover a great deal of ground. As anyone can see, they are community-minded, but on an international scale that gives this term a new dimension. The world is their plantation. The Foundation thrust total outlays for philanthropic or non-profit enterprises by the founder of Standard Oil are put by Raymond B. Fosdick at $446,719,371.22 capital sum and income therefrom of $850 million in all well over $1 billion. 37 Most of the income was expended in the form of grants, except in the case of Rockefeller Institute. The capital sums were allocated as follows: Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, 1902, now Rockefeller University, $60,673,409.45 General Education Board, 1902 $129,209,167.10 The Rockefeller Foundation, 1913 182,851,480.90 Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial, 1918 to 28 73,985,313.77. Total $446,719,371.22. In recent years the capital funds of the General Education Board have been drawn down steeply for grants in the neglected field of education, and the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial was merged in 1928 with the foundation. Funds for the University of Chicago came largely through the General Education Board. Coming up in place of the General Education Board has been the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. Up to 1950 external grants by income and principal were as follows: 38 Rockefeller Foundation from income $325,754,751.35 from principal $125,753,613.93. Total $451,528,365.28. General Education Board. From income $132,339,912.86. From principal $164,427,148.34. Total $296,767,061.20. Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial. From income $27,839,809.74. From principal $27,500,000. Total $55,339,809.74. International Education Board. From income $6,495,807.82. From principal $11,837,482. Total $18,333,289.82. Grand total $821,968,526.04***. Asterisk here should be added $60,673,409.45 for Rockefeller University. The International Education Board was established by John D. Rockefeller, Jr., in 1923, but, in a very real sense, all the Rockefeller monies are derived from the founder, because nobody in the family since him has been a fortune builder or even a conspicuous moneymaker. The grandsons have enterprises underway that appear likely to become highly profitable, but not on any scale, as far as appears to date, resembling the original Standard Oil, the real honey pie. What remained of these funds at the end of 1950 was as follows: Rockefeller Foundation $158,103,332.13. 39 General Education Board $24,624,493.01. 40 Rockefeller Brothers Fund, as of 1955, $59,663,273.62. 41. Total $242,391,098.76. Of the monies in the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, the late John D. Rockefeller, Jr., contributed $58 million in 1951 and bequeathed to it half of his estate. Reflecting part of this bequest in the amount of $65 million, at the end of 1960 the fund showed total assets of $116,173,369. 42 Appreciation since then, as already shown, has been great. Since 1950, of course, these funds have been generating more income, most of which has been allocated in the form of grants. It is clear, then, that a truly stupendous sum was directed from the fortune of a single individual into various medical, educational, scientific and general cultural projects, both in the United States and abroad. As most of these monies consisted of dollars of much greater purchasing power than the present dollar, it is evident that in dollars of current value the disbursements were of far greater weight. That all this was part of a far-reaching plan is denied by spokesmen for the family such as Professor Nevins and Raymond B. Fosdick. To the charge of critics that the benefactions were established as a shield against public censure, or, as some charged, conscience money, Fosdick, following Nevins, points out that Rockefeller in his teens, as a pious Baptist, was already giving to the church as much as 6% of his earnings. He kept a meticulous record down through the years of all such gifts, which amounted to more than $1,000 annually by 1865 and to nearly $6,000 by 1869, goodly sums in those days. He gave $558.42 in a lump to Denison University, for example, in the late 1860s. 43 Rockefeller, in other words, gave money all along, even as he saved and acquired it, and, as it appears in the Fosdick-Nevins accounts, merely stepped up the rate when he became very wealthy. Yet, that there was more to it than a mere continuation of charitable giving, is shown when these writers quote Gates. Mr. Rockefeller, a prudent man, apparently showed some doubt at first about proposals of large-scale largesse, if such it was. Says Fosdick. Mr. Gates, who could never be anything but candid and forthright, used to thunder at the elder Rockefeller, "Your fortune is rolling up like an avalanche. You must keep up with it. You must distribute it faster than it grows. If you do not, it will crush you and your children and your children's children." 44 These remarks are taken from Gates's autobiography, and one wonders, if Rockefeller was such a freehand routine giver, why Gates had to thunder at him to drive home the message. What Rockefeller really thought, even Gates, who described him as a very reserved man who revealed little or nothing of his own innermost thoughts, did not profess to know. 45 He may have had no thoughts to keep in reserve, a plain man. A domesticated Machiavelli. To me it seems a disservice to the Machiavelli of Standard Oil, whom even an apologist like Nevins shows continually embroiled with business and political opponents one after the other down through the years, to attempt to domesticate him in terms of churchly estimates of genteel benevolence. As the history of Standard Oil by any author, pro or con, clearly shows, Rockefeller was of a deeply conspiratorial, scheming nature, always planning years ahead with a clarity of vision that went far beyond anything any of his associates had to offer. It seems to me far more in keeping with what we know of the man's character, as revealed by his business career, that he embarked on his large-scale philanthropies with at least some selfing personal ends in view. Until Gates took over, Rockefeller had been giving money away more or less helter-skelter, mainly to Baptist missionary societies. One gets the impression that some of this giving was merely to get rid of importunate suppliants, who, as Gates said, beset him. 46 When Gates joined Rockefeller, he very gradually converted the magnate to the idea of scientific giving. 47 This scientific giving slowly took the form of the great foundations. Rockefeller very early saw that he was getting some mileage from his Baptist patronage. As early as 1889, when a small Baptist publication criticized the Standard Oil Company, all of whose leading figures were Baptists, the company was stoutly defended by the Examiner, official organ of the Baptist Church. 48 Had Rockefeller and his Standard Oil colleagues all been Jews or Catholics, one trembles to imagine what the anti-Rockefeller movement would have been like. It could not have escaped Rockefeller's notice that whenever his money had been bestowed he had staunch friends. His gradual conversion by Gates, it seems to me, shows Rockefeller in a better light in terms of intelligent motivation than many of his apologists indicate. These latter show him only as a compulsive, mechanical giver from the very beginning. Actually, he was a thoroughly responsible man within the light of his own interests and his understanding of them. As the center of raging and constantly intensifying public controversy, which made him in his time the most hated man in the world, Rockefeller might well have suspected that he was leaving a bitter inheritance to his children and grandchildren. Again, the torrent of public criticism against him, in part at least calumny, could not help but have some effect upon his wife and children, however much be discounted it personally as attributable to envy. He prized his son especially, as many remarks showed, and was always deeply pained at any criticism of him. When both father and son were being publicly criticized, he said, "They have no right to attack Mr. John. All my life I have been the object of assault. But they have no ground for striking at him." 49. Possibly Mr. Rockefeller now saw some valid ground for attacks on himself. His family was, indeed, Rockefeller's Achilles heel, and it is not at all difficult to see that he wanted to make a better public impression than the one currently dominant for the family's sake if not his own. Rockefeller, therefore, as I see him, put his mind coldly to the problem and saw that what Gates and others recommended might at least divide the forces against him, perhaps turn the tide. His first tentative ventures in large-scale philanthropy suggested that this view was valid. Rockefeller did not plunge into philanthropy. He was never a plunger, always made his moves in business, politics, and philanthropy gradually and after careful thought. Gradualism in philanthropology, that his large-scale entry into public philanthropy was very gradual and, after being undertaken, was spread out over a long period of time, is shown by Nevins, who lists his donations for every year beginning with $2.77 for 1,855. Rockefeller kept a record of his donations, which prior to 1880, says Nevins, was incomplete. But in no year through 1877 was as much as $10,000 recorded as donations, and not until 1884 was more than $100,000 donated. In 1887 the figure jumped to $284,116.52 and in 1890 to $303,542.78. Up to the time when Gates joined him in 1891 his gifts had mainly been to the Baptists. In the 1890s his donations exceeded $1 million each in only 5 years. In 1892 his Ohio Trust was dissolved by court order. Even though he had been comparatively generous, all this up to 1900 was no more than chicken feed. The flood from the secret recesses of Standard Oil was still to come. In 1900 he put up more than $2 million and again in 1901. But in 1902, when the General Education Board and Rockefeller Institute were launched, he contributed $5,407,856.78. Falling somewhat short of this amount for the next 2 years, in 1905, when public outcry against him was stupendous, he put up $13,602,820.78. Although he was never to miss a year until death in these benefactions, the really big years were as follows: $1,907, $39,170,480.52, 1909 $71,453,231.15, 1913 $45,499,367.63, 1914 $67,627,095.87, 1917 $15,770,624.48, 1919 $138,624,574.61, 1920 $31,780,348.24, 1928 $19,964,455.38. Not only did such munificence top anything else of record, and until Rockefeller and Carnegie came along, public donations were meager indeed, but the Rockefeller benefactions went nearly wholly into projects of invariably high quality. To fault Rockefeller on the quality of his projects, one must fault the highly rated University of Chicago, Rockefeller University, the work of the foundation in combating hookworm, yellow fever, malaria, typhus, influenza, tuberculosis, rabies, yaws, schistosomiasis, and various other diseases, and the worldwide contributions to medical education, the financing of projects in experimental biology and other natural sciences, international relations, and scores of other fields. That kudos accrued to Rockefeller, particularly from the press and executive types in charge of projects in education, science, and medicine, in place of the earlier brickbats, is not to be denied, but the seeking of praise for meritorious performance, if such was the case, is not in itself a fault. That Rockefeller preferred praise to adverse criticism is evident from the fact that Standard Oil early busily engaged itself in buying and surreptitiously financing newspapers. 50. The influencing of public opinion in his favor was a problem that Rockefeller long wrestled with before he found the right combination. Prior to 1913 at least, the problem of taxes could not have influenced Rockefeller in his philanthropies because business and wealth were subject then only to piddling local taxes. Nor can it be held that the creation of the Rockefeller Foundation was a direct reflex to the advent of federal taxes in 1913 because the foundation had long been planned, at least since 1905. The community of big business, it is true, was opposed to the new taxes, and Rockefeller's chief attorney, Joseph H. Choate, had been the lawyer who in 1893 convinced the Supreme Court that income taxes were unconstitutional. It was therefore necessary to amend the Constitution to enact income taxes. However, even though the advent of federal taxes did not influence the idea of the foundation, it was gradually noticed by others that there were distinct tax advantages in making philanthropic allocations. This fact is now part of standard tax doctrine, set down in many tax treatises. Gifts to philanthropic funds pay no taxes, the income on such funds pay no taxes, and there is no inheritance tax on such funds. Furthermore, stocks placed in such endowments carry corporate voting power, a nice point. It should be recalled here that it is power really, rather than money or property, that we are concerned with. Considerations such as these may not have occurred to Rockefeller during tax agitation prior to 1913, but it is hard to see that they could have escaped the notice of his lawyers. At any rate, the size of his philanthropic allocations increased markedly. Beginning with the new tax laws. Whatever he did not allot to philanthropy was now going to incur income and estate taxes, and such taxes, he must have foreseen, would tend to increase rather than diminish. As to the relation of taxes to philanthropic capers, the Wall Street Journal of August 2, 1967, points out that philanthropies would be sharply reduced if compensating tax reductions were reduced or repealed, an assertion made on the basis of a study by the Brookings Institution in collaboration with T. Willard Hunter, Executive Vice President of the Independent Colleges of Southern California. In this study there were interviewed 30 of 47 living philanthropists who in 1965 made 69 capital gifts of $1 million or more each for an aggregate of more than $93 million. The donors reported that $40 million, or 43% of all, would not have been given if there was no tax reduction allowed. They also reported that had deductions been limited to the original cost of securities rather than to an inflated price, as has been proposed, the donations or allocations would have been reduced by 46%. The donors themselves rated tax savings as fifth on a list of 12 considerations controlling philanthropic maneuvers. Actually, it can be shown that in many cases a donor can obtain for himself more indirect in-pocket income by being a generous philanthropist than by holding tightly to direct investments. Among many possible illustrations are the cases of big chemical proprietors who have donated entire schools and laboratories of chemistry to big universities, at huge but tax-deductible costs. What the chemical proprietors have now derived from the schools in the way of new discoveries and trained research chemists has given them a constant return of many 100% on the original donation. Peer group esteem is gained on the FinPolic circuit by such contributions that strengthen the entire FinPol network. Rockefeller, FinPolically speaking, was a very good neighbor, of vast benefit to all FinPols. On the basis of his own experience with legislators at the state and national level, Rockefeller could not have felt reassured about what they might do with his money. He no doubt felt that he could make a more constructive disposition of it than they. With this view, if it was his, I concur. Even today one can have no rational confidence in the allocation of funds by any Congress the American people in their present low state of cultural development are likely to elect. There were, at any rate, many advantages, perhaps foreseen and unforeseen, in the course he gradually adopted, not the least of which was wider public acceptance for himself and his family, for which he seems to me to deserve great credit, particularly at the hands of the educated and the middle classes, the high quality of most of the Rockefeller projects particularly commended the man, and still commends him, to the cultivated, and lends strong color to the view of him as a Robin Hood who took, not from the rich for the poor but from grasping business rivals, politicians and an oafish squandering public and, now under severe public criticism, turned a substantial and possibly major portion of the loot over to institutions closely identified with high civilization, a triumph of the sardonic over the indignantly sentimental, a twisting of the knife in the Philistines. Rockefeller, thus, is a paradox. The biggest, most assiduous, most successful, sufficiently unscrupulous, and most condemned acquisitor converted himself into the most munificent high-level giver. Rockefeller, late in life and possibly suiting the word to his Lord bountiful actions, himself enunciated the elvish principle that a man should make all he can and give all he can. 51. If this was intended to mean, and it does not necessarily, that a man should try to make a great deal of money and give nearly all of it away, the program seems absurd to the point of the comical. The Finpolitan model. Although this chapter may appear, thus far, to be about the Rockefellers, it really is not. As I remarked at the beginning, the highly civilized Rockefellers are featured here, perhaps sacrilegiously, purely for illustrative purposes. For what has become the Rockefeller style is in essence the Finpolitan style, which copies the Rockefeller style in a general way. Many others do or pretend to do about as the Rockefellers do, perhaps not with as much earnest conviction. If the rich are capitalism's aristocracy, as William Manchester observes, the Rockefellers are its royalty. 52. One is constrained to agree. They not only show the way in Finpolitania, they invented it and appear to be deeply convinced of the constructiveness of their role, not an unusual human trait. Various aspects of the life of the wealthy have been depicted by assorted writers. Perhaps the most popular, representing the role most of the hoi polloi see for themselves as rich people, has been the wealthy as irresponsible playboys, spendthrifts, and more or less graceful idlers. This view is well conveyed in the writings of Cleveland Amory and others of the same genre. The next most compelling aspect has been the wealthy as ruthless grabbers, as shown by Gustavus Myers and Matthew Josephson. Some attempt, of less wide interest but in my view more significant, has been made to show the wealthy as contemporary social power wielders, as I and C. Wright Mills have done. On the American scene, Thorstein Veblen first delved in depth into the role of the wealthy as socially irresponsible power wielders and exorbitant consumers. Individual critical biographies, as by Harvey O'Connor and John T. Flynn, have touched on all these aspects. But the modes of being of the more mature among the established wealthy have by no means been fully explored. These modes turn out to be distant emulations, not always convincing, of the Rockefeller style. Although academic sociologists anxiously inquire into the most minute, interstitial phases of contemporary society, it is instructive to notice that there is no systematic sociology of the wealthy. The academicians seem to sense through built-in radar that this is taboo terrain and allow unanointed non-award-winning journalists, publicists, freelancers and miscellaneous literate and offbeat ideologists to dominate the field which, it is true, promises little in the way of academic promotion. A notable exception among the certified sociologists is the suave Digby Baltzell, author of The Philadelphia Gentleman and the Protestant Establishment, Aristocracy and Caste in America, the latter a penetrating study. The real truth is that very few of the social scientists look very deeply into the subject of fortunes for fear of being thought politically radical, says Professor Floyd Hunter in The Big Rich and the Little Rich, Doubleday & Co., NY, 1965, pages 173–74. There has been so much moralizing about the division of power and wealth in world society that an earnest consideration of what actually takes place in modern American economic affairs, politically, is left largely to sterile theoretical conjecture. There is no serious empirical study of socio-economic logistics of the distribution of wealth. There is no forthright, open discussion of what the phenomena of personal wealth really does for the community or doesn't do. It could be shown, indeed, that there is room for at least 200 interesting books, as yet unwritten, in the field of the large American wealth holders. As it is, the subject is largely taboo, in accord with imposed canons of respectability. Who would be so foolish or reckless as to court the stigma of disrepute by inquiring into the doings of the wealthy? As C. Wright Mills discovered, not much material has been systematically gathered on this general subject of the sociology of wealth, and one must, perforce, dig into whatever random outcroppings are left available. Data are systematically hidden. Nor do there appear to be contemporary Boswells like the late Clarence W. Barron of the Wall Street Journal to make mordant secret notes on the inner doings of the contemporary tycoons. Perhaps some enterprise like that is going forward. If so, it has not yet come to light. Although contemporary wealth is associated with the term capitalism, in the Finpolitan model capitalism becomes something more like supercapitalism. The term monopoly capitalism is in any event self-contradictory, because capitalism does not allow of monopoly, it is competitive and its companies can fail. The supercapitalist companies, potential claimants to public subsidies, are permanently beyond failure, occupants of a politically protected haven. In search of a better term under the tyranny of old meanings, it would perhaps be better to speak of financial syndicalism, for the big Finpolitan groups are in fact syndicates of concentrated yet widely deployed private holders with governments at their beck and call. And as to concentration of holdings, we have yet apparently seen nothing like the destiny toward which the world is heading. In Multinational Corporate Planning, edited by George A. Steiner and Warren M. Cannon, Macmillan, N.Y., 1966, it is pointed out that the big corporations are now multinational. In the light of present trends and future prospects, say these percipient writers, it does not seem at all impossible that in the next 20 years, 600 or 700 large multinational companies will be doing most of the world's business. This will indeed be pan-imperialist superconcentration. The Finpolitan Corporation, or cluster of corporations, is a multinational corporation. Multinationality is a hallmark of Finpolity. Style setters of wealth. Rockefeller set at least two of the three major widely copied styles of operation for the American wealthy, and the Finpolitan style just outlined is the one that is currently dominant, with variations. The first Rockefeller exercise in style setting was the use of the trust as an instrument of corporate integration and monopolization. In 1872, when the Standard Oil Company of Ohio, the original company, secretly provided funds to acquire companies in other states, it placed the acquired stocks in the custody of one of its directors as a trustee. Under law as it then stood, it was illegal for any company to own other companies in another state. But Rockefeller, like other rising tycoons, was not deterred by a detail like legality. Furthermore, the law on trusts at the time was suitably vague. By 1879 the system was devised of having 3 officials of Standard of Ohio act as trustees of the acquired stock. They were not, the company contended, legally trustees for Standard of Ohio, but, if for anybody, for the 37 underlying stockholders of Standard of Ohio. These stockholders could roundly deny, as they did even on the witness stand, that Standard of Ohio owned these companies. It was all these acquired companies, scattered in many states, that secretly composed what came to be called the Standard Oil Trust. As far as the public knew, these companies were all competitors of Standard. As word seeped into business and legal circles about this handy new arrangement, which long preceded the New Jersey Holding Company Law of 1889, other industries organized into trusts until there were soon a sugar trust, whiskey trust, tobacco trust, rubber trust, shoe trust, butcher trust, furniture trust, coal trust, cottonseed trust, gunpowder trust, and many others. These were all actually secret cartels to regulate the market and hold up prices in the interests of the owners. Standard Oil was the first of the giant trusts. How readily the unpublicized device could be used to baffle people is shown by an affidavit filed by Rockefeller in a Cleveland lawsuit in 1880, that read, "It is not true that the Standard Oil Company, directly or indirectly, through its officers and agents owns or controls the works of." Here followed the names in a long list of companies, the stock of which was secretly held by trustees employed by the Standard Oil Company of Ohio. 53 legally, This statement might be defended, says Nevins, a vacuous remark because legally any action whatever is entitled to a defense. The three trustees held ownership and Rockefeller could say they acted not for the Standard but its stockholders. Actually, to call the statement disingenuous would be putting the matter mildly, it was equivocation. Such evasive taradiddles were then too common in American business. 54. What is pointedly false about this assertion is that the trustees held ownership. Trustees are not owners but agents. While it may be said that they were agents for the Standard stockholders, a closely knit group, they were in fact agents and employees of Standard of Ohio, whose stockholders held an interest in the acquisitions in proportion to their share of ownership of Standard of Ohio. Rockefeller's affidavit was perjury and a fraud on the court. 55. At the time, Rockefeller owned 8,984 out of 35,000 outstanding shares of Standard Oil, Henry M. Flagler 3,000, Stephen V. Harkness 2,925, Charles Pratt 2,700, Oliver H. Payne 2,637, J. A. Bostwick 1,872, William Rockefeller 1,600, J. J. Vandergrift 500, John D. Archbold 350, J. N. Camden 200, C. M. Pratt 200 and Ambrose McGregor 118. The Cleveland Group, comprising Rockefeller's Baptist cronies, held 19,146 shares, a majority. 56. Each of the key Standard Oil units was duly found to be a law violator. First, the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was held by the Supreme Court of Ohio in 1892 to be in violation of the law in its trust arrangement, was forbidden to continue it and ordered to pay the costs of the litigation. The assets were thereupon by an exchange of stock acquired by the Standard Oil Company, New Jersey, operating under the Wide Open New Jersey Holding Company Act of 1889, and to the Standard Oil Company of New York. These had approximately the same directors. Finally, in 1911, the U.S. Supreme Court found that the New Jersey Company violated the Sherman Act and, tapping it lightly on the wrist, ordered it dissolved into its constituent corporate parts and the stock of each company distributed pro rata to each of its stockholders. Instead of owning 1/4 of one central company, Rockefeller now owned 1/4 each of nearly 20 companies. Standard Oil in the foregoing was clearly guilty of non-capitalist behavior as, indeed, many of the fortune builders have been. Critics of capitalism commonly lump together the behavior of strictly performing capitalists with that of operators outside the rules, thus making capitalism take the blame for much that is outside capitalism. This is not to say that capitalism, for its austerely stylized procedure, may not be the legitimate object of distasteful criticism, but capitalism surely should not be blamed for non-capitalist behavior. If a man robs a bank and is not caught, thus coming into the possession of a large sum of money, he has not, according to the dicta of any school of economics, acquired his money in a capitalist way. Capitalism is an economist's ideal abstraction, concerned with aggregate results and average procedures. Many of the big fortunes, however, were built precisely because they departed in important respects from average procedures, precisely because their builders were anything but capitalists. Within capitalism, under the rules, one can lose, the fortune builders never had any intention of submitting to disadvantageous rules that might land them in the bankruptcy courts. They had lawyers and legislators to assist them in avoiding the rough while benefiting from the smooth. One learns little about the capitalism of the economists by studying the history of the big fortunes. John D. Rockefeller indeed became a capitalist, but not by practicing capitalism, at least not exclusively. Those who lost out to him, however, were often garden-variety capitalists. A style Rockefeller neither set nor practiced, which was copied from an English innovator, was that of issuing watered stock in mushrooming corporate combinations. J. P. Morgan, William Rockefeller, and almost the whole of the upper financial community went in for this exhilarating practice, through which patriotic investors were mulcted of billions and promoters either sold out or retained full control at no cost. This was not capitalism either. The Rockefeller companies were always closely held until the Dissolution Order of 1911, and Rockefeller never gypped fellow investors. In his acquisition of companies, Rockefeller always tried to induce the sellers to take Standard Oil stock rather than cash, which most of them cannily refused to do, and thus unwittingly threw away the chance of becoming incalculably wealthy. Sore losers, many of these later joined the accusing chorus against him. But the successful style of how the well-tempered supermillionaire and his family should conduct themselves was definitely evolved by the hard-pressed Rockefeller and Gates. This style required the creation of foundation philanthropies and the involvement of members of the family in publicly approved cultural, scientific, and socially supportive projects. Although widely imitated, as were the Rockefeller Trust and the English watered stock ideas, it is a style subject to great variations. The foundation idea, as we have already seen, has come to be a widely utilized scheme of tax evasion while maintaining tax-exempt corporate control. Capitalism as a scapegoat: the idea that capitalism is to blame for everything irrational, and that failure to face up to basic problems derives only from pro-capitalist bias, comes largely from socialists, who, in their superheated zeal, present a vastly overdrawn indictment of capitalism. Even if we agree that capitalism, particularly unregulated, automatic capitalism of the classic variety that allows no modifications in terms of human needs, is subject to rejection, it is not true that all social problems stem from the economic system. But according to many socialist, particularly Marxist, critiques, capitalism is to blame for all that is detestable or frightening about the contemporary world. Actually, no system, including socialism, will automatically produce good results. The contradictory is an unexamined notion that stems through the physiocrats of the 18th century from the idea of a mechanical physical universe as given in Newtonian physics. Nature is automatic, whatever is automatic is natural, whatever is natural is good, itself a questionable notion. Therefore, a good economic system will be an automatic one, operating according to natural laws. Any viable socio-economic system whatever, as a matter of historical fact, needs constant modification from day to day at many points. Such being the case, any system is humanly troublesome, requiring constant revision and tinkering. Every system is bound to be far from perfect. Without defending capitalism either in automatic or rationally modified form, one must nevertheless notice that capitalism contains within its theory no propositions directly or by implication stating support for racism, prostitution, ill-treatment of criminal offenders, overpopulation, neglect of the mentally retarded, support of crime and the like. To this the socialist will reply, but capitalism, seeking only maximum profits, fosters callousness by seeing salvation only in profits, and, by directly and indirectly pressuring people through its profit-making machinery, induces much social havoc, alcoholism, emotional disturbance, delinquency, and the like. Only infidelity between the sexes appears to have been left out of the indictment, although Marx included even this. 57 ills of long standing. Yet this long list of ills for which capitalism is blamed existed long before capitalism was ever heard of, although the ills were not as finely limbed as now by modern statistical methods. The persistence of unsolved problems is cited gleefully by socialists, but the solutions of many problems, as of food supply, are not cited on the credit side for capitalism. I don't myself believe that capitalism is responsible for the improvement in food supply or the conquest of disease. Credit here should properly go to modern scientific technology. But neither should capitalism be unwarrantably blamed for the persistence of old problems. Where the blame mainly lies for failure to apply rational procedures to the solution of a legion of problems is shown, in fact, valuably and dazzlingly, by the reluctance of intelligent capitalist foundations to step into any except conventionally approved areas, even though retired foundation officials cite the need for intrusion into many neglected fields. It would not, with respect to most of the problems lying about, hurt capitalism as such to see these problems solved. Indeed, capitalism might be benefited by having much sand removed from the social gears. That the public itself offered no encouragement in basic problem solving is shown primarily in the fact that ameliorative measures, with respect to many problems, were never adopted by Congress. Stone-faced, unsympathetic demos barred the gate there. The foundations, it is clear, must consider not only capitalism but the behavior of a certainly hostile public. This public opposes almost anything civilized. Capitalism, although it thrust itself up into the world, did not create that world or its ideas. It modified that world, in some instances for good, in others for ill. The worst count against capitalists, not capitalism, is that in their insatiable drive for raw materials and markets they have fostered some of the most destructive wars and revolutions in history and seem likely to foster more. Here, as I see it, is a heavy count in an indictment, hardly requiring the critic to bring in topics like prostitution to bolster his case. 58. Beyond this, capitalists simply neglect social problems, often in deference to public opinion. But the very fact that capitalists and socialists are able to enlist a large populace on their side in a war-making capacity, merely by waving the flag, shows there is more to it all than capitalism or socialism. There is, in fact, an irrational populace, ready to be mobilized for destruction by any bugle-blowing Führer. It is this irrational populace, as I see it, that impedes capitalists themselves, gives them pause, in advancing to the solution of many basic problems, leaving to one side the thorny question of war. Barbarians in the mass, the situation would be more readily understandable at a glance if the population were attired, in harmony with its basic emotional and intellectual organization, in suitable symbolic garb. Then more than 50% of the people, perhaps up to 75%, would be still dressed today in animal skins and sandals and would wear their hair long and unkempt. Businessmen and their assistants would be dressed, as now, in standard sack business suits. Professionals, lawyers, physicians, educators, and savants would be dressed, medieval style, in long black robes, each might wear a distinctive hat. Many clerics, as suitable to shamans, would be outfitted in feathers, bones and bangles. Perhaps many people, politicians especially, would be garbed eclectically, part skins, part business suit, perhaps adorned with a feather or bone here and there. Some, representing a hardcore, would no doubt be dressed in no more than loin cloths. Most of this populace would carry spears. Generally, however, the majority of this symbolically garbed populace would be dressed in skins and sandals. These are the ones most responsive to religious and political dervishes among the religious, mercurially responsive to the hard-nosed Catholic hierarchy, Billy Graham, and lesser Protestant luminaries, and among the politicals to the likes of George Wallace, Lester Maddox, Theodore Bilbo, Strom Thurmond, Everett Dirksen and Huey Long, to say nothing of good old Lyndon B. Johnson and Barry Goldwater. Here in skins, for all to see, would be the crowd that responds joyfully to all calls of a holy war against whatever is rational. Here is the crowd that not only well-tempered capitalists fear. This is the presumably democratic mass, toward whom philosophic Democrats look with increasing dubiety for salvation. The doctrine of democracy no doubt made sense as a political device when it was a question of appealing against the despotic authority of unprogressive kings. Unfortunately, once the kings were overthrown, many self-hypnotized Democrats began to take their doctrine about the essential right-mindedness of the populace seriously. Teach the people to read and write, they said, and they will automatically, that word again, turn to the best in literature and culture and soon lift themselves into the radiance of full humanity, with malice toward none. This did not happen, as any demographic survey will show. Most of these elements refuse to be budged from their irrational ruts, long hallowed by medicine men. It would require hundreds of thousands of psychiatrists and assistants to reorient them. Karl Marx was a little more precise than the Democrats when he found an unheeding constituency for socialist revolution in the working class, specifically factory workers. These persons, brought together under harsh conditions from field and farm, Marx saw as the battering ram of glorious socialist revolution, overthrowing the overreaching, exploiting capitalists. Yet the workers in no capitalist society behaved according to this vision, any more than people in general responded to the democratic vision. The most militant workers, indeed, banded themselves together in overreaching trade unions, separating themselves from the bulk of workers. Neo-Marxists such as Baran Sweezy now admit they cannot get revolutionary assistance from the production workers, who are rapidly being reduced in number by automation. Even if they were not being so reduced, however, they would on the basis of past performance show no support for socialism. In no instance has any considerable segment of the working class of any capitalist country supported socialist aspirations. There is little idealism on the working class level. The metaphorically skin-clad majority has no more than a confused conception of either democracy or socialism and has no interest in applying itself to get an improved conception. Prayer, imprecation, and incantation remain its chief shortcut instrumentalities for dealing with reality. It is here that opportunity beckons to the dervishes, religious and political. It is here that they find they are in business, in a position to mediate, at a price, between mass irrationality, which has its own claims, and rationality. Transition to capitalism. Capitalism in rising to the economic surface came into a world of many surviving historical currents. Focusing our attention on Europe, it will be noticed that most of the population was literally skin-clad and wholly illiterate as the Christian Church thrust itself up in the 5th century, AD, from the ruins of classic civilization in the Mediterranean. Whatever of civilization came into Northern Europe came via the Church. Yet the feudal system, associated in time with the Church, was not born of the Church. It was simply a local secular system of boss and followers that came into being, first in Italy, with the decay of Roman imperial institutions. Feudalism, as the dominant economic political system, is uncritically held in retrospect responsible for whatever one cares to focus attention on in this period, just as capitalism is held responsible by socialists for whatever happens today. In the course of time, the rise of cities and interregional trade gave birth to a growing merchant class, embryonic capitalists, or bourgeoisie, city dwellers. These people differed from churchmen, lords and village vassals, they were businessmen and businesswomen. With the slow accumulation of wealth, this merchant class increasingly held the whip hand, and it finally asserted it most strongly in the successful French Revolution. But although economic institutions were now increasingly looked upon as capitalistic rather than feudal, wages being paid for labor rather than service and protection, all the old cultural ways persisted and still flourish. Marx, in the Communist Manifesto, recognized the capitalists as a new class, superior historically and functionally to peasants, vassals, lords, clergy and the like, but doomed to fall before the holy onslaught of the factory proletariat. Marx, obviously, wishfully accelerated the pace of history, and wrongly anticipated a turn that never took place. Marx's lumpish proletariat, actually, was heading nowhere beyond right where it stood. As matters now appear, it is heading toward liquidation, first split, then part pushed lower into a dismal subproletariat via automation and part pushed upward into the lower middle classes or beyond, perhaps into middle classness. What made the capitalists superior to predecessors, although not wholly acceptable to Marx, was their greater rationality. But, as Marx saw it, correctly I believe, it was a rationality largely misplaced, wholly in the narrow service of self, to the dangerous neglect of society as a whole. Only the proletariat, oppressed under wage slavery, could in the Marxian view feel the necessity for equitable social arrangements all around. Such arrangements, as Marx thought, perhaps rightly, could be supplied only by socialism. The proletariat has obviously failed Marx and his followers just as the masses have failed the Democrats. They represent lost hopes. As any casual glance around the United States will show, the country is full of mentalities more appropriate to the old Teutonic forests, the Roman arenas and the medieval countryside than to a society of capitalist institutions. One can discard socialism completely. For verification of this view one hardly needs stray as far away as Neshoba County, Mississippi, Selma, Alabama, Cicero, Illinois, or even Bronx County, New York. One need only read speeches in the Congressional Record, where the free-ranging infantile Freudian idea reveals itself in full Baroque regalia. The Finpolitan world preserve any hut, any palace, the Kremlin itself is open to the Finpolitans, who range the world in breadth and depth. These cannot, manifestly, be ordinary people. They put Grand Dukes comparatively into the shade. What we really have, said one of the Rockefellers to Morris, is our name. That is our big asset. It opens doors and, as our money is dispersed, it is of far greater value than anything else as long as it remains a good name. Seeing that it does must be our first consideration. There is an old saying, shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. Well, we have to avoid a 3rd generation anticlimax. We have to put our time and our money to work building something new. 59. Aptly put. The Rockefellers, as any intelligent person might have suspected, do not feel they have been called upon to preside over the dissolution of the world's largest fortune. They are, like all the Finpoles, at work preserving and building something new. They have long-term projects. They intend to stay even as their public relations men, imaginatively anticipating socialist intentions, suggest they are disappearing. As Lawrence put it on another occasion, they are concerned to see to it that the well doesn't run dry. 2 of the 4th generation who have been earmarked to occupy themselves for this reason with family business affairs are Nelson's son, Rodman, and David Rockefeller, Jr. 60. There are so many Rockefeller organizations extant that it is hard for outsiders to keep them straight. 61. That their multifaceted position is at times as confusing to them as it may be to outsiders is shown when Morris says elsewhere that the Rockefellers always have their guard up against anyone who suggests that their name and wealth give them some special privilege. 62. Here, on different pages, one can have it either way, their name alone has great weight in the world, page 36, their name confers upon them no special privilege, page 28. What is the case is that in ordinary behavior they are like anyone else, democratic, standing in a long line to get a wedding license, eating in a college cafeteria to save pocket money or living as a common laborer in the oil fields on the first job. But when large objectives loom, the name alone opens difficult doors. 63. They appear to be Cinderellas, of lowly station 1 minute, up in the clouds the next. The name, however sinister it may sound to leftists, is a primary asset of all the Finpoles, DuPonts, Mellons, Fords, Pews, Hartfords, Rosenwalds et.al. Just what the cash value of the name is in each case would be difficult to determine with any preciseness. What, one may ask, would it be worth to a syndicate if converted into the designation of the Rockefeller National Bank and Trust Company, the Rockefeller Insurance Company or Rockefeller Enterprises, Inc.? Merely for the use of the name in some such enterprise the promoters would unquestionably be willing to assign a sizable block of stock, the exact dimensions subject to negotiation. With the understanding that the Rockefellers would be associated with the management, bringing into the background their vast connections and holdings, the block of stock would be considerable apart from any contribution of capital by the Rockefellers. They need put up no money at all. Beyond this, the name is of shadowy intangible value in a project-oriented world. As to opening doors, indeed, the Rockefeller name is magic. The names of all the American big wealthy open doors all over the world. Whenever the Rockefellers or any of the other higher Finpoles travel abroad, they are instantly enmeshed in the nets of upper-level governmental protocol. As key figures in American society, they instantly galvanize governmental attention. Thus, says Kahn in The New Yorker, when David Rockefeller at 48 contemplated taking a trip to Russia, he paused to reflect, for he had heard hints that if he should get to the USSR he would probably be invited to confer with Premier Khrushchev, and there was no telling how explosively the communist leader might react to a confrontation, on his home ground, with the notorious international banker. 64. Rockefeller decided to go, and in Leningrad was told Khrushchev would like to see him the following afternoon at the Kremlin, in Moscow. There he went with his daughter Neva and for 2.5 hours participated in what he later described as the most intensive conversation I've ever had with anyone. 65. What the upshot of it all was has not been indicated, but within 2 years the United States had widened its trade relations with the Soviet bloc. Was there any connection? As Kahn pointed out in The New Yorker, the Rockefellers cannot traipse into any country anywhere without ascertaining the political climate in advance. At the wrong time their appearance could cause riots. Thus in Ghana, to which the Rockefeller Brothers Fund had contributed $1 million program of developing small local industries, in 1963 they came under heavy ungrateful attack by the Ghanaian Times, which said truculently, whilst the governor of New York concentrates on changing the political climate in Washington to open up the trade in nuclear arms, the president of Chase Manhattan is mostly concerned with commodities like copper and bananas. The paper went on to charge that David was engaged in blocking the Organization of American States and the Alliance for Progress, trying to overthrow, apparently without success, the governments of Bolivia and Peru, providing Portugal and the Union of South Africa with arms, dominating the U.S. Congress with stooges and a kept press, and using the Central Intelligence Agency and the State Department as tools to supervise and protect his bank's ramified foreign investments. 66 While all this sounded a bit far-fetched to the conventionally skeptical, the reserved Christian Science Monitor had earlier described Rockefeller as a businessman who is listened to all over the world. 67 Apparently they were at least aware of this fact in Ghana. As Kahn went on to point out, David Rockefeller travels a good deal all over the world, inspecting properties, meeting with the highest government officials left, right, or centrist. In return, at home, David frequently entertains, in the city and at Pocantico Hills, potentates who visit the United States. David's always got an emperor or shah or some other damn person over here, and is always giving them lunches, grumbled the dowdy Sidney J. Weinberg of Goldman Sachs and Company. If I went to all the lunches he gives for people like that, I'd never get any work done. 68 Not only is he engaged in an interminable running series of conferences with the highest foreign movers and shakers at home and abroad, but his schedule takes in without any party discrimination the highest American officials. All of this going and coming, hosting and guesting, may indeed be conducive to a more smoothly running world, and this one devoutly hopes, but it is not a line of activity familiar to ordinary mortals. This, in point of fact, is the way it is on the Finpol circuit. This is beyond mere big business. This is super business, where the line of demarcation between inner government and upper business is so blurred as to be indistinguishable. It isn't deals but concessions, protectorates, and spheres of influence that are negotiated here. Training for such a high-level life in the case of the Rockefellers began early. Whereas the aim of the routinely upcoming wealthy was merely to get into the social register or to marry impecunious nobility, the Rockefellers were early pointed toward much higher game, close harmony association with the power elite leadership of nations. Déclassé nobility, whatever aura it carried from the past, never interested any of the Rockefellers, they always went directly for the man who was in charge now. He, they seemed to know through some sort of osmosis, was the fellow to know and understand, whatever his forebears or background. They aren't discriminatory, they would just as soon negotiate with an emperor as with an ex-peasant. Thus Nelson, just out of college and just married, went on a trip around the world with his bride. He carried letters of introduction to high officials and distinguished persons, and in India had interviews with the Viceroy, later Lord Halifax, and Mahatma Gandhi. 69 These were, to say the least, rather exalted companions for a collegian. But this was no ordinary collegian. It was a future high U.S. Finpol. With the possible exception of Winthrop, all the Rockefellers when they go abroad are knee-deep during their entire visit in power wielders, power elitists, and their mentors, major domos and public relations men. The same is true of other Finpols, and of their representatives, the upper managers of the big corporations and banks. In the Orient John D3 is kowtowed to from tea house to pagoda and palace. This hobnobbing with the international bigwigs contrasts rather pointedly with Nelson's political campaigning at home, during which thousands of TV viewers have seen sweaty admirers pounding his back at Coney Island and other plebeian haunts and shouting, "Good old Rocky." There is apparently a difference of opinion between foreign leaders, including Khrushchev and the Emperor of Japan, and the American public about the precise status of the Rockefellers. Can it be that the foreign political sharks, as they muster out the palace guard and diplomats to greet them, are mistaken? My own view of them accords more with that of the foreigners. The Finpols are ultra-bigwigs, supermegaton bigs hots, Brobdingnagian commissars of affairs. In relation to them the average one-vote citizen is a muted cipher, a noiseless nullity, an impalpable phantom, a shadow in a vacuum, a sub-peasant. Whereas at home the contact of these worthies with the pub poles is somewhat veiled, out of consideration for the illusions of the American bourgeoisie, abroad the contact is more open. But for every contact with the power brokers abroad there plainly are 10 to 100 with the domestic variety, all readily accessible by telephone. The fin poles along with the pub poles, rising men of wealth, church poles, corp poles and top corporation lawyers, law poles, are collectively engaged in running the world politico-economic system according to their own peculiar lights. Out of these ranks are drawn most appointed high government officials when such officials are not drawn from the ranks of electorally defeated pub poles. Public policy is determined by this echelon in the sense that a given stated policy is either implemented or ignored. If it is ignored, like prohibition, it is dead. Thus, in the 1950s anti-communism was the policy publicly supported as a means of promoting a lucrative military-industrial complex, and many rank-and-file citizens gleefully joined in verbally strafing communism and hunting out real and supposed communists and deviant ideologists. In the 1960s, despite the escalation of the Vietnam War by President Johnson, anti-communism was allowed to wane, as a diplomatic rapprochement gradually took place with the Soviet Union and trade relations were broadened with the Soviet bloc. The Vietnam War was waged not against communism but against an amorphous aggression. True, many stalwarts tried to pump life back into the anti-communist crusade of the 1950s but they were more and more ignored by the upper financial political echelons. These did not repudiate their former anti-communist position, which might once again be useful. They simply abandoned it and chatted at length with Mr. Gromyko, possibly discussing the Chinese menace. Soon, no doubt, it will be unpatriotic to eat chop suey and egg foo young as it became unpatriotic to eat knockwurst, sauerkraut and hamburger, Liberty steak, in 1917–18. And so it goes in a fabulous democracy. So extensive are the affairs of the Finpoles that all the members of each Finpolitan financial syndicate, FinSyn, require large personal staffs embracing far more than body servants. In the case of the exemplary Rockefellers, for example, in addition to a special staff that each Rockefeller has to handle his personal affairs, the Rockefellers en masse have a general staff to handle their communal business. There are more than 300 employees in this establishment, which includes a legal department, an investment department, a philanthropic department, a brigade of accountants, and a family archivist. Many of these are people of arcane knowledge in near and remote fields, including a specialist on theological education in underdeveloped regions. It is the general style of this Finpolitan world that newcomers to big wealth will in time, whatever their current reservations, come to embrace through their children and grandchildren. Although the more recent Texas oil millionaires do not belong to this world, they are already getting ready for it as shown by their sprouting foundations. Once one has made the money, as old Judge Mellon recognized, it is necessary to hold on to it. And the Finpolitan style is a way of becoming a permanent fixture, of weaving oneself into the warp and woof of the status quo. The Finpolitans, it is evident, are far less concerned with today than with tomorrow. Finpolitan sociology, what any sociology of the Finpolitan world would be devoted to, it seems to me, would be the outlining of point-by-point comparisons between the Rockefeller style and that of their contemporaries. There would be shown wherein the established big rich copy the Rockefeller style and wherein they deviate from it. Variations of emphasis take place throughout. But, despite variations, basic similarities are visible, notably the presence of investments in huge slabs. In one matter all the Finpolitan groups resemble each other. None behaves as though it believed it had been called upon to preside over the dissolution of the family dukedom. All, like the man who came to dinner, act thoroughly at home and as though they intend to stay, even as mass media propaganda trumpets that the great fortunes are being dissipated. Rather than being dissipated, they appear to be more permanently and acceptably entrenched from day to day. It is only a popular fantasy that the big fortunes are disappearing, but, perhaps like a bad dream, they disappear only in order to appear again. 15. The divine spark. Among the rich, pretty much ignored by the public relations artists, who usually have more specific fish to fry, some of the American rich at least have individually performed in ways commendable from strictly critical points of view and in ways that at least occasionally draw indulgent, even maudlin, commendation from outside their class. They have by no means, contrary to leftist propaganda, all been grabbers, wastrels, and self-aggrandizers. In what ways they have been brushed by the divine and semi-divine afflatus, as far as they are visible to mortal man, it is the purpose of this chapter to indicate. Commendations of the rich are by no means rare, especially in the many media subject to their own control or influence. The task, however, is to evaluate them in the light of criteria more widely shared. Results then become somewhat modified. The public relations fraternity argues that the founding, building up, assembling, directing and managing of any one of the large corporations or banks represent prima facie an important creative contribution to something called the American economy, a contribution which in the aggregate is taken as comparable to the genetic labors of the Hebraic Jehovah over 6 prodigious days. While this may be so in some degree, the element of time to one side, there are a few obstacles to accepting this somewhat florid view as, for example, whether the economy has been added to or subtracted from, accelerated or delayed. As far as that is concerned, many ingredients happily blended by economists into the potpourri of gross national product are pronounced by spoilsports as deleterious: whiskey, cigarettes, gaseous industrial fumes, comic books, cheap films, ugly billboards, the traffic complex, misleading advertising, crumbling shelters, shoddy merchandise, slums and industrial wastes conscientiously dumped into natural waterways. The public relations wizard points to Corporation C and asks one to kowtow at least mentally to Founder F for what is palpably a creative achievement, giving employment to X thousands of good and prayerfully parental souls of the great society who would, presumably, otherwise be living in trees and eaves. This pretty much accords with the foolish popular view of the corporation, a job-giving, life-sustaining entity. Ordinarily left out of such considerations is the fact that Corporation C in its majestic rise, by various ruses, some possibly adjudicated illegal, may have blocked the rise of other laudably life-sustaining entities. Until pressured by a slow-moving government to relinquish its absolute monopoly, Aluminum Company of America, for example, certainly stood in the way of the emergence of aluminum-making jobs now provided by Kaiser Aluminum, Reynolds Metals, Olin Matheson, and various others. Corporate managers have not always or solely been concerned about all-out production and full employment. Right now, by means of automation, they are eliminating jobs right and left. They have been at least occasionally interested in making money for themselves, at times by restricting production and jobs, at times by non-productive but profitable manipulation at the top. Job creation has been quite incidental to the whole process, really has nothing to do with it. The inimitable Beethoven, writing symphonies, did not have agents in the field impeding other symphonic writers, attempting to trip them up or cause them to write down sour notes. Like most creators, he did his stuff and allowed others to do theirs. He did not hold patents on all possible combinations of musical notes, ready to direct his lawyers against other note jugglers. Much of corporate achievement, so-called, has involved sheer frustration of others, hardly creative. The sculptor, too, it is sometimes the riposte of nimble pro-corporate dialecticians here, destroys in order to create. He destroys pristine stone, reshaping its contours. But the sculptor does not destroy other sculptors. If he did, he would indeed be the greatest living sculptor, but hardly on grounds of his own creativity. The merging of companies, too, is usually hailed by the mass media as a stupendous creative act, a titanic generative copulation, which indeed it may in some cases be. It is, however, hardly creative in every single case or even in a majority of cases. What was created when a collection of existing steel companies were merged into the United States Steel Corporation by the elder J.P. Morgan other than a profitable opportunity to issue a vast quantity of watered stock? The constituent companies marched on under the triumphal arch of the new stock issue. The same is true of General Motors and many others. While admitting there is creativity on the corporate circuit in peculiarly corporate matters, human creativity being hard to quell, I merely suggest that it should be specifically shown rather than uncritically assumed with respect to the panorama of corporations. Despite public relations puffery, there are grounds to doubt there is much creativity in this quarter, and instead much sedulous copying and overreaching, as shown by widespread corporate espionage, and I simply want to leave this phase out of consideration as a clear-cut social contribution. Most of what is remarkable about corporations, as I noted earlier, is specifically non-corporate, technological, and derives from science and engineering rather than the business and financial offices. What is alone generally impressive about corporations, despite the glamour of the executive washroom and the keys thereunto pertaining, is their purely engineering aspect. It is, therefore, of some interest to notice that when corporations put themselves on display in their best party clothes at World's fairs and in conducted tours of their premises, they provide, no doubt in all innocence, only an engineering display. The ordinary visitor innocently thinks, as he is innocently expected to think, this is a marvel of big business. Wall Street is really great. The sophisticated observer, however, thinks, what a marvelous exhibit of engineering skill. MIT and Caltech are certainly great schools. To the latter observer, the business side of it all is comparatively dull and uninteresting, heavy-handed and simple-minded. In the case of the foundations, the situation is much the same. Concrete contributions may indeed have been made by mobilizing funds at strategic points and times, as in the case of the Rockefeller foundations, but far from all foundations have made parallel contributions. Most have as their end financial manipulation behind a sentimental screen. Corporations manufacture, distribute, and sell life-saving penicillin, at a profit. But no corporation discovered penicillin. Corporations never discover, invent, or create anything, are never any more than tools, as often for ill as for good. The philosophers on wealth and power, while public relations virtuosi busily confect their tales to lull the broad public in its belief that everything is for the best in the best of all possible deliriously free worlds, it may be of some interest to take note of the powerful cultural undertow these virtuosi, apparently unaware, are working against. The rich, thanks in major degree to press agentry and the intellectual sinuosities of the mass media, currently appear to enjoy high status in the United States that will not diminish, presumably, as long as there is almost full general employment, the retention of which is a basic aim of national policy. As long as general employment keeps the populace moderately content, only a scattering of deviant and no doubt justly uncelebrated mentalities will be inclined to dissent from the image of the rich as public saviors and heroes. Hardly anyone except an obvious outcast or deviant presumes to venture doubts. From what quarter, if any, do these pathetic naysayers get their wrong-headed cues? What warrant have they for their non-admiring and surely non-admirable attitude? Have they indeed strayed from a nice, clean, healthy, and wholesome disinfected Americanism owing to the insidious lucubrations of a telehypnotic, despicably fiendish Karl Marx sending aberrant messages from the documentary depths of the British Museum? The simple fact is that the most reflective minds of Western civilization, practically from inception, have looked with jaundiced eyes at the rich and the powerful. So to look is quite in harmony with the culture. To think otherwise is to step outside the intellectual boundaries of Western civilization. All slick paper public relations palaver in obeisance to the rich, indeed, is alien to the deepest currents of this civilization and represents nothing other than misbegotten ideological perversity, wrong-headedness of the nth degree. Conceitedly one of the greatest minds of Western civilization, teacher of Alexander the Great and still casting a broad shadow over us all, notably in his single-handed invention of logic, was Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC. On the subjects of the wealthy and the powerful, the great Aristotle resolutely put it into writing as follows: Rhetoric, Book 2, ch. 16, W. D. Ross trans. The type of character produced by wealth lies on the surface for all to see. Wealthy men are insolent and arrogant, their possession of wealth affects their understanding, they feel as if they had every good thing that exists. Wealth becomes a sort of standard of value for everything else, and therefore they imagine there is nothing it cannot buy. They are luxurious and ostentatious, luxurious, because of the luxury in which they live and the prosperity which they display, ostentatious and vulgar, because, like other people's, their minds are regularly occupied with the object of their love and admiration, and also because they think that other people's idea of happiness is the same as their own. It is indeed quite natural that they should be affected thus, for if you have money, there are always plenty of people who come begging from you. Hence the saying of Simonides about wise men and rich men, in answer to Hiero's wife, who asked him whether it was better to grow rich or wise. "Why, rich," he said, "for I see the wise men spending their days at the rich men's doors." Rich men also consider themselves worthy to hold public office, for they consider they already have the things that give a claim to office. In a word, the type of character produced by wealth is that of a prosperous fool. There is indeed one difference between the type of the newly enriched and those who have long been rich. The newly enriched have all the bad qualities mentioned in an exaggerated and worse form. To be newly enriched means, so to speak, no education in riches. The wrongs they do others are not meant to injure their victims, but spring from insolence or self-indulgence, e.g., those that end in assault or in adultery. As to power, here too it may fairly be said that the type of character it produces is mostly obvious enough. Some elements in this type it shares with the wealthy type, others are better. Those in power are more ambitious and more manly in character than the wealthy, because they aspire to do the great deeds that their power permits them to do. Responsibility makes them more serious, they have to keep paying attention to the duties their position involves. They are dignified rather than arrogant, for the respect in which they are held inspires them with dignity and therefore with moderation, dignity being a mild and becoming form of arrogance. If they wrong others, they wrong them not on a small but on a great scale. Good fortune in certain of its branches produces the types of character belonging to the conditions just described, since these conditions are in fact more or less the kinds of good fortune that are regarded as most important. It may be added that good fortune leads us to gain all we can in the way of family happiness and bodily advantages. It does indeed make men more supercilious and more reckless, but there is one excellent quality that goes with it: piety, and respect for the divine power, in which they believe because of events which are really the result of chance. This account of the types of character that correspond to differences of age or fortune may end here, for to arrive at the opposite types to those described, namely, those of the poor, the unfortunate, and the powerless, we have only to ask what the opposite qualities are. Nor is the earnest inquirer given a less severe view if he turns to Plato, the other great cultural legislator whose shadow is embedded integrally in Western civilization. All European philosophy, said Alfred North Whitehead, no radical, is but a footnote to Plato. The divine Plato took an extremely dim view of wealthy people and personal wealth. Dipping into the excellent Hamilton Cairns one-volume edition published by the Bollingen Foundation, a Paul Mellon enterprise, we find the following nuggets. So, when wealth is honored in a state, and the wealthy, virtue and the good are less honored. Thus, finally, from being lovers of victory and lovers of honor they become lovers of gain-getting and of money, and they commend and admire the rich man and put him in office but despise the man who is poor. Republic, 8.551b. As to democracy, the insatiate lust for wealth and the neglect of everything else for the sake of money-making were the cause of its undoing. Ibid, 8.562b. The arts and crafts are corrupted by the presence of great wealth and poverty. Ibid, 4.421d. Wealth and poverty should be kept out of the good society, since the one brings luxury, idleness, and innovation, and the other illiberality and the evil of bad workmanship. Ibid, 4.422a. Those most successful in the pursuit of wealth become the targets of the drones, become the pastures of the drones. Ibid, 8.564e. It is the evil life commonly led by the sons of autocrats and men of extraordinary wealth. Such a training will never, never lead to outstanding goodness in boy or man or greybeard. Laws, 3.695e. But to be at once exceedingly wealthy and good is impossible, if we mean by the wealthy those who are accounted so by the vulgar, that is, the exceptional few who own property of great pecuniary value, the very thing a bad man would be likely to own. Now since this is so, I can never concede to them that a rich man is truly happy unless he is also a good man, but that one who is exceptionally good should be exceptionally wealthy too is a mere impossibility. Ibid. 5.742e. One arises from the passion for wealth which leaves a man not a moment of leisure to attend to anything beyond his personal fortunes. So long as a citizen's whole soul is wrapped up in these, he cannot give a thought to anything but the day's takings. Any study or pursuit which tends to that result everyone sets himself eagerly to learn and practice, all others are laughed to scorn. Here, then, we may say, is one reason in particular why society declines to take this or any other wholly admirable pursuit seriously, though everyone in it is ready enough, in his furious thirst for gold and silver, to stoop to any trade and any shift, honorable or dishonorable, which holds out a prospect of wealth, ready to scruple at no act whatsoever innocent, sinful, or utterly shameful so long as it promises to sate him, like some brute beast, with a perfect glut of eating, drinking, and sexual sport. Ibid. 8.831 CD. A soul stung to savagery by unsatisfied lusts is chiefly found concerned with that on which most men's longing is most permanently and sharply set, wealth, with the power wealth gets alike from native bias and pernicious wrong education to breed countless cravings for insatiate and unbounded possession of itself. And the source of this perverse education is the credit given to false praise of riches alike by Greek and non-Greek. They promote wealth to the first place among good things, whereas in truth it holds but the third, and thus they deprive not only themselves but their posterity. Ibid. 9.870a. Plato has a great deal more to say about the wealthy, most of it disparaging. His remarks, indeed, foreshadow the Aristotelian position that the best society is one dominated by a middle class of the moderately affluent, with neither extremely rich nor extremely poor. In both the Platonic and Aristotelian perspectives, the United States is a monstrously lopsided entity, a veritable gorgon, a chamber of horrors. What is perhaps of paramount interest is that no subsequent major thinker has departed essentially from the script as laid down by these giant pundits. It may be that thinkers in following Plato and Aristotle here merely felt rival rouse toward those with a claim to power other than intellectual, as Plato indeed unquestionably felt rival rouse toward the poets. Yet intellectuals in general have not felt so uniformly against non-intellectual power rivals like soldiers, politicians, explorers, religious leaders, or artists as they have against the rich, a feeling that by no means reached its apogee, as commonly supposed, in the writings of Karl Marx. Marx has clearly been topped in the writings of Jean-Paul Sartre, the stylish French metaphysician, who refers to the wealthy and the respectable in general as salauds, filthy beasts, because he believes they have it in their power to produce alterations for the better but instead work assiduously to perpetuate ancient swindles while professing humane goals. Sartre, like Aristotle and Plato, is rather remote from most Americans. Near home, a recent expression of the attitude, deeply etched into American radical and dissenting literature, can be sampled in the summary by the Marxist, Herbert Aptheker, of the non-Marxist C. Wright Mills as the power elite is filled also with burning attacks as passionate but not as muted as that of his mentor Veblen upon the social and personal immorality of the rich, their coarseness, cruelty, hypocrisy, greed, and lustfulness. One could, it is true, assemble examples of the rich from the American scene who apparently fit different items of these characterizations. But, straying outside the circle of the rich, one could unquestionably find proportionately as many cases for each count in the indictment at all except the most refined levels of society. And seeking examples of virtuosic cruelty, one would find it impossible to discover any rival among the American rich to such a Marxist redeemer as Joseph Stalin, to say nothing of Lavrenti Beria and a swarm of power-crazed leftist midgets from the lower depths. Practical Marxists like Dr. Aptheker, while launching their shafts of criticism, seem blissfully unaware of what their own affiliations and loyalties commit them to defend. The Aptheker-Mills indictment of the rich, as formulated above, is clearly far too broad and obviously loaded. It reveals and perhaps prescribes an attitude rather than describes. But if one turns to the influential Alexander Hamilton among the founding fathers, one finds, contrary to Plato, Aristotle, and almost every other considerable political thinker in Western history, that government should belong to the wealthy, the good, and the wise. As to the last two, Plato and Aristotle would have agreed; as to the first, we know what they thought. Social thinkers down through the centuries have all had favorite classes, which they took to be the instruments of deliverance. With Plato it was the intellectuals, with Aristotle the middle classes, with Jefferson the small farmers, with Marx the factory workers, with Hamilton the wealthy, and so on. In this boxing of the class compass, one contemporary writer, Nelson Algren, has oddly found his favorite social group among what Marx called the lumpen proletariat: thieves, pimps, prostitutes and down-and-dooders. But, in his admiration of the wealthy, Hamilton, political father of the American plutocracy, virtually represented an historical minority of one among political thinkers. The problematic rich who, in the first place, are the rich? Included in the designation are trust fund infants who at the moment of birth are incalculably rich, and presumably no more offensive than any other infants, trust fund children of various ages, women young and old of mixed capabilities and outlooks, and men ranging from inane idlers and wastrels through routine performers to the intensely but not always laudably active. Whatever else one can say about most of the rich, one cannot reasonably say they are especially coarse, cruel, greedy, or more than commonly hypocritical or lustful. Money in a special place of high honor to one side, a person of ordinary sensibilities would much prefer to associate with many, perhaps most of them, than with the average run-of-the-mill politician, labor leader, advertising impresario, or gospel-monger. What Mills focused his attention on was the active rich, particularly the policy setters, and among these one could not deny the presence of the immoral, tax manipulators, for example, the coarse, the cruel, the hypocritical, the greedy and the lustful. But even among these, that all or most are of the order indicated can be easily shown to be fictional. What is problematic about the rich is more as follows: the possession of wealth, inherited or acquired, itself informs the possessor that he is special, that he holds winning cards over most people in most social situations. He can, for one thing, finance a greater number of amorous episodes, a big advantage in the estimation of the simple-minded. He holds a social advantage over most others which, unluckily for him, may so turn his head as to give him delusions of inherent superiority, as is often the case in the possession of anything rare and desired. One hugs one's advantages: health, strength, intelligence, learning or wealth, and tends to take them as marks of invidious excellence, snobism. In some rich families, the Rockefeller notably, the children are carefully reared in as middle-class a way as possible to prevent their developing such common delusions, yet the fact cannot be concealed for long that they are special, that they hold a fistful of aces in worldly goods, and that others surely define them as different. They are different, they are rich in effect, noble in a society replete with poverty and degradation. Their wealth makes it possible for them to mobilize more effective power than most people at particular points, at times to their own undoing. Money is like a spirited horse in at least this respect: one must know how to ride it, which few really do. Like anyone else, the rich person may experience frustrations and a sense of being unduly limited, but he does not usually feel it in as many ways nor as frequently or humiliatingly as the non-rich. He feels that he has, in general, more elbow room, a wider range of choice. And he has indeed more elbow room, geographic and psychological. As to the active policy-making rich and their agents of the power elite, for these latter are mostly agents, like nearly all people they are usually heedless of whatever is not before their eyes, either lack sufficient imagination, like reckless motorists, or have their attention fully absorbed, like nearly everyone else, by their personal problems and projects. The doers of the world all have projects, and one is either a doer or non-doer. And doers all derive an intense feeling of satisfaction from any project carried to success, whether it consists of writing a book, leading a revolution, creating or managing a corporation or winning an election. Absorption in one's own project, whether it is building a corporation or writing a poem, leaves one unable to play one's attention over other aspects of reality. Probably the greatest harm in the world comes of the simple fact that nobody is able to pay full attention to everything at once. One really should, yet it is impossible. Although this is so, it does not follow that attention cannot be focused on a wider horizon than immediate, specialized interests, a marked tendency of the rising rich at least. The basic offense of most of the active rich, if it is an offense, is that they usually pursue their own visions, skillfully or crudely, not only to the neglect of the rest of the world, as does the poet, but, at times, because they have power, against or indifferent to the needs and wishes of the rest of the world. Not only do they have power but, like most people, they are thoroughly egocentric. Although now woven by means of large enterprises into the warp and woof of all society, the rich, like nearly everyone else, put their own enterprises first in the narrowly reasonable effort to preserve their social advantage, by means fair or seemingly questionable. Without that social advantage they would, like the common people, be at the beck and call of almost any self-appointed messiah presenting himself as the latest in the line of the apostolic succession or, perhaps, a spiritual representative of a freely prescribing Karl Marx or even, like Adolf Hitler, as the offspring of Wotan. Being rich is basically defensive in a rough world, although the defensive position has its own hazards. What is perhaps most irksome about the rich to the intelligent non-rich, particularly to those with some other vision of how society should be arranged, is not actually what any rich individual may or may not do. True, by behaving outwardly like a gentleman the rich man may temper animosity, but he cannot, even by gentlemanly behavior, mollify persons like Plato, Aristotle, Marx, Sartre, and others acutely aware of his necessary role, which is much like that of a character in a Greek drama enacting the capricious will of the gods. The rich, the plain fact is, confront the rest of society as a solid, semi-corporate phalanx, buttressed by law and public policy. By law they hold their positions legitimately and hence can feel complete rectitude. When the national anthem is being sung they can feel it is being sung in celebration of the legal system that supports them, for the aggrandizement of which every man, the poorer especially, may be called upon to offer his very life simply by presidential order, without any declaration of war by Congress. Beyond this, existing policies under the law favor them, they have been adopted largely by their agents with their corporate permission. The existence of this solid phalanx is sharply noticeable only to those who have some proposal to make with a view to adjusting policy in order to accommodate some large number of people who are, in one way or the other, supposedly being unduly inconvenienced by any number of things. Whenever any public proposal is made for any change, however slight, it is bound to encounter opposition. Upon inquiry it turns out that the opposition ordinarily stems from one or more affluent or rich people, usually referred to euphemistically as interests. While there are indeed many interests in a society, the most assertive is surely the property interest. Even a case about a trivial question, adversely affecting only one propertied person, may have wide implications for many or all propertied because it may set a precedent upon which further more extensive similar actions may be taken. The entire phalanx of the propertied becomes agitated and makes its displeasure known to legislators, judges, and other officials. After all, one cannot have unsound decisions approved. Again, the entire phalanx of the propertied may be committed by simply one among the propertied, who presses deviously for and obtains some tax concession. This concession thereafter applies to all, whether they asked for it or not. Thus it happens that even minor, purely common-sense proposals for reforms often precipitate fierce political dogfights. In a relevant case, early in 1966 C. Wright Patman, the powerful chairman of the powerful House Banking and Currency Committee, decided on the basis of a committee vote to investigate the entire question of how trust funds are used in corporate and bank control. When subpoenas began to go out to banks requesting information, there was suddenly called on June 7 a meeting by 17 of 33 committee members, who required the recall of many subpoenas. On a showdown, however, the right of the chairman to issue subpoenas was upheld. This checking of a committee chairman was a very unusual action, which obviously had its source in some of the entities being investigated. Not many citizens, it is true, are alert to this situation or probably care very much. What the final outcome of the investigation will be, whether it will be muted or not, is not yet known. Whether light will be thrown on what Chairman Patman claims are some $215 billion of trust fund holdings, one cannot yet tell. All this is terra incognita right now. By the end of the year, at any rate, Chairman Patman, on the basis of subpoenas already returned, was able to announce that 3/4 of the banks of the country had at least 5% of their stock held by other banks through trust funds managed for beneficiaries, and that this percentage of stock ownership represented a long step toward control. The very largest banks, he said, operated under this sort of interlocking ownership, were all more or less in the same ownership bed, one big happy incestuous family. 2. The information needed in this area is as follows: identifications of trust fund holdings, book values and current market values, nature of trusts and length of time they run, beneficiaries of a multiplicity of trusts, reducing income taxes, cost of operation of trusts, validity of investment selections for trusts, etc. Whether the named beneficiaries or the managers benefit most is an undetermined question. The propertied, for one thing, are mostly especially sensitive to anything about taxes. How much shall be the total levy and, more important, how shall the collection be proportioned? In general, the propertied interest in the United States, sheltered behind technician spokesmen, has been opposed, whatever some individual property owners felt, to government levies for the sake of the domestic comfort, convenience and necessity of the broad public, its own comfort and convenience being apparently assured, but has been generously unstinting in any military or semi-military expenditures that gave government a strong argument abroad in assuring access to markets, raw materials, and trade routes. At present, with military and space exploration budgets inflated to record proportions, the cities internally are literally falling apart. It has been estimated by insiders that 75% of the military budget is rationally unjustifiable. Beyond the desire to keep down tax totals, hence the fiscally sound objection to reckless government spending, there is the collective desire of the propertied to shove a disproportionate part of the tax burden over onto the lower labor force, which, imbued with patriotic ardor, is presumably happy to support a democratic paradise that freely allows them to go and listen to happy tidings of the afterworld from the likes of Billy Graham and Fulton J. Sheen, and to rub elbows with the rich at Coney Island. As we have already seen how deftly this tax burden is shouldered onto the pious, patriotic, and not too bright lower labor force, the point need engage our fascinated interest no longer. Whatever the call may be for social adjustment will either cost tax money or intrude more or less adversely on some propertied interest, that is, upon the revenues of some collection of rich persons. More public housing will tread on the toes of private landlords. And as this call for adjustment is fought by the interests, some proponents are irked. The purely common sense proposal, for example, to place effective health warnings on cigarette packages was fought to a standstill and defeated in Congress, with the result that the tobacco industry through intensified advertising is selling more cigarettes than ever before, in the teeth of repeated formal government findings that they are a clear menace to health. Similarly, there was fought tooth and nail suggested mandatory automobile safety equipment, and there have been fights in the state legislatures against attempts to limit in any way the free resale of unroadworthy second-hand cars. One could cite thousands of similar cases. To be sure, when it is said that an industry opposes something, the source of the opposition is kept sufficiently abstract and remote. An industry is not something subject to sense experience. One cannot see it or feel it. Industry here boils down to no more than several boards of directors, perhaps 50 to 100 men who represent stockholders, mainly large stockholders, in brief, rich people. These latter are, somewhat poetically, as adversely affected by automobile air pollution as the poor, although they can resort to air conditioning or retreat to remote fresh air estates and ranches. It is this consistent opposition to proposals for reasonable as well as unreasonable change that the propertied have offered down through history, opposition more effective than argument, that has caused the rich to be looked upon as problematic ever since Plato. It is not that they are necessarily vicious, as the Marxists often postulate, it is just that they are blandly or uncomprehendingly selfish, and not always very intelligently. The unpropertied person may be just as selfish, but he has no telltale instrument such as property with which to reveal his selfishness so completely. Like the small band of Greeks in the pass at Thermopylae, the selfish rich hold back by their skill of maneuver in an entrenched position, always in the name of sound policy, huge disorganized armies of sansculottes and descamisadus, among which, thoughtfully, they have their own friends haranguing on all manner of irrelevancies dear to the same sansculottes and descamisadus. It is all much like a disciplined Roman legion against a barbarian rabble. Because virtually everything has an economic aspect, and because the rich, as we have seen, own and control the foundation and prime stages of the economic system, practically anything that anyone is likely to propose in the way of a new arrangement is going to strike some among the propertied and the rich adversely, and hence lead them to invoke the law defensively or work for a new selfing public ordinance. Often the mere attempt to reroute traffic by local ordinance causes merchants to spring into tigerish opposition, presumably in defense of property rights. Again, many individuals who engage in entrepreneurial action, hoping to become rich, find that the way is barred by persons, propertied or rich, already in established positions. As Henry J. Kaiser discovered, there is no room for another automobile manufacturer. True, there are interstices into which newcomers may insert themselves with success, particularly the area of new technology, but, in the main, the road is blocked to all except the very clever unlucky among newcomers. The rich, then, come to seem to those who have encountered their resistance like part of a single corporate entity, a special class, or, as the Marxists say, a class interest. Because they are each part of this class interest, embalmed like a fly in plastic, there is not much they can do to earn credit in the eyes of critics. Owing to the saying of Jesus in Matthew 19:24, that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God, there was no way out for a rich man for hundreds of years except to give his property to the church. The result was that in the late medieval period the church pauls in the name of the church held tightly more than half the land of Europe. The late-coming kings were far less gullible than the earlier gentry. In the eyes of the Marxists there is nothing a rich man can do except, like Friedrich Engels, devote his wealth to the promotion of Marxism. Anything less will fail to gain credit. The rich could, to be sure, turn all their wealth over to the government where it would at the present time fall under the benign jurisdiction of Lyndon B. Johnson, in which circumstances few judicious moralists would see any particular gain for mankind. Castigation of the rich, however, arises less from envy, as commonly supposed, than from people who have in some way been blocked or frustrated by the massed class interest of the rich. The rich man may be a really nice guy, but his very interests, indeed his whole being, force him to present himself in a certain stylized way. Most of the critics of the rich have themselves been power claimants, who know the rich and powerful can readily trump their cards. Plato, Aristotle, and a long line of independent intellectuals have known that their carefully reasoned arguments are subject to political defeat less by sound counter-arguments than by the power of inertia, money and entrenched position. As any practical politician knows, in going before Congress on any question it is better to be backed by lucre than by a bulletproof argument. Money will win almost every time on crucial questions, such as intruding from afar into World War I, and the only way apparently to defeat it is by some other brute power. Hence, as the Marxists say, revolution. The proffered cure here, though, except in cases of complete war-induced social collapse as in Russia in 1917 and China in the 1940s, is clearly worse than the disease because serviceable institutional restraints are swept away in the uproar and a clean slate is open to an unrestrained set of new power seekers, not at all squeamish, as history has shown, about how they apply their power. Leninist communism is clearly a modern receivership in political bankruptcy. Where those counts in the Aptheker indictment are best sustained is with respect to certain uneducated men of the poorer classes who have by book or crook made themselves rich, the original grabbers. In this country these are the robber barons of the 19th century and later replicas. The record on these is by now fairly well known. While many of the established rich, normally lacking imagination and perhaps sufficient sapience, have been normally heedless, the clear-cut depredations of the rich have in most cases been carried out by founders, newcomers, in panicky flight from poverty. It is the ex-poor among the rich who have been the most active social offenders. This was the crowd Veblen largely wrote about in all their vulgarity. All of which is not to say that there is nothing of an overbearingly objectionable nature about the general policies since World War II contrived by Mills's insidiously bland power elite on behalf of remote principles. Those policies have been, on the whole, immediately selfing, broadly neglectful of visible internal social decay and in that sense actually inimical over the long term to basic upper-class interests. What there really is to the idea of a power elite consists of people upper-crust lawyers, politicians, officials, journalists, public relations men and idea men who in various ways recommend themselves to the rich and well-positioned by formulating defensive stopgaps for immediate problems. A way to remunerative position in the United States is to get the nod from some one of the wealthy or their adjutants, and those who get this nod are invariably from lower levels of society, usually chimpanzee bright men who have developed know-how and can-do for poulticing over difficult situations in the interests of established arrangements. This is the level where urban renewal and road building become new ways of generating windfall profits. Nobody, it is pertinent to notice, gets the nod who is in any way seriously opposed to the established order. Indeed, nobody gets the nod who is merely reflectively doubtful and hesitant. Such persons would only generate dissension or uncertainty in high places and impede a smooth administrative operation. As nobody to my knowledge has attempted to pinpoint collectively the possibly laudable achievements of rich people, quite apart from their class interests, I here set myself this heretical task with a view both to rounding out the picture and to seeing concretely just what the achievements may amount to. How undeniably constructive and creative have the wealthy, more particularly the American wealthy, really been. The sacred group in seeking to isolate the achievements of the wealthy, it seems desirable to indicate the broad area within which one looks. Who, shall we say, are the wealthy? Fortunately the Federal Reserve Board and Census Bureau, as noticed earlier, have come up with recent figures, the most precise on official record, to the effect that there were an estimated 200,000 nuclear families averaging 3 persons in the country as of December 31, 1962, in possession of net assets of $500,000 or more. 3 So, for these purposes, we shall take this last as the maximum figure representing a proto-wealthy family, although a person worth a few thousands less could hardly be considered impoverished. Naturally, the indicated small group includes everybody in possession of up to a heady $1 billion by value and beyond. But even a group of this reduced size is cumbersome to inquire into and includes more than the definitively wealthy. This group of 200,000 nuclear families can be narrowed down somewhat, however. U.S. News & World Report, October 11, 1965, estimated on the basis of more recent Treasury figures that, today there are about 90,000 millionaires, by which it alluded to persons owning assets worth at least $1 million. For some of these were in extended family clusters, and some families as we know, DuPonts, Fords, Rockefellers, Vanderbilts et.al., contain many millionaires and millionaire nuclear families. Total holdings of the group were estimated in excess of $250 billion. As of 1948, the millionaire group totaled only 13,000 by the reckoning of this same source. U.S. News pointed out that this 90,000 indicated that one family in every 625 was in the millionaire class, which meant approximately 1/6 of 1% of families, a fraction of a sliver, had net assets of at least $1 million. The sevenfold variation in number of millionaires between 1948 and 1965 stemmed from the fact that most wealth holders concentrate their holdings in corporation stocks, and in 1948 stock prices were comparatively low, in 1964 and 1965 they were comparatively high. It does not indicate that new asset nuclei were formed to this extent. Judging by the composition of estates in 1961, Treasury figures showed, as U.S. News & World Report acknowledged, that upper-class wealth was held as follows on the average: stocks, 65.1%, tax-exempt bonds, 8.5%, real estate, 6.7%, cash, 4.3%, U.S. government bonds, 4.2%, mortgages and notes, 1.8%, insurance, 1.8%, other bonds, 0.8%, and miscellaneous, 6.8%. Such being the case, any appreciable rise and fall of the stock market will alternately seesaw many suddenly up into the millionaire class or ease them down. The 1948 figure, in my view, is more indicative of the really heavy money than a 1965 figure. Better yet would be a 1932 figure. 5. As to the formation of new asset nuclei, this is a far rarer occurrence than is regularly suggested in Time, Fortune, and the Wall Street Journal. As far as the achievements of the really wealthy are concerned, then, we may limit ourselves to looking within a contemporary group of very few families. Not only will contemporary names be drawn from this property bracket but, at times, a retrospective view will be taken of individual achievers, always leaving out of consideration, for reasons stated, business organizers and managers as such. In order to read of their corporate deeds of daring-do, one need merely turn to the pages of Fortune, which publishes a continual celebration of how well men run their own plantations. Excluded will be any who have entered the indicated property bracket through achievements in the world of entertainment, sports, and the arts, popular playwrights, actors, athletes, opera singers and virtuoso musicians. Those of whom note will be taken will be only those known to be in, around, or about this property class prior to their achievement, not those who got into it through recognizable achievement. A financially successful once poor inventor would not be included. Standards of achievement: anything that passes by worldly standards as achievement other than ambiguous corporate success will be counted as such. The operative phrase here is by worldly standards, for much not applauded by the world as an achievement represents a great purely personal achievement, as in the case of many persons, rich or poor, who daily force themselves up from a bed of pain and painfully perform daily duties, or anyone, rich or poor, who becomes fairly civilized, a lamentably rare occurrence. The commonly recognized areas of formal achievement, apart from business, which appears to rate high in popular esteem, are politics, law, the performing and creative arts, the sciences, scholarship, medicine, philosophy, religion, education, engineering, entertainment in the broadest sense, sports, and journalism. In considering a subdivision of possibly 90,000 individuals and families, we have considerable leeway, a large group to deal with, although only a sliver of the population. But this, at least, is the area within which to look. Psychologists generally consider 0.5% of the population to be gifted in some way, so that if the same ratio were preserved among 200,000 families owning $500,000 or more of property, there would be at least 2,000, 2 adults, gifted upper wealth holders. Because not all the gifted bring their gifts to fruition, there would not necessarily be this many outstanding achievers in the group, but there should be, on the basis of the general distribution, at least 500. Available data, however, do not enable one to assemble such a total, so that outstanding achievers are either proportionately fewer in the heavily propertied group, are somehow concealed from external view, or are unpublicized. Yet it is in the nature of outstanding achievement sooner or later to call attention to itself. It would be possible to identify all wealthy individuals only if one were provided with statements of net worth, which are not available. There are, however, indications in many cases, as already noticed. Achievement itself is notable and focuses public attention on the achiever and his background in an age of excessive publicity. As far as the very rich are concerned, we know pretty well who they are and can inspect them directly. But I shall not, owing to the absence of precise data, be able to spot all, or nearly all, especially down near the lower levels of wealth holding. There may be a wealthy man of considerable achievement, but if it is not shown on the record that his family has a certain net worth, I cannot name him, much as I would like to. However, in the interests of an increase in knowledge, this is a game that others, privy to facts inaccessible to me, can play by supplementing my report. 4. Owing to the inattention of sociologists, we do not know with any precision the record of personal achievement or non-achievement of all large and largish property holders. The evidence only becomes clear as we ascend into the rarefied realm of the known very large property holders, the super-rich. Area of greatest impact. It is not, first, usually thought possible for a man of wealth to be any sort of achiever. Inherited wealth is a big handicap to happiness, said William K. Vanderbilt in a press interview in 1905. It is as certain death to ambition as cocaine is to morality. 6:2. The attainment of wealth through personal achievement, a universally spread view, is summarized in an old Chinese proverb: a man seldom gets rich without ill-got gain, as a horse does not fatten without feeding in the night. 7. Yet the handicap indicated by Vanderbilt is sometimes overcome. As the record shows, law combined with politics has been the area of greatest impact of propertied activists apart from corporate management. Not that legal practice as such, which in general is not extravagantly rewarded, has attracted big propertied people to any conspicuous extent. The rigors of either advocacy or jurisconsultation appear to have had few attractions for the wealthy, although the acquisition of a law degree and admission to the bar I take to be concrete achievements, whatever further steps are necessary to attaining distinction as a lawyer. In general, lawyers from heavily propertied families do not enter into general legal practice, civil or criminal. Some members of lower wealth-holding layers do go into the practice of corporate law. As such they are, in general, necessarily defenders of the propertied position. Non-establishment lawyers are, in general, defending criminal lawyers and plaintiffs' lawyers in civil actions, apart from a few affiliated with nonconformist causes such as constitutional rights. The establishment, so-called, is usually interested either in prosecuting someone, rarely a member of the establishment itself, or in defending some part of itself against not always valid individual claims. While there may be lawyers from wealthy families who are non-establishment practitioners, such a fact does not clearly show on the record. In politics, some of the more prominent of wealthy lawyers have been Franklin D. Roosevelt, Adlai Stevenson, and members of the Taft family, beginning with William Howard Taft, one-time President of the United States. The Tafts, in addition to law, have notably operated in real estate. William Howard Taft became Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, but he is one of the very few among latter-day big wealth holders who have held a judgeship. Taft, of course, was a thoroughgoing establishment judge. A less well-known but highly distinguished judge was Curtis Bok of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, who died in 1962. A grandson of Cyrus H. K. Curtis, the mass publisher, and Edward M. Bok, Curtis Bok was also a gifted and sensitive author who wrote Star Wormwood, The Backbone of the Herring, and I, too, Nicodemus, all worth reading. Over a long period of years he was an exceptionally fine public servant. There was, too, Judge Thomas Mellon, the founder. Judges are quite rare, though, among families of notable wealth. One draws a comparative blank among the big wealthy on judges, although one would unquestionably find a few among some of more modest fortune if the data were available. Judges, of course, are often men of some modest property, acquired through the practice of law, inheritance, or marriage, except for those few who have made financial killings as members of political syndicates. Wealthy men directly in politics are no special novelty in American history. George Washington, the first president, was considered perhaps the wealthiest man of his time in the country, an inheritor. Many of the nation's founders, relative to their time, were quite wealthy, including Thomas Jefferson at least until his final years. They were nearly all men of property, usually landed, a fact pointedly reflected in the Constitution. But even on a relative scale their wealth did not attain the proportions of the latter-day industrial fortunes. After the Civil War there were many, usually self-erected, former poor men, who sat in the United States Senate, there closely guiding their interests in railroads, oil, mining, and lumbering, but that these held their seats in consequence of any political achievement or aptitude is open to serious question. Prior to 1913, senators were elected by state legislatures, many of which, staffed by dunghill Democrats, awarded Senate seats simply to the highest bidder. It did not take much in the way of political know-how to sit in the rich man's club, as the Senate was commonly called. I will not, then, count any of the pre-1913 rich senators as political achievers simply on the ground of their presence in the Senate. Although rich and budding rich men were always shuttling about in the shadowy background of both political parties, supplying campaign funds and pulling devious strings right and left, they were in the more recent period brought forward and given more direct participation by the Republican Warren G. Harding. A former senator, President Harding was a small-town newspaper publisher of no great wealth. However, he appointed as his Secretary of the Treasury Andrew W. Mellon, then one of the richest men in the world and inheritor as well as acquisitor, self-created Herbert C. Hoover as his Secretary of Commerce, the corporation lawyer Charles Evans Hughes as his Secretary of State, and Albert B. Fall, stooge of the oil industry, his Secretary of Interior. Since Theodore Roosevelt, it had become pretty much the custom to install corporation lawyers as Secretary of State and Attorney General. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a minor millionaire himself before becoming a popular tribune, went much further in this respect than either Harding or Hoover, who appointed multimillionaire Ogden L. Mills to succeed Mellon. Roosevelt, believing that men of wealth and good schooling should serve in government rather than lounge about in their clubs, practically stacked his cabinets with men of wealth, while stand-patters, reactionaries, and presumed malefactors of great wealth shrieked that he was a communist and a traitor to his class, here validating in action a Marxist conception of class consciousness among the rich. He started off with William H. Wooden, head of the American Car and Foundry Company, as Secretary of the Treasury and replaced him with multimillionaire Henry Morgenthau, Jr. When the world situation became gravely serious in 1940, he appointed Frank Knox, Republican newspaper tycoon, as Secretary of the Navy, and later James V. Forrestal, partner of Dillon, Reed & Company, Wall Street investment bankers. He appointed Edward Stettinius, Jr., son of a Morgan partner, Secretary of State. He brought back the able Henry L. Stimson, Republican corporation lawyer and Hoover's Secretary of State, as Secretary of War. He made Jesse Jones, self-erected Texas Democratic big league banker politician, Secretary of Commerce, and Francis Biddle Attorney General. Down through the upper ranks of officialdom he drew freely upon men of great wealth, making Nelson A. Rockefeller the coordinator of inter-American affairs, W. Averell Harriman, former partner of Brown Brothers Harriman & Co., his representative from the beginning in a variety of posts, mainly diplomatic, Joseph P. Kennedy, head of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and so on. He gave both Harriman and Rockefeller their political starts. Roosevelt, it is true, made many appointments from other quarters and, in fact, assembled a mixed bag. But, far from stacking his appointments with radicals or liberals, as recklessly charged, a far stronger case could be made that he drew most of his appointees from Wall Street, Newport, the corporate circuit, and the big city political machines. Scholarly liberals and radicals were brought in mainly as ideological window dressing in a time of great public discontent. Henry Wallace, considered a far-out radical in the Bayou country, was himself a very wealthy man, at most a liberal conservative. If results are what count, Roosevelt was not hostile to the private property business system, which he found in self-induced crisis and left some years later revived and reinforced with government support. Remove Rooseveltian government economic subsidy, patronage, guarantee, and support today, and the much-vaunted free enterprise system, beloved of Chamber of Commerce orators, would collapse like a bullet-riddled toy balloon. How many depositors would trust the banks, for a simple example, if it were not for government insurance of deposits? How many would trust the one-time wide-open stock exchange if it were not for the SEC? The fact that the rich were in politics, then, was nothing new. What is new is that, more recently, taking their cue from Roosevelt, the latter-day rich have increasingly taken a direct part, with some of them at least showing signs of becoming forthright public men. They have themselves stood for election, and have been elected, a favorable development from the point of view that those who own the country should take responsibility openly for running it rather than hiding behind stooges in Uncle Sam and Abraham Lincoln suits. Very rich men, inheritors, or corporate wizards, have taken to winning elections right and left despite ingrown populist prejudices. The electorate appears to be growing tired of the old-time friend of the people, shaggy with folksy duplicity and a thirst for franchises or whatever else he can lay furtive patriotic hands on. Winning an election, I take it, may be counted an achievement, whereas winning friendly appointment is not particularly. For the latter, all one needs is the nod from some Mr. Big. By his untypical election as governor of New York in 1928, Franklin D. Roosevelt apparently led wealthy men to believe they too could be elected to that key office, although, as we have noticed, Theodore Roosevelt, Taft and Hoover were, earlier, in the wealthy class. Franklin Roosevelt was succeeded in the governorship by Herbert H. Lehman of the Wall Street banking family, who served from 1932 to 1942 before becoming a United States Senator. Except for Thomas E. Dewey's 12-year tenure after 1942, the governorship of New York has been held by wealthy men since 1928. In 1954, with strong labor support, W. Averell Harriman, later again in the State Department, became the first of the ultra-wealthy of later years to win an important election when he became governor of New York as a Democrat, opening the way psychologically for ultra-wealthy Nelson A. Rockefeller, also supported by labor, to succeed him in 1958 and to win re-election twice to date. As Roosevelt showed on several occasions, the electorate will not shy away from a man because he is wealthy. The voters, presumably, think he is less apt to tap the public till for himself than is an Horatio Alger boy from the grassroots and dung hills. Outside of New York, too, wealthy men, some of whom got their political start under Roosevelt appointments, have also taken to winning elections. G. Menon Soapy Williams, shaving soap and talcum powder dual air, who began as a New Deal appointee in 1936, was the elected labor-supported governor of Michigan from 1949 to 1960 and thereafter was Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. A lawyer, he is also a doctor of jurisprudence. William W. Scranton, also a lawyer and scion of an old Pennsylvania coal fortune, was first an Eisenhower official, then a member of Congress, and in 1963 was elected governor of Pennsylvania. The Kennedys, of course, stand out as men of great wealth who have directly participated in politics, although they are really members of an old-line political family like the Lodges, Stevensons and Tafts. John F. Kennedy, a budding journalist and war hero, was first easily elected a member of the House from Massachusetts, then of the Senate. In 1961 he became president. His brother Robert, a lawyer, was first his attorney general and then became senator from New York, while brother Edward, also a lawyer, followed John F. to the Senate from Massachusetts. Senator Joseph S. Clark of Pennsylvania, whom we have noticed in his effort to democratize the Senate, is a wealthy as well as extremely able public-spirited man. Barry Goldwater, senator from Arizona before winning the Republican presidential nomination in 1964, inherited a substantial interest in a large department store, never had to work his way up from anywhere. The late Robert Taft, senator from Ohio and presidential aspirant, came of a wealthy family, and the same necessarily holds of his son, also directly concerned in Ohio politics. This list could be extended. Theodore Green and Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island, the Saltonstalls and Peabotus of Massachusetts, Ogden Reed of New York and Rockefeller IV of West Virginia, Angier Biddle Duke, Governor Winthrop Rockefeller of Arkansas, Harrison Williams, Jr., of New Jersey, etc. But the highlights have been indicated. While one might evaluate the political performances of each of these men differently, perhaps rating Roosevelt and Kennedy high and Goldwater and Taft low, or vice versa, each represents achievement on the ground that winning elections is itself a recognized achievement. Roosevelt I would call an outstanding achiever in politics. In some quarters there is a tendency to downgrade the feat of a wealthy man in winning an election because he has had the use of his own funds. But money alone does not win elections, although it is in the plutocratic American system a necessary aid. Furthermore, nearly every man who wins an election is backed by money his own, that of a moneyed group, like Richard Nixon and his oil backers in 1952, or of an established political machine. The few exceptions appear to be sheer flukes in American politics. Money from at least a small group is almost always behind the candidates, particularly the winner. Only here and there in political low-pressure areas an unfinanced amateur may sneak over the goal line. A significant recent tendency has been the appearance of a number of successful high corporation officials in elective political office. Small and very medium-sized business people have been no great novelty in elective office, particularly at the state level, but men from the corporate big league have been pointedly absent. George Romney, former head of American Motors and twice elected governor of Michigan, launched a campaign as a 1968 Republican presidential aspirant, and Charles Percy, former head of Bell and Howell, was elected senator from Illinois in 1966. On the corporate circuit, these men were big guns. If more big managers of corporations thrust forward in politics, the country may see something of what cold corporate rationality can do applied to government, assuming that such men retain the corporate approach. Robert S. McNamara, former president of Ford Motor Company, conducted his own specialized exercise in corporate rationality with the Defense Department, but his best efforts there had not been able to out General Ho Chi Minh on his batteries of Pentagon computers. In any event, it would appear that a change is underway when the industrial rich, descendants of original tycoons, and corporate nabobs participate directly in politics instead of working through subsidized lower-class stooges. There is a gain here, in the first place, for candor. At least the fractional thinking part of the electorate can now evaluate what these candidates publicly stand for instead of voting for men presumably independent but secretly harnessed to the corporate juggernaut. What any of these men propose politically may not be approved by the observer, but the observer will nevertheless learn by noticing public performance precisely what he does stand for. Personalities like Lyndon B. Johnson, although moderately wealthy, are not included in the foregoing because they were not wealthy when they came to politics but were politicians first, wealthy men later. No claim is implied here that all the wealthy who are lawyers have been named, for that list would run into hundreds, or that the mere fact of being a lawyer is something wonderful. Quite a number of the wealthy and the well-to-do become lawyers, although not so many, it appears, as become corporation executives, project promoters, and non-profit administrators. The ruling class that members of the wealthier classes do often become corporation executives, administrators, lawyers, and appointed or elected officials, thereupon opening themselves to evaluation in terms of going standards of achievement, is hardly odd in the light of the concept in political science of a ruling class. Activists among the rich do seem to drift primarily into directorial, managerial, or similar executive-type functional posts. However, to suggest that the United States, where sovereignty in theory lies within the whole people, has a ruling class is ideologically heretical, repugnant to public school alumni, and is for the most part volubly and emphatically denied. It is, above all, quite contrary to public school indoctrination. For my part, I do not insist that the United States has a tight ruling class because there is often some ambiguity about what public activists in general are up to. Some appear confused themselves. Objections to the idea of an American ruling class generally seem to flow from misconceptions about the nature of rule, which in the United States is indirect, and also from the idea that a ruling class must be formally constituted, as by titled nobility with certain formal privileges and immunities. Objections also seem to stem from the notion that a ruling class, in order to exist, must be closed to outsiders, which, for example, the ruling class of England never was. But if a ruling class consists of people whose members veritably rule, a class whose imperative wishes and criteria largely order society, then it seems to me a case can be made that there is such a class in the United States, partly hereditary as to property and position and partly open to conforming newcomers. While not every member of a ruling class exercises rule, some being no more than detached observers and more or less graceful idlers, it is from such an established class that rulers may be selected. If rulers are those who lay down and enforce the rules, then it would seem that the United States has such a class. The only question remaining would be whether these rulers are publicly selected on the basis of sheer merit or attain their positions largely by means of wealth or hereditary position. Newcomers to rule in the United States, it will be noticed, must pretty much accept and implement already going values established by pre-existent rulers. A difference between being born into a ruling class and being accepted into it is that the newcomer must learn and adopt the general values of the ruling group. A man who works his way into the ruling group from the laboring class, and there have been and are such, does not ordinarily retain the values of his original class. He acquires, more or less, the values of his new associates. Like most converts, he is often more orthodox than a pope. Everett Dirksen, once a journeyman baker, does not have the outlook today of a journeyman baker. How, it may be asked, would one discern a member of a ruling class if there were such a class? The method, it seems to me, would be simple. One would notice whether or not he ruled and how much be ruled. In this sense there is certainly a ruling class in the United States, for radiating throughout the country are various wide jurisdiction chains of command, political, economic, cultural, and judicial, that always have someone at their heads. These headmen are, or seem to me, rulers. That there is something improper per se about such rulership, as is either directly charged or strongly implied in much leftist analysis, may be flatly denied. Social organization of any kind requires rule, and the fact that certain executive types from a small group assume rule derives as much from the passivity and incoherence of the masses as from any impropriety or inequity in arrangements, even though one concedes that anyone who has influence, either through the possession of money or established position, does have an inside track when it comes to establishing himself in a position of rule. But under any possible version of socialism, for example, there would be similar rulers, and, despite all cant about a democratic socialism, such rulers would tend increasingly to be drawn from a semi-professionalized self-perpetuating class, properly designated as privileged rulers. The idea that we have rulers is somewhat obscured by phrase makers who at least unconsciously are trying to hide the fact or to save the notion of popular sovereignty, which I unabashedly take to be simple nonsense in any possible social context. The vocabulary of concealment consists of words like executive, administrator, decision-maker, public servant, etc. The more direct and colloquial boss comes closer to the true state of affairs. That the American people choose their own rulers, at least in the political sphere, is an idea that will die hard no matter how carefully one shows that the choice almost always narrows down to two not very different hand-picked men who have been long nurtured in the political pipeline, gradually rising to the top. That the American people as a whole chose any president or other official in the sense of selecting him from among many possible can be dismissed as a notion beneath notice. What there is to public choice of political officials is negative and itself controlled. Anyone known, for example, to be an atheist, freethinker, socialist or, in many jurisdictions, a believer in divorce, or subject to a variety of other designations, will be rejected out of hand by the electorate because these words have been antecedently contextually placed as scare words. The public, without knowing it, is manipulated by its preconditioned emotional response to certain loaded words, often irrelevant to the man or issue. Such words are given their value content by dominant defining agencies, which are always in the hands of persons favoring the established order, members of a ruling class. It is not that people select among candidates as they are told. They limit their selection as they have been conditioned by definitions containing concealed value judgments. They are, then, mostly ruled from within themselves but by others who have antecedently determined their reactions. Far from being free men, they are puppets, prisoners of their indoctrination. Outside the directly political area, in corporations and private organizations, the case for the selection of rulers by popular choice has not even the most tenuous ground to stand on, and nobody at all argues for it. Yet corporate rules affect more people directly and immediately than governmental rules. And in the Catholic Church, by way of large example, the members have nothing to say about the selection of its personnel. As all rulers, men at the head of chains of command, either come from a class habituated to producing decision-makers or are strivers from the swamps and bayous who learn the same ways and vocabulary either in big organizations or government, the case is strong for at least entertaining the notion that there is in the United States a partially open ruling class oriented around its own special values. Among others, this class bicultural fiat rules out socialists, atheists, agnostics, and freethinkers, that is, as to the latter, people who make judgments only according to evidence. If one's mind is known so to operate, without prior commitment, one is a political pariah by decree, a strange political fact in a supposed free country. Jefferson could not be elected dog catcher today. In the United States, according to theory, one is only ruled with one's consent. Yet this is true only in the sense that, if one does not successfully resist, one consents. Nobody living ever had an opportunity to consent to the Constitution, to most of the laws on the books, or to more than an infinitesimal fraction of the officials and rules to which he is subject. There is, it is said, an orderly mechanism for changing any feature one may not like about political reality. As to this, it is well known that the mechanism is so complicated and cumbersome that one can pretty much forget about timely orderly change. If the need for doing anything whatever in the world had to be determined by the processes for legally amending the United States Constitution, for example, we would live in an almost frozen universe. Individual performance within a class, however, always differs, and even in a ruling class not all the members are like-minded, a fact which gives rise to differences about emphasis or policy. It is the outcome of policy that determines political achievement. But the fact that a man of wealth is carrying the ball at all in the political arena seems to me to represent political achievement unless it can be shown that B is, as in the self-proclaimed case of the late Senator Robert Kerr of Oklahoma, simply looking after his own economic interests from the vantage point of public office. Because the flood of hereditary wealth holders into public office since Roosevelt has consisted largely of university men, it does seem to me that they have generally brought with them a broader conception of public interest than many hard-bitten professional politicos or businessmen possess. Neither Roosevelt nor Kennedy played the narrow Wall Street game, although they were far from opposed to the general economic interests of wealth holders. They were also far from socialists or even soft-headed do-gooders. One will have to evaluate the performance of the rich in public office from one's own point of view. I say only that whatever they do, if they don't merely service themselves, represents effort and the assumption of responsibility, hence achievement. The fact that Winston Churchill was an upper-class Tory does not lessen the fact that he was a tremendous achiever beyond the call of ordinary duty. And the more like Churchill, Roosevelt, or Kennedy any politician is, the more of an achiever I take him to be. In saying a man is an achiever, one does not necessarily approve his achievement. One is not required to like an artist's picture, no matter how great an artist he may be. But the alleged achievement must be more than mere activity carried on for one's self-interest. Although his occupation may be onerous, a navel-gazer, or so it seems to me, cannot be rationally rated an achiever any more than can a miser. Beyond politics, publishing has attracted a number of the wealthy. Whether there is achievement here is determined, at least by me, in the light of whether the publishing has any constructive purpose beyond making money. Here one must look for some indication of intent as well as fulfillment. Where the intent is general enlightenment, and where this intent is to some appreciable extent attained, I would look upon the enterprise as an achievement of public value. Where the intent is obscurantic or merely commercial, one may disregard it, although it is probably always better that people read something than nothing. Publishing enterprises that have grown from scratch and that have made the owners wealthy, as in the cases of the Pulitzer, McCormick Patterson, and Oakes families, do not fall into the category of our interest. As to newspapers, it seems to me that Dorothy Schiff with the New York Post, the Eugene Myers family with the Washington Post, and the late Marshall Field III with the Chicago Sun-Times have taken over or started newspapers which they have inclined broadly toward civilized values. The late William Randolph Hearst, the wealthiest man ever in the newspaper field, seems to me to have turned in a negative achievement, for the most part pandering to mass weaknesses. John Hay Whitney, in a costly attempt to keep a revivified New York Herald Tribune afloat, made a particularly worthy effort in latter-day journalism, to be vanquished in 1966 by adverse circumstances. Under Whitney the Herald Tribune made notable contributions, to some of which allusion was made earlier. Unfortunately, there is not much in newspaper publishing as a whole, or the mass media in general, subject to evaluation as contributory achievement. As the Dean of the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism reports, of the 200 or so major papers, somewhere between 10 and 18 are generally ranked as excellent by such knowledgeable critics as reporters, editors, and journalism educators. With these figures I would concur. F.L. A few critics would raise the total to 30 or 40. Perhaps another 50 to 80 smaller dailies would be ranked as very good for their size. All of these would be so ranked because they are reasonably complete, thorough, dependable, enterprising, and fair in their news columns, regardless of editorial page views. At the other pole, a total of perhaps another 50 newspapers, large and small, would be ranked as bad newspapers, some because of a tendency to distort news to conform with the owner's prejudices, others because of sheer incompetence in reporting and editing, some because of both faults. Between these extremes, at levels ranging from poor to fair, lie the vast majority of American daily newspapers. 8. Most of the big newspapers, good or bad, are self-generated enterprises, not dependent on a wealthy sponsor so much as on commercial support by corporate advertisers. Marshall Field broadened his publishing effort by going heavily into the field of adult and children's reference and educational books, with notable success. More recently, a number of wealthy people have gone into book publishing, but, it seems to me, mainly for investment purposes. In the field of books in general, during the past 50 years, young men of some original small property have entered and achieved commercial as well as cultural publishing success, but as these have not until recently represented anything to be regarded as considerable established wealth, they do not belong in this account. In the early 1960s, Huntington Hartford, enamored of Broadway, launched the elaborate magazine show, a critical but not commercial success. It was soon relinquished. Paul Mellon's Bollingen Foundation has published or reprinted many books in the field of art and the humanities, worthwhile books that would otherwise not have appeared and highly esteemed by a critical few. Praise seems to me due in such a case. One of the most distinguished publishing enterprises founded and endowed by a wealthy man was the Loeb Classical Library of Greek and Latin Classics with English translations on facing pages. It was established by James Loeb, 1867–1933, Harvard, 88, a member of the banking firm of Kuhn, Loeb and Company until his retirement at the age of 34. Loeb in 1905 also founded the Institute of Musical Art, now part of the Juilliard School of Music, and established in Munich a clinic for psychiatric study, a man far ahead of his time. Many creative writers have been facilitated in the production of new works by fellowships issued for several decades by the Guggenheim Foundation, although this foundation would not be classifiable as a publishing enterprise. Wealth-financed writings are far more extensive than the uncontrolled productions of Guggenheim Fellows. Study grants are issued by many foundations, but one cannot uniformly regard the results as publishing achievements because, with the exception of occasional eye-opening works like Myrdal's An American Dilemma and Kinsey's 2 books on sexual behavior, they are often indirect apologies or rationalizations for existing states of affairs. Where contrafactual or misleading conclusions are put forth even unconsciously under the rubric of certified scholarship as links in a covered-in group celebration under a self-protecting mythology, they can be regarded, it seems to me, only very dubiously as achievements. There are such sponsored writings. Publications that in their various ways have represented non-commercial contributions to political and social understanding have been The Nation and The New Republic. The Nation was subsidized for many years by wealthy inheritor editor Oswald Garrison Villard and more recently published under James J. Starrow, Jr., son of the Boston banker, and The New Republic was assisted into being by Willard Straight of the J.P. Morgan firm. The Reporter, financed with Rosenwald money, has also turned in a distinguished non-commercial record. Dogmatic leftists tend to dismiss these publications because they are gradualist reformist in tendency. It is interesting to notice, though, that the leftist publications pick up most of their grist from publications such as these and the better newspapers, subjecting it to their own ideological interpretation. Without the better publications to rely upon for information, the editors of the left would be completely blind. Except for small enterprises run by artistic or intellectual groups, there is little or nothing of value in daily, weekly, or monthly publications that has not emerged as a consequence either of pure commercialism or of patronage by the more enlightened of the wealthy or affluent. Out of the masses themselves has come nothing in this line except fantastic religious, moralistic and political tracts. The Face on the Barroom Floor is an epic of this school. While some of the rich have stood forth as publishers, not many, as in the case of Curtis Bach, have distinguished themselves as writers. John F. Kennedy, to be sure, instantly comes to mind as a writer who with his profiles in Courage rang bells. He very evidently had it in him to function at least at the Lippmann-Reston level, or perhaps beyond, even had he been no more than a poor scholarship student in his youth. Money or no money, Kennedy was obviously a talented fellow. Money simply gave him a longer reach. Talented himself, he could recognize talent, something successful politicians are often unable to do. His obvious admiration for political courage, too, seemed to augur something in his political future that political and economic climbers tended to fear, lending color to the disputed view that his assassination was the outcome of a rightist conspiracy. If more than a very few of the wealthy have individually distinguished themselves as practicing journalists, I have not been able to pick up the trail from the dim record. There was, of course, Villard. 6 times married and divorced Cornelius Vanderbilt III, b. 1898, lists himself as an author, lecturer, cinematographer, and televisor and has served as a working reporter and then founder, publisher and president of Vanderbilt Newspapers, Inc., which briefly issued illustrated newspapers in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Miami. He was associate editor of Hearst's New York Mirror from 1925 to 1929 and has since worked as a columnist for many newspapers and periodicals. He is the author of more than 15 semi-popular, semi-autobiographical books, including Farewell to Fifth Avenue, 1935. As with most books by scions of the rich, readers appear to have been chiefly interested in Vanderbilt's autobiographical and insider revelations. This was true, too, in the case of Evelyn Walsh McLean's father struck it rich. Vanderbilt appears to me to have come the closest of one from a very rich family to being a professional writer and working editor. He was precisely that most of his adult life. I call anyone here a professional writer who habitually sets words down on paper for sale to the public. The definition implies no critical judgments. The literary set Mary Borden, Lady Spears, daughter born in 1886 of William Borden, the dairy products tycoon, comes the closest known, to me, of any higher strata American rich to being a critically extolled professional creative writer. Author of some 20 works, mostly fiction, her novels reveal a quiet but devastating wit according to William Rose Bennett's The Reader's Encyclopedia, 1955. There have been writers in some abundance from the propertied middle class, in possession of some modest private unearned income, Henry James, Clarence Day, Willa Cather, Ellen Glasgow, and others, but this is not the question. Anne Morrow Lundberg, daughter of a Morgan partner, should also be noticed as a writer of considerable distinction. Creative writers about the rich and the upper classes in the United States: Edith Wharton, Theodore Dreiser, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Frank Norris, Louis Auchincloss have not themselves been of the very wealthy strata, although Edith Wharton was definitely upper class in that she was of the Rhinelander pre-revolutionary family, wrote about some of the latter-day rich and was married to an affluent Bostonian. Auchincloss, as a big firm Wall Street lawyer with Yale and Groton in the background, I would place in the cultivated upper middle class rather than the plutocracy. Most writing, especially by scions of the post-Civil War industrial fortunes, has been in the form of memoirs, some of them emanating from literary ghosts. I conclude that few if any of the American big rich, excluding here descendants of early established New England mercantile families, have distinguished themselves as writers. I do not, however, assert that none of them has authored a book of some sort or written an essay. As to great editors taking as PAR for this course Joseph Pulitzer, Maxwell Perkins, H. L. Mencken, E. W. Howe, Henry Watterson, or almost anyone of a similar stripe, I would say the rich have produced none. Hearst would surely not rate performing and plastic arts in the performing and non-literary creative arts. One can pick up a name here and there, mostly from lower levels of wealth, but the record is rather meager. Albert Spalding, 1888–1953, a very fine violin virtuoso and composer, was a scion of the sporting goods family, and Mary Cassatt, 1845–1926, an esteemed painter especially of mothers and children, was the daughter of a banker and sister of the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Neither Spalding nor Cassatt, however, were from the top echelons of wealth. In the upper level of wealth is Gerald Felix Warburg, b. 1901, son of Felix M. Warburg and Frieda Schiff, and a distinguished performing cellist, formerly a member of the Stradivarius Quartet and known for his concertizing and involvement in musical enterprises. Here, too, should be mentioned James P. Warburg, son of Paul M. Warburg, the banker, and Nina J. Loeb, Kuhn, Loeb, who paralleled a career in investment banking and corporate management by authoring more than 30 books on aspects of economics, finance, politics, and public affairs, and found time to produce some books of verse, a literary geyser. There is, too, Edward M. M. Warburg, b. 1908, a social worker who has taught art, has participated in archaeological expeditions, and more recently has taken a directorial role in various cultural and charitable enterprises. The Warburgs, offshoots of a cultivated Anglo-German Jewish banking family, seem to me an untypical case, oriented more like certain descendants of earlier Boston mercantilists than latter-day industrialists, even though their center of activity has certainly been Wall Street. They were affluent, probably rich, before they came to the United States. Beyond this one has to search carefully for more candidates. Gloria Vanderbilt has had one-man shows in painting. That there are creative sparks within the Vanderbilt clan is also suggested by the fact that Harold S. Vanderbilt, premier international yachting champion, around 1925 invented the game of contract bridge, which is an achievement of the same order that one would surely acknowledge to the unknown developers of games like chess, checkers, and mahjong. Raymond Pitcairn, described in Who's Who as a lawyer, architect, and philanthropist, 1885–1966, president of the Pitcairn Company and a director of the family's inherited Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, one of the larger of the nation's industrial enterprises, was the architect of the Cathedral of the Bryn Athyn, Pennsylvania, Church of the New Jerusalem, Swedenborgian. He is the father of 8 children, including Nathan Pitcairn, born 1912, director of Pittsburgh Plate Glass and many other companies. Alfred Victor DuPont, born 1900, has been a career architect since 1930. Iron E. DuPont, Jr., born 1920, is a mechanical engineer with the family company. Many of the contemporary DuPonts, however, have had educations in science or engineering at schools such as Harvard, Yale, and MIT, and many are ensconced in family enterprises. John DuPont presents himself as a marine biologist as well as an Olympic athlete. In this book, reference to the DuPonts is only to the dominant owning group of E. I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, which since its reorganization in 1902 is what gave this group its money power. Members of this group have largely concerned themselves with business, finance and, indirectly, politics. In politics they provided the backbone of the opposition to Roosevelt's New Deal. The family as a whole is much more extensive than the Chemical Kings and has been traced genealogically by 2 family members, obviously imbued with familial mystique. 9 as of 1949 the genealogy showed 1,035 descendants of Pierre Samuel DuPont de Nemours, some of the 8th generation. 10 the first known ancestor of the line leading to Pierre Samuel, there being other branches, was Jehan DuPont, baptized at Rouen on February 22, 1565. 11. The French DuPonts were inscribed generally on local rollbooks as bourgeois, so that the family may be said to have been officially middle class until the emergence of a section of it on the latter-day Upper Finpolitan circuit of plutocracy. As a middle-class family it included a considerable number of non-business achievers, a fact not germane to this inquiry about the wealthy of a later day. Nor is this inquiry concerned with any of the non-corporation DuPonts, most of whom interestingly do not bear the surname of DuPont at all. One would not, for example, associate the name of Lawrence Sven Anderson, b. 1944, with that of DuPont, yet his mother was Rosina DuPont, who traces back directly to Pierre Samuel, 1739–1817. Nor would one at first blush be inclined to designate Washington Irving, Jr. b. 1952, as a DuPont, but he too is a direct descendant of Pierre Samuel. And so it goes with many others who do not bear the DuPont name. 12. Medicine. In medicine we find William Larimer Mellon, a specialist in tropical diseases who has served the natives in the West Indies, and Henry Clay Frick too, grandson of the Iron Master, a physician and surgeon specializing in gynecology. If there are any other medical men from heavily moneyed strata, they have escaped my notice. As to medicine in general today, without any reference to those two valued practitioners, a variety of investigators has shown that it has become pretty much a lush prerogative of the middle class, members of which dominate it as a recently lucrative field. The great discoveries of selfless medical scientists have, by and large, been capitalized along conspicuously lucrative lines by striving middle-class people. 13. It is the belief of some investigators that the present need to finance a medical education privately out of middle-class resources operates to exclude men of genuine talent from lower levels of society and to proliferate business-oriented unthorough doctors whose strictly middle-class economic outlook obviously dominates the policies and expressions of the American Medical Association. Doctors, it is implied by many dicta of this association, should properly function on a strictly individual cost plus average rate of high profit basis all the traffic will bear. Although wealthy men sometimes marry their nurses, I was unable to find any women from wealthy families serving as professional nurses, but such a fact might be difficult to detect. Some wealthy women do serve as nurses' aides in home communities and during wartime. Most nurses of whatever degree probably serve mainly out of economic necessity in an ill-rewarded field. Despite immoderate public expressions of esteem for them, nurses in the United States are generally treated as lower servants. Public performers, wealthy men and women, not infrequently marry theatrical performers and opera stars, but there are few cases of a wealthy man or woman becoming a professional performer. One of these few cases was Grace Kelly, born 1929, who became a prize-winning film star and then Princess Grace of Monaco. She is the daughter of wealthy Philadelphia contractor John B. Kelly. More recently there has emerged film star Dina Merrill, daughter of serial heiress Marjorie Merriweather Post. Similarly, wealthy people are sometimes sportsmen in the sense of following or bankrolling some sport such as horse racing or yachting, but one rarely finds one as a competitive participant like yachtsman Harold S. Vanderbilt in rough and tumble big league action. Except for youngsters in college sports, hardly any stand forth under my scrutiny as athletes. Grace Kelly's father was a sculling champion despite the newspaper-fostered national cult of athleticism. Many of the wealthy, of course, play golf and tennis, but they simply don't rate on the big trophy circuit. In general, the Hollywood, Broadway and athletic circuits are dominated by people who came up from the non-propertied depths of nonentity. Some of these, of course, have hit it big financially and hobnob happily with the well-heeled in feverish café society. Scientists, scholars, and philosophers, nobody from a conspicuously rich established family was found in a possibly imperfect search among scientists or scholars as these are listed in American Men of Science, the Physical and Biological Sciences, 3 volumes, 11th edition, R. Boker Co., New York, 1965, and American Men of Science, the Social and Behavioral Sciences, Loth edition, the Jakes Cattell Press, Inc., Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona, 1962. In the 4-volume Directory of American Scholars, R. Boker Co., New York, 1963, there is listed Corliss Lamont, son of a one-time leading Morgan partner, as a writer on contemporary and philosophical affairs. Among various books he is perhaps best known for his The Philosophy of Humanism, 1957. One would not deny that a few scientists, scholars, philosophers, or educators may have sprung from families of lesser property, perhaps up to $1 million by value, but I have been able to devise no system for readily locating those who trace a line of descent on the distaff side. In general, the record as I scan it suggests that few people of noticeable wealth go into science, scholarship, education, medicine, journalism, the judiciary, philosophy, or the arts, that is to say, they shun subtle detail work all the way from managing their own accounting systems on upward. Some men on the make, however, like the original Rockefeller, have a genius for detail that reminds one of extremely self-demanding artists. Echelons of command activists among the rich, as distinguished from the more or less graceful and here and there civilized idlers, tend to surge toward positions of broad command in corporations, non-profit cultural, social and artistic organizations and in government, in this last recalling Aristotle's observation about the penchant of the rich for political office. There they do what they can to lay out and enforce broad lines of policy within which the detail work of others will bear the requisite fruit. The wealthy may finance the detail work that goes into the creation of an instrument like television and may finally finance its launching. They thereafter determine, in concert with up-and-comers, how it shall be used as an instrument of general enlightenment or an instrument for selling merchandise at a profit. While compromises are worked out to meet the objections of churlish dissenters, anyone is free to see where the emphasis falls and what the level of appeal is. From the universities to the corporations and cultural organizations, the wealthy and their chosen aides supervise the detail workers. In their various positions of command, the supervisors are known as executives, administrators, directors, publishers, trustees, sponsors, officials, community leaders, philanthropists, and public servants. I imply no criticism here, simply point to the fact that activity and achievement among the rich at any level usually boil down primarily to concern with ordering the surrounding state of affairs and directing detail work along soundly approved lines of profitability. I do not deny but indeed assert, while pointing to Franklin D. Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy, that such concern may visualize improvement in the surrounding state of affairs rather than keeping them soundly headed toward the rocks. Yet, whether it represents improvement, deterioration, as C. Wright Mills contended, or the maintenance of the status quo, it shows the area of major interest. The active rich and upcoming rich, as far as one can judge from the available record, are far less interested in understanding, improving or embellishing the world than in running it, at times running it close to the rocks, as when the German industrialists embraced Hitler, or as when American financiers thrust the United States into World War I. The World of Celebrity, The Celebrity Register, edited by Cleveland Amory, Harper & Row, New York, 1963, lists people as noteworthy according to the amount of space they are given in the mass media. Among the rich there mentioned one finds Douglas Dillon, Donald Douglas, Angier Biddle Duke, Doris Duke, Irene DuPont, Cyrus Eaton, Henry J. Kaiser, Sherman Fairchild, Marshall Field IV, D., Harvey S. Leonard, Raymond and Russell Firestone, Randolph and William Randolph, Jr., Hearst, Henry, Benson, William C. and Mrs. Edsel Ford, Paul and Richard King Mellon, John Pillsbury, Alfred G. Cornelius, Jr., Gloria and Harold S. Vanderbilt, all the Rockefeller brothers and Javud Palki Sears. Bobo, Rockefeller, Ogden Reed, Walter P. Chrysler, Amon Carter, Jr., Dorothy Schiff, Lady and John Jacob Astor of England, Henry Crown, Lamont DuPont Copeland, August Bush, and a medley of others. In combing through the list of the rich who are also celebrated by percipient editors, one does not encounter any significantly additional names relating to notable personal achievement and, indeed, one notes many omissions. This question of achievement has arisen, I remind the reader, for two reasons. 1. It is part of standard public relations ideology that the big fortunes are used in all ways for public support, and 2. the criteria of achievement are applied in general most forcefully by the rich to others. What I am doing, heretically, is applying the standards to them. I mention this because it should not be inferred that I myself value achievement as such, and in and of itself, very highly. There is much to be said along the line of Bertrand Russell's in praise of idleness. As far as people in general are concerned, I personally value them first for general amiability, which I consider beyond price, and after that for such higher cultivation as they may have acquired. A man amiable and cultivated seems to me the limit of what one can ask for in a human being. If he is also creative, he is, patently, ineffable. The achiever, as it is now known, is usually a person psychologically programmed or impelled to function in a certain way and possessing the ability to satisfy his impulsion. It is, however, part of the middle-class cult of personality to celebrate immoderately the carrier of such often purely fortuitous programming. A man's specific achievement, as far as that goes, is often greater or lesser than he is, a fact sensed by those achievers who draw back from public acclaim not so much out of modesty as uneasiness with the personal judgment of which they are the objects. Although achievement is a splashy middle-class value, it is applied most rigorously by the rich, who bring it to bear on others far more rigorously than I have applied it to them in this chapter, where at times I have inwardly quailed at the thought of how purists would look upon the free Catholicity of some of my inclusions. As I explained initially, however, I do not pretend to be applying the canons in all their rigor, but will take almost anything offered. What the rich generally demand in all things of direct concern to them is perfection, from food, clothing, drink, raiment, and shelter to expertise in all skills of which they feel need. This is readily seen in the food and service in their clubs and restaurants and in the arrangements in their own hospitals. Where the rich congregate and bestow their patronage, everything is offered according to tip-top standards. It is the same when it comes to choosing skills for their cultural and economic enterprises. In the plastic arts, what they clearly want is the best, for which they pay astronomical prices. On the cultural front, standards, particularly technical, are most rigorously imposed, on students and faculty alike. In the key universities, as one traces the chain of command upward, one arrives finally at the Board of Trustees, where the familiar names of the rich, absent farther down, begin to occur with frequency and regularity. The more prestigious the university, the more frequently do outstanding names in science and scholarship appear among the faculty, Nobel laureates or men of comparable lofty stature. The higher one ascends among the graduates, from the cum laudes to the magna cum laudes and on to the summa cum laudes, the more rigorous are the applied standards. It is the same among the big corporations, which skim the cream of the physicists, chemists, and engineers. Who wishes to invest money in a skyscraper if it is going to turn out to be another leaning tower of Pisa? In brief, only the best is wanted, except perhaps in social analysis. Many are called, few are chosen. Throughout society, ordered from on high, the screws are tight as to 1. Technical standards of production and service, and 2. Rates of pay for all subordinates. The consequence is that the United States is a high-tension society, invisibly and almost insensibly imposing upon all achievers demanding standards of performance and upon the labor force minimal rates of pay in the name of strictest economy and efficiency. It would clearly be inefficient as well as uneconomical to pay more than was required according to the unbreakable law of supply and demand. Hence, when rare skills are required by the ruling group at this point, we can stop all fencing and notice that we are, in fact, confronted by a quite small ruling group. More bearers of these rare skills are produced, thus bringing into play the law of supply and demand. It would not do to have only 500 or so physicists in the country, each of whom could command an exorbitant salary comparable to that of a corporation chairman, and possibly tax-exempt. It is better to produce thousands of physicists so that few can expect a salary above that of, say, an assistant bank cashier. It is a curious fact in the United States that some of the rarest and most difficult skills as of a creative mathematician are paid for on a very low scale. Einstein, we recall, got $16,000, whereas far less rare skills, such as in the imposing of rules and standards, are relatively well rewarded. True savants in the United States are far more of the order of menial servants than they themselves suspect. Although rejecting and resenting it when applied to themselves, the rich in general make full use of the instrument of criticism, in their own service. While this can be shown in many directions, it appears most readily in the matter of politics. Not only is criticism sharp here, but it is oriented not philosophically, according to reason, but along lines of naked and narrow self-interest. The politician who pursues under necessity some unfamiliar course, such as Franklin Roosevelt, is subjected to the most unsparing and ungenerous appraisal. No holds are barred. A Norman Thomas is hooted off the rostrum. If it is one of the functions of criticism to encourage the performer to do better, it must follow that a function of criticism of the rich is to enable them to do better as they expect everyone to do, from waiters and busboys on upward to presidents. Achievement as a value. The important value of achievement is directly imposed on American society largely by pushful products of the lower middle class who have received the nod from on high to occupy executive posts throughout the mass media, the great carriers of values in our day. Any competent news editor can determine in a flash how noteworthy anyone is. His is an important function, for he decides how much valuable space can with maximum economic efficiency be allotted to anyone. He achieves his end by drawing upon wide background knowledge and evaluating how wealthy a person is, how elevated his position in the social hierarchy, or the proper dimension of his apparent objective achievement. He believes he is governed by audience interest. That this is not so can be proved by showing that many of his emphases are of interest to no very wide audience. Attaining the presidency, winning a Nobel Prize, getting some championship, hitting a record number of home runs, or writing a Broadway hit are instantly recognized pretty indiscriminately as big achievement. He has more difficulty in presenting some important scientific breakthrough. Not that many really care, as those know very well who make these measurements. Not to have money, position, or some approved tangible achievement to one's credit is to be a nobody, an employee at most, subject to downplay in the news columns unless one commits some titillating indiscretion or stupefying horror. There are those moralists who carefully explain that such facile valuation is mistaken, that the widow suffering with lumbago and sciatica who rears 6 children to become solid citizens is as good as anyone, perhaps better. One may agree, but, as they say in electoral politics, if you have to explain just how good somebody really is, you are lost. One either sees the point instantly against the background of accumulated values, as the news editor sees it, or never. Attention wanders as the moralists drone on hollowly that every person is invested with high human dignity and is of infinite inherent value. As anyone can see by looking about him, in terms of established going values this is just not so. Operationally it is pure bunk. In terms of applied going values, most people are crashing nobodies. Eccentrically applying this same scale of going values to the rich, as they are applied to everybody else, produces results approximately of the order I have indicated in this chapter. The activists among the rich are not achievers so much as commanders, and through their intricate public relations system project their positions of command as superlative achievements. A man is not an industrialist because he possesses some recondite skill denied to other men, he is an industrialist because he possesses and commands capital. And so it is with most of the roles the rich play. Put another way, give many other men the same cards and they could play the same hand, perhaps to better effect, surely not to worse. Achievement and the middle class achievement in general appears to be a middle class prerogative. The rich, as William H. Vanderbilt observed, do not appear motivated by any particular ambition, other than to rule. They are brought up to feel that they have already somehow made the grade. The poor and near poor, having all they can do to keep their heads economically above water, cannot aspire even in fantasy to much in the way of achievement except possibly in sports or entertainment. Becoming a soft shoe dancer or a professional ball player represents perhaps the zenith of aspiration among some of the more ambitious of the younger poor. In the middle classes, lower middle class being those with non-taxable estates, higher middle with taxable estates up to whatever level one would consider wealthy, let us provisionally say $1 million, there is just enough feeling of scarcity to suggest that something more might be desirable and enough feeling of attainment to lead to the belief that more might be achieved along some line. It is in this social stratum that dreams are born of becoming big corporation executives, big lawyers, big scientists, novelists, college presidents, scholars, roving journalists, and super salesmen. The middle classes invariably have something to begin with but often feel capable of more distinctive performance. Not, as it is commonly said, that they are mere status strivers, although there are those, too. They do, however, have a base from which to launch operations, if only in the direction of money-making or attaining position. The only way most of the poor feel they might make some money beyond the subsistence level is by winning against heavy odds in a sweepstakes, finding oil, or robbing a bank. For the really poor man, embedded in a poverty culture, the outlook for personal achievement is bleak. He needs constant help and encouragement of the kind available to its members from within the middle class. Sure, you can be a big engineer. Look at so and so and so and so. All you need do is stick to your studies and pick up some good connections. Both the rich and the poor lack the balanced tension for achievement found in the middle class, often to the undoing of its more taught members. So, although I don't decry the slender evidences of achievement within the wealthier classes, some of whom are at least percipient enough to underwrite and finance achievement in others, it is a fact that it doesn't amount to very much and is concentrated within the less well-heeled middle classes. This conclusion has bearing from a different direction on the contention out of public relations metaphysics that the big fortunes in one way or the other are really great public benefactions, largely devoted to public good works. That this contention is prevalent may be seen by noticing the designation by newspapers of nearly all wealthy men as philanthropists. Some may be here and there but surely not all. As we have seen, only 8% of all donation Indiana, the neighborhood of an aggregate $10 billion annually, comes from foundations, 50% of all public giving goes to religious institutions and amounts, in fact, to the price of support of untaxed church services. There remains 42% or about $4.2 billion, spread around among community funds and special purpose charitable and medical organizations to which the public in general contributes. Achieving saviors put forth from among the big fortune holders, then, appear to be few. If there were any Mozarts or pastors among them, it would be evident that the public was receiving gifts beyond price, but I could find none, although I stand ready to be corrected on the point by any one of the many articulate admirers and supporters of the rich. While it may be that the American rich, compared with the European rich, have devoted more lucre to good works, it is nevertheless true that they have had more to parcel out, and what they have parceled out has not been great proportionately. Even if one concedes without further ado the acts of the 12 largest foundation donors as unquestionably and unchallengeably disinterested and publicly supportive, they, as it happens, do not turn out to be much in bulk. Most of the cash revenues of the active and inactive among the rich seem to me devoted to supporting a life of luxury and ease amid surrounding conditions of pressing need. Not that what is devoted to luxurious living represents out-of-pocket deprivation of the poor, or that the latter would be sustained if only they had these revenues. Such a contention would not stand up under analysis. What fosters the great disparity between the wealthy few and the impoverished many is public policy. Although some of the wealthy disagree with important aspects of this public policy, the wealthy and the near wealthy as a class use their considerable influence to maintain it in their own interest. It is not that they take from the poor what belongs to the poor, but that they sponsor, support and underwrite public arrangements, such as the tax structure, that makes any different outcome impossible. With the tax structure, merely one detail among many, the price system is another, rigged against him the way it is almost impossible now for any member of the labor force even to save his way into the economic middle class. The tax bite on earned incomes is much too great in the garrison state. Even with smaller taxes, most members of the labor force would be unable to save their way out of it because, hazards apart, the system of advertising consumer goods often operates upon them with coercive effect. Able himself to resist the blandishments of the advertisers, an employee finds that his wife and children more readily succumb, importune him to make rash purchases for their delight, and put him in the position of a niggardly churl for counseling prudence. All the other families in the neighborhood have one, why should we be different? Given the choice between being intelligent economic man or compliant good father, he usually chooses the latter role and becomes, as the news editors will say, Mr. Nobody. He complains, may console himself with strong drink but always gives in. In the end, he has not made the grade but is given a gold watch for 40 years service before being ushered off to live on less than $100 per month Social Security. His children often look on him as a flop, speak of him disparagingly. In their influence over public policy, the rich and their power elite, then, are not successful merely through being devilishly clever or unscrupulous. They are usually successful because their natural victim, or, better perhaps, bystander, the mass man about whom reformers are continually concerned, is passive, relaxed, psychologically conditioned to submission and usually broadly untutored. He irrationally favors, in fact, many aspects of policy that are most disadvantageous to him. While there is much else to be said pro and con about mass man, he nevertheless shows these broad characteristics. 1. Since infancy he has been indoctrinated by parents and parental substitutes to believe there is a supernatural power on which he can safely rely. The Lord will provide, it is said, although it is not said just what provision he will make. Those who sincerely believe they are supernaturally protected do not apparently feel it necessary to rely on their own wits. Owing to the belief, probably well-founded, that religion makes most people readily tractable, the state exempts religious institutions from taxation as an adjunct to its more direct police powers. Whatever is tranquilizing on the masses is generally approved by social managers. Conservatives, stand-patters, and reactionaries invariably extol religious belief as a political support, and this was well exemplified in the inaugural address of Ronald Reagan as Governor of California when he said, "Belief in and dependence on God is absolutely essential. It will be an integral part of our public life as long as I am governor. No one could think of carrying on with our problems without the help of God." 14. For this reason critics of the established order, radicals and many liberals who would wish to change or modify it see religion as part of the political process of keeping the common man in chains and submissive to higher secularists, often in clerical garb. The issue as between conservatives and radicals is not whether God exists, for this question is of interest to neither, but what the effect is on the populace of belief or disbelief in God. Religion is seen by both equally as an adjunct to repression and inhibition. What is perhaps most significant about sincere religious belief with respect to its influence on political and economic attitudes is this: if one, for example, can believe without any difficulty in the virgin birth of Jesus and that Jesus walked on the waters, changed water into wine and performed other unnatural acts, then one will experience little difficulty in accepting Everett M. Dirksen and Lyndon B. Johnson, to name no others, as great statesmen, and little difficulty in believing that some 59-cent cosmetic will make one irresistible to the opposite sex. A social effect of religion, at least in its cruder forms, is that it fosters widespread public credulity, makes a wide public sitting ducks for political and economic short-change artists. As people joyfully sing "Washed in the Blood of the Lamb," they are beset by thousands of invisible vampires. Offended by this spectacle, the skeptic turns away. 2. He has been schooled to believe sincerely that he lives under a government as nearly perfect as the subtlest mind of man can devise. Indeed, the better his schooling and the more apt a student he has been in elementary and secondary grades on the subject of government, the more widely he has been misled. For what has been presented to him, at least in the best schools, has been razor exact in its formalism. Although formally true, most of the lessons he has learned on the subject of government have been intrinsically and deeply false, or at least misleading. The difference between government as he has learned about it and government as practiced is the difference between a battle plan on which troops have been briefed and the actual battle. What is in the latter that was not in the plan are blood, pain, pillage, destruction, cries of agony and death. The plan is neat, its execution is sheer havoc. The American governmental system, I do deeply believe, is beautifully rational in its structure. It implicitly assumes that all will be well if everyone, equally endowed, is intelligently self-protective. What throws it askew, however, is that people are neither equally endowed by nature or law. Paradoxically, one might say that the system was devised by dogmatic, somewhat myopic rationalists. 3. On top of this religio-political indoctrination, he is given most of his information about daily affairs not by experts but by the daily press, which many analyses have shown to be deficient. While a close reading of 6 to a dozen of the best newspapers at home and abroad will give one a close approximation to much relevant contemporary truth, few people can give the time to such reading and, even if they were fully intelligent, they would not always be well served. During World War I, for example, a close reading of all the best papers in the United States and Europe would not have given one so much as an inkling of the true causes, origins, and aims of the war. Historians had to ferret out the facts later. In consequence of the foregoing, among other things, we get Mencken's bourgeoisie, Barnum's suckers, my own handicapped dependents. The man of affairs, however, either rich or up-and-coming, usually has a different background. He has not, first, been successfully indoctrinated with the idea that he can rely on a higher power. He is more apt to believe that the Lord helps those who help themselves, or that the Lord is a neutral referee. As to schooling, he has usually pursued it further to the advanced level that introduces comparative government and problems in American government, or he has heard government talked about in skeptical terms at home. Whether he studies government in college or from the vantage point of a law school, he becomes aware there is much fine print about exceptions and variations to be absorbed. There are many buts. The whole thing does not operate according to the broad strokes of elementary summaries. There are, as it turns out, smoke-filled backrooms where men of easy virtue bargain with tight abandon for imperial stakes. Any high-level course in problems of American government quickly acquaints the student with the fact that the governmental system is shot through with difficulties and contradictions. In many situations and circumstances the system will no more save or protect the individual than the deity to which daily prayers are directed. People of affairs, particularly wealthy people, do not rely on the newspapers, even the best newspapers, for information upon which to act. They employ their own research staffs and subscribe to many expensive informational services unknown to the general public. A clerk, for example, may read about a stock in some publication and decide to commit a large percentage of his slender capital to its purchase. A wealthy man has a staff or a specialist study such a stock and, if he buys at all, commits to it only a small portion of his capital, perhaps less than 1%. It is, then, natural that when any popular interest enters the public arena against any particular or combined money interest, it is much like a muscle-bound amateur entering the ring against a lithe battle-wise champion. It is only a question of what round the amateur will go down in or by what margin he will be outpointed. The champion can deliver the result anyway, and on order. He can even, if this seems politically desirable, allow himself to be knocked out in some contest where the issue is minor, giving the popular faction a sense of triumph for a change. Such popular victories turn out to be no title contests. Winning or losing them makes no fundamental difference. The dice, in brief, are loaded by, shall we say, destiny. Instead of the rich being irresistible exploiters, then, as Marxists present them, the situation as a whole is much more like a sadomasochistic process with one small group internally programmed for command and the other, much larger, for gratifying submission. While the outcome of submission is not widely relished, the process of submission itself appears to be pleasing to most people. In Barnum's words, they are born suckers. They like to salute. Freud looked upon all civilization as a process of necessary repression. Most of this repression is achieved by psychological means through the uptraining of children in certain ways by parents and parental substitutes. Where such training fails and overt rebels against the system of repression appear, the police and the military stand ready. They carry out direct repression. What happens within these systems of repression at different periods and places is that certain small classes arise, identify themselves with rule, and turn the whole mechanism of necessary repression to their personal advantage. Necessary repression, expressed in law, becomes the mechanism behind which they carry on repression in their own interests. Law and order, desirable in general, mean in the light of special emphases wealth or affluence for a few, poverty for many. For the people in charge of the instruments of repression in time are emboldened to make more and more exceptions in their own immediate interests, as in the case of the medieval popes. What was forbidden to everyone else was allowed, off the record, to the Pope. Who was there, after all, to say him nay? 16. The cream of the quest. The various attitudes and dispositions of the wealthy coterie, the up-and-coming, the active and established, the playful and the idly parasitic, artistic contrast on the social scene to the lethargic parasitic poor, obviously have some sort of general end in view or goal. For a man ordinarily seeks to attain or retain great wealth for some more tangible reason than simple social security, which the American rich have achieved to an absurd and perhaps self-defeating degree. As seems evident, the common reason for attaining and retaining wealth, as displayed in specific careers, is to lead some personally determined insulated version of the good life. Considerable independence of others is an invariable hallmark of the good life as delineated by the rich. Power itself creates a barrier between those who possess it and those who do not. As all of the rich have far more choices open to them than the non-rich in selecting personal roles and scheduling their time, the way they live should at least shadow forth their conception of how one should properly live. Manifestly, if they thought it a hardship to sleep in a gold-canopied bed in a mansion, they could, exercising free choice, instead sleep in a bowery doorway, under a haystack, or in a cabin small by a waterfall. Some, in fact, prefer to sleep, occasionally at least, in remote hunting lodges or on damp, unsteady yachts. As far as that is concerned, they could, exercising choice, retire to a monastery on a cold Himalayan slope or join, or even buy, a circus. A few, to be sure, have satisfied profound inclinations by buying Broadway shows and square-rigged sailing ships. Yet, despite the wide range of material choices open to them, recipes for living among the rich are so restricted and familiar as to have become historical clichés. Their general style of living has changed little since the days of the pharaohs, both absolutely and relatively to the rest of society. The personal life of a rich man in truth is rather cut and dried and pretty much follows a long-standing script. It is about as stylized and full of surprises as a minuet. Within a rather narrow range one can accurately predict his moves, from collecting expensive objects to breeding horses and dogs. To be rich and not a collector is to be a fairly rare bird. Certain broad patterns of living can be clearly discerned among the rich. Although one may be a total abstainer and another a sturdy boozer, one may prefer blondes and another exotic non-Caucasians. It is no doubt because life for the rich is historically routinized, holding few surprises either enchanting or terrifying, that so many of them become addicted to gambling, from the stock market to the casino and horse race. Except for those who play out their gambling drive in politics or forms of business rulership, many of them are patently subject to boredom, as many photographs show. While I would not go so far as to say that all of the rich are bored all of the time, boredom has historically been one of the occupational hazards of the upper classes, for people who have seen nearly everything and satisfied inclinations as much as they could each day acquire a considerable feeling of déjà vu. Unlike the common run of employee, they have, for example, never had the unexpected thrill of being suddenly called to account. They have never suddenly been told, "You're fired," a dramatic experience known to thousands of poorer men, including university presidents. Unlike the very poor, they are not, even rarely, bemused by unexpected kindness or consideration, for they have learned to expect such attitudes from others, especially from officials and personnel, and might, perhaps, be diverted rather than otherwise moved by some rare outburst of rudeness that would annoy a humbler man. Some of the rich no doubt get some release from boredom by reading the overheated Marxist press and learning what aspiring back-alley commissars have in store for them. But such roaring historic adventure on the guillotine, they no doubt sadly realize, is not to be for them. They are fully aware of all the overlapping mechanisms of social control, from the Holy Ghost and the local schools to the police and the military, to say nothing of privately retained legislators and eager beaver rank-and-file vigilantes ever ready to show their patriotic zeal by harassing bedraggled dissenters. Whatever their orientation either as actives or passives on the social scene, the rich are all affected, almost without their knowledge, by the concentrated dynamic of money. Their assets, as it were, are constantly sending out invisible impulses to them to make some move, make some move, make some move. To get away from the compulsively hypnotic influence of these assets is seemingly, for nearly all, virtually impossible. They are as trilbies to the Svengali of their money. This is readily seen in the cases, always fulsomely reported, of people who unexpectedly come into large properties, either by inheritance or by winning some sweepstakes. As soon as happy news of the good fortune is received, there must be a celebration with champagne, cigars, and immoderate quantities of delicatessen goodies. Under the questioning of reporters, the lucky recipient, delivered from an impecunious hell, must relate what he intends to do with his windfall. He is sometimes baffled at first, but the world insistently demands an answer, and it is clear that he must do something with the money. To refuse it out of hand would be manifest folly. So we see that the money is already prodding him, and will keep on prodding until the day it is all gone. He can spend it all rapidly, and some have done just this, or he can more prudently bank it and spend only the income, thus reserving its magic power for disposition over a wider section of space and time. If he does this, he has almost insensibly moved upward in the socio-economic structure, joined the bourgeoisie. No case has yet been reported, although there may have been one, of a man informed that he had just come into an unexpected $5 million who, making a note of it, nonchalantly sauntered off to keep a dental appointment and to pick up some chopped meat for his dog on the way home. Nor has any case yet been reported of a man, telephoning a friend, who near the end of the conversation says something like, "By the way, George, I've just been surprised to learn I've come into $5 million." Such recipients, to the contrary, usually start sending excited messages to all points of the compass. Most of the rich, whether they arrived by their own scheming or have inherited, are not thus taken by surprise. It was always understood by most of them that they were going to be rich as soon as some older relative passed to his reward. While no great alteration is required in the style of life of such, they, too, have it gradually borne in upon them by bankers, lawyers, wives, and friends that they are under some irresistible compulsion to make moves in which their money plays a major role, something like the queen in a game of chess. Few new heirs, if any, find that they can ignore or even tranquilly contemplate from afar their newly acquired assets. They are suddenly burdened with problems, an investment problem, a tax problem, a political problem, a donation problem, a general living problem. Where to spend the summer? The winter? Spring and fall? And what of the difficult periods between seasons, where there is an overlap? And what to wear? What clothing? Who to see and not see? A generalization that applies with hardly an exception to all of the rich is that asceticism is rarely if ever an ingredient in their personal scheme of affairs. Not that it should be, it just is not. Rather is it the case that however the life of one rich person may differ from that of another, both live at the opposite pole from asceticism. The elder J.P. Morgan was quite a bon vivant, a swinger, and Rockefeller was a teetotaler and homebody, yet Rockefeller, among other things, maintained 4 palatial estates, one for each season of the year, from Maine to Florida. Although a tight-lipped Baptist elder, he was far from monkish. The personal life of the rich, almost without exception, comes down to sensory gratification on a grand scale, gratification attained in the light of standards generally considered luxurious. A simplistic material determinism seems to rule their lives as by an iron law. Here and there, it is true, have been persons frugal to the point of miserliness, such as Hetty Green, but in general the rich are found to live according to popular conceptions of extreme luxury, even though one may be comparatively restrained and another an obvious sybarite. They do, broadly, precisely what the average man in the street would do, neither more nor less, were he on their lofty pecuniary perch. What one may say in the most extreme criticism of them is that they are so ordinary, so common, so vulgar, yet placed in positions of extraordinary advantage. Far more than they themselves suppose, they are automatons, moved one way or the other almost always by considerations of money. To find a rich man, apart from an occasional eccentric inventor, living a life largely unmotivated by his money is, as I believe the record shows, a virtual impossibility. Successful inventors, yes; others, no. The gorgeous setting. What unquestionably first strikes the most indolent observer about the personal lives of the rich compared with the non-rich is the opulence of their residential settings. These lush habitations, contrary to many hurried commentators, have more than a titillating value for outsiders. They are, I submit, deeply symbolic of a self-conception and of actual objective social status. They are, contrary to the eagle-eyed Veblen, more than an exercise in ostentatious display and conspicuous consumption. They are, in fact, a dead giveaway of what it is all about. Since the time of the pharaohs, and no doubt even before, the head man in the kingdom always had the biggest house, a palace, and with the advent of progress in utilizing labor he came to have many palaces suitable to the different seasons of the year and different moods. The supporting nobility and priesthood had lesser but sufficiently palatial habitations, and it was only as some of these came to have more to say in ruling the realm that their homes began to rival in size that of the monarch. At the risk of provoking the bargain basement sages into charging that I am oversimplifying, let me say it plainly on the line: the people with the most say-so have always had the largest and most elaborate domiciles. Big house historically means big man in the realm; conversely, small house means nobody in the realm. As direct survivals of this tradition, embellished by Roman emperors, Louis XIV, the Tsars and a few others, we today see the Pope, spiritual ruler over some 500 million precious immortal souls, living in a series of huge palaces, one of which is set in his own small city. We see the figurehead kings and queens of England still housed in extraordinarily large houses, some approaching the size of the Kennedy's Merchandise Mart in Chicago. And we see the successors to the Tsars living in the Kremlin, no shack. From time to time a vast residence has been awarded at the expense of the realm to someone who has been of signal service to the rulers, as in the case of huge Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, England, awarded in Queen Anne's reign to John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, for his victory in 1704 over the French and Bavarians at the decisive Battle of Blenheim in Bavaria. Winston Churchill spent much of his boyhood in this truly imperial edifice. A very big house, then, or a series of big houses, means historically that the inhabitant is either a ruler or one very closely associated with rule. It is never, never, never the case that anyone functionally or otherwise dissociated from rule, anyone such as an artist, philosopher, civil service official or scientist, inhabits such a big house except as a guest. The big houses, then, are the outward signs writ plain of a class habituated to rule, reminding us of the principle of Roman law, cui bono? As the United States does not have anything like a ruling class, according to an extensive assortment of fully housebroken professors, we are confronted here by an apparent anomaly. People who in theory have no more to say about governance than the ordinary truck driver somehow inhabit some of the choicest and most expensive establishments of all history. In American political theory, to be sure, the rulers are fundamentally the whole people, who from time to time duly elect their representatives. These latter, if anyone, are held to be the real rulers. Yet these putative real rulers, unless they already belong to the very rich class, never inhabit dwellings of comparable opulence even if they reach the White House, which is itself a comparatively modest affair with a short-term lease. When American presidents leave office they almost invariably return to relatively unimposing dwellings. Eisenhower to a remodeled frame farmhouse in Gettysburg, Truman to a Victorian frame house in Independence, and Lyndon B. Johnson eventually to a not very impressive ranch house in West Texas. With no intention of being disparaging, one can see that these ex-presidential habitations, comfortable enough to be sure, would hardly rate as servants' quarters on most of the larger estates. Members of the Supreme Court, as anyone can see, occupy nothing more substantial. This is not to say that the President and members of Congress are not powerful for stipulated periods within constitutional limits. But their power, whether it consisted of Wilson steering the country far off-center into World War I or Johnson by his own decision intervening massively in faraway Vietnam, was always exercised at the prompting and with the approval of the magnates. We know this, first, because the magnates publicly applauded and, secondly, not a single one of them seriously dissented. Except for certain features of policy under Franklin D. Roosevelt, when councils in a crisis were divided, the magnates have been in general harmony with national policy all along. Either the magnates wanted that policy, and heavy documentation by Gabriel Kalko for 1900-12 in The Triumph of Conservatism shows them as the very source of policy, or the political managers have been clairvoyant enough to hit upon policies that would meet with the broad approval of the magnates even as many highly intelligent and informed non magnates dissented, as with respect to Johnson on the Vietnam policy. Much policy deeply affecting the lives of most citizens, as far as that goes, is never submitted to the political powers for their rescript. For whatever is not specifically forbidden under the rule of freedom is permitted. As a single example, let us consider technological innovation, always embarked upon by private decision but invariably of vast public consequence. In pursuit of greater economy and efficiency, higher productivity per man employed and more substantial profits, the corporate managers, deputies of the big owners, constantly refine the technology of production. More particularly they have recently, without any prompting word from formal government, plumped heavily for labor eliminating automation. And although the size of the labor force has steadily increased, it has not increased parallel with population growth, thus dealing large sections of the populace out of it, notably the younger, the crudely skilled and those designated as superannuated at 62 to 65 years. No representatives, near or remote, of those dealt out ever passed on the policy that has had such effects. The measures were simply taken by private, unilateral decision in consonance with sound corporate practice, an example of veiled power that has wide effects. More formally, now, with the social effects apparent, the young were bidden to remain in school, for which many have no stomach either because of personal incapacity or because a considerable segment of conventional schooling is plainly boring and irrelevant to any felt issue. Many simply cannot stand the dull routine. Again, many in a pecuniary milieu want to earn money so as to feel some illusory independence. As a consequence, the country now possesses a large section of disoriented young, neither at school nor at work and getting into a variety of headline-making mischief from congregating in unseemly hordes to sedulous extracurricular copulation and drug addiction. No elected representative ever passed on the decisions that produced these results. The decisions were made quietly by quiet men in quiet corporate boardrooms. The big houses, in brief, are occupied by the basic decision-makers, and this has been the rule down through history. A difference, however, is that in the United States the decisions are only indirectly and obliquely imposed. It should not be supposed that the idea of this self-conception of rulership on the part of the rich is sustained only by the fact that they have a penchant for assorted ducal mansions and grounds. That this is the self-conception is shown, too, by the way many of them sign their names with Roman numerals appended, betokening an established family line in the style of European nobility. It is shown, furthermore, and more convincingly, in the affinity of the American rich, particularly with respect to their young women, for marriage with members of the European nobility. Such marriages have taken place by the hundreds and I will not trouble once again to cite and update them. The most spectacular of them was the marriage of Consuelo Vanderbilt to the Duke of Marlborough, the two offspring of which are directly in the ducal Marlborough line. That the motivation in these marriages was the quest for titles, mainly on behalf of the mothers of daughters, is made clear by the fact that wealthy young American males rarely married a titled European female, for in that case the title was not shared. Almost always it was the case that marriage took place when the title could pass and the offspring, grandchildren of American commoners, could be authentically ennobled. I am the mother of a genuine, 24-carat duke, the American woman could sigh in quiet idiotic joy. It is obvious that the American industrial rich, not sharing the distaste of the founding fathers for titles, identified themselves with and saw themselves playing a role similar to European nobility and royalty. True, a self-conception is not necessarily a reflection of reality, it could be pure fantasy. It is on other grounds, of actual rulership, that we see that the self-conception was not mistaken. The big rich of the United States are in fact, if not in form, American dukes. The general populace pretty much enacts the role and has the outlook of peasantry, most of them quite gladly. Patterns of residence. While much has been written in detailed description of the opulent and vasty residences of the freedom-loving rich, and many photographs of them have been published, it has not been noticed, as far as I am aware, that they occur in distinct, different patterns. These patterns are as follows: I. The compound, or multiple estate, containing many large residences of different members of an extended family and sometimes including an entire village and much acreage. 2. The cluster or territorial grouping of separate estates of an extended family. 3. Scattered estates up to 50 or more of the different branches of an extended family. 4. The single country estate of a nuclear family, usually the mark of someone new to wealth. In all cases it should be understood that the estate is merely the family center. There remain to be reckoned town houses, distant estates in non-urban terrain, and foreign estates. Many wealthy Americans own either European or Latin American estates, and a few persons have them in northern Africa, particularly Morocco. One function of the large estate, of course, is to instill awe and thereby place social distance between the owner and the clamorous hoi polloi. The question of preserving social distance is important for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that it would be awkward in many ways if rich and poor were closely mingled. It would certainly be socially awkward when the rich man sat down to a feast and the poor man turned to his stew and grits. As a matter of common sociability, the rich man would be expected to offer some of his steak and endive salad to the poor man and to accept some of the stew. If it were only one or a few poor men asked to partake of a sumptuous repast, it would be one thing, but if the participation were quite general, it would be another. A man worth $100 million would be broke overnight, for example, if he treated all the families in the country to a single steak dinner at his expense. Social distance, then, is seen to come down, among other things, to a matter of economy. One cannot invite everybody into the plantation and remain rich for long. The visitors will literally eat one out of house and home, like invading locusts. That the rich man is not ordinarily this open-handed does not signify that he is especially ungenerous. He is merely prudent and posts his various signs: private, keep out. Privacy becomes a cult. Examples of residential patterns. A prime example of the compound or multiple dwelling arrangement is the Rockefeller Estate, Kykuit, of 4,180 acres at Pocantico Hills, New York, just east of Tarrytown in the fabled Sleepy Hollow country. Such land in the region sells at $5 to $10,000 per acre and higher. Until Winthrop left for Arkansas, all the brothers had each a large house on this estate, where lived also Rockefeller I and II. The place has many scores of buildings for maintenance and the housing of a large staff, and includes a $1 million playhouse, at cost many years ago, that holds bowling alleys, tennis court, swimming pool, and squash court. 3. The Rockefeller brothers also have New York City residences. John III and his wife share a large duplex apartment on the Upper East Side, and in 1950 built a house for guests near fashionable Beekman Place. 4. Nelson and his family occupy a triplex penthouse on Millionaires Row of Fifth Avenue, facing Central Park. 5. David, Lawrence, Rodman C., and Winthrop all have separate domiciles on New York's Upper East Side, as shown in the telephone directory. Nelson owns a large ranch in the highlands of Venezuela on which he sojourns at intervals. Lawrence has a plantation in Hawaii, and Winthrop has a palatial working plantation in Arkansas. It is not, however, necessary for the wealthy to own their separate places of residence. Many of them lease large places from time to time in various parts of the world, or take over entire floors in deluxe hotels as the occasion seems to require. They are, therefore, to be found now and again flitting in and out of Paris, London, the Riviera, the Bahamas, or Puerto Rico. Kykuit is bisected by a public road that affords views of dense forests and open fenced fields on either side for a stretch of many miles. This road is Route 117, connecting North Tarrytown with Pleasantville, New York. Once entirely open to the public, only part is now open for hiking, horseback riding and hunting. But where the family homes are, it is as remote from the outside world as a fortified principality. 6 tight security is maintained, high stone walls, massive iron gates, alert guards, police dogs, and miles of barbed wire fences make the homes a sanctuary. 7 The home of David, however, is right on the main public road. The main house, Kikuit itself, until his death occupied by John D. II and his wife, is a 50-room granite structure in modified Georgian design with spacious views of the surrounding country. It has 4 stories with guest rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors. 8 More recently, the widow of John D. II, finding this edifice too roomy, constructed elsewhere on the estate a modest $300,000 Georgian home of only 10 bedrooms. The destiny of the big house has not apparently yet been decided. Various price tags have been put on all this by different commentators, but as the books of account have not been made public, it is perhaps misleading to cite any. When Rockefeller I died, the New York Times, May 24, 1937, said the single granite house had cost $2 million to build, while the estate took $500,000 a year at Depression prices to maintain. The entire affair required a staff then of 350. Standard equipment throughout our elevators, air conditioning, and just about anything in the way of appurtenances, comforts and conveniences one cares to name. The domicile of no potentate is any better equipped. This compound or multiple assembly style of dwelling was adopted by the numerous Kennedys for their summer residences at Hyannisport, Massachusetts. For more prolonged residence, they appear to find the scatter type of dwellings more suitable. Many families, indeed, have their summer estates in the compound form, a great many on coastal islands. In addition to the numerous Forbes family, whose place is Nautian Island near Martha's Vineyard, there are many others of a similar nature. Islands appear to hold a great attraction for the rich, ensuring complete privacy, and on them one finds the compound of estates and at times a collection of seasonal estates of many different high-ranking families, such as Jekyll Island off the Georgia coast was until the 1940s. The biggest island layout, of course, is Santa Catalina Island off California, owned by William Wrigley, Jr., the chewing gum king, for many years. This sort of thing, one might say, is really living, for with an island of one's own one is really the local sovereign. 9 The more numerous DuPonts provide the chief illustration of the cluster type of massed estates in northern Delaware and extending over into nearby Pennsylvania. Because of the many large DuPont houses strewn about, the region has been dubbed by some as America's Chateau Country and the DuPont's Duchy of Delaware. 10 The largest of the DuPont estates, Longwood, Nemours and Winterthur, have been given tax-free endowments as public museums so that the average citizen can now go and get some foretaste of what Valhalla is really like, but the names of 24 others strew the countryside: Montchanin, Granagee, Chevannes, Saint-Amour, Louviers, Bellevue, Guyancourt, Owl's Nest, Bois des Fosses etal 11. Latterly many of the DuPonts, according to a recent expert biographer, have taken to acquiring more modest habitations such as Hexton of Samuel Francis DuPont, which we are reassured has dignity without formality, spaciousness without ostentation, ease without opulence. 12 It should not be supposed that DuPont residences are confined to Delaware. Lamont DuPont, who died in 1952, had a big summer place on Fisher's Island, New York, near the mouth of Long Island Sound. Many of the wealthy have summer dachas on this hallowed isle. Alfred I. DuPont moved to Florida, where he left the Mammoth Nemours Foundation noticed earlier. Others have extra residences by the scores, city and country, tucked away elsewhere. For a detailed description with photographs of a fabulously elegant DuPont house, the reader is referred to Folsom. 13 The 4 third-generation branches of the Vanderbilt clan, less cohesive than either the Rockefellers or DuPonts, scattered their many separate palazzi to all points of the compass. The most ornate Vanderbilt place among many is the French Renaissance chateau of George W. Vanderbilt near Asheville, North Carolina, built when he had achieved hereditary success at the age of 26. It contains 250 rooms and was set in 146,000 acres, now 12,000 acres, with a 3-mile drive through 500 varieties of flora from the front gate to the house. 14. Inside views of the house show it to be, like many homes of the American rich, a quite literal variation on the themes of grandiloquent opulence expressed at Versailles and Fontainebleau. As conceived by Mr. Vanderbilt, his new principality was typical of those developed by royal families in Europe hundreds of years earlier. 15. This place was inherited by his daughter Cornelia and, as of 1964, by her 2 sons, George and William Cecil. Here is an example, one among many, of an original name lost to view through a distaff marriage. The original cost of this place in 1895 was estimated at $7 million and its present value is set at $50–$60 million. 16. Vanderbilt mansions, one after the other, used to dominate Fifth Avenue in New York but have since been torn down to make room for lucrative skyscrapers. Frederick W. Vanderbilt built a vast stone palazzo overlooking the Hudson River at Hyde Park, New York. Avoiding inheritance taxes, it was left to New York State and is now operated as a museum of high life in yesteryear. Cornelius Vanderbilt, another grandson of the founder, built the breakers at Newport, with interiors that are practically replicas of royal French palaces. Other Vanderbilts played house with big houses elsewhere. Many presently occupied by authentic Vanderbilts are scattered about the country. More usually a wealthy family has 1 or 2 single country estates and 1 or 2 town houses, such dispositions of course depending on the size of the family and the fortune. Although the trend is now toward less ornate or more secluded places on distant shores, some of the original big houses, along with their large truly royal art collections, have since passed to public or educational use so as not to figure in testamentary estates for tax purposes. Data, descriptions, and dazzling photographs of a few among many ultra-elaborate chateaux are given by Folsom in the following: Vizcaya, of James Deering; Miami, Marble Casa, of Henry M. Flagler; Palm Beach, C.A.D. Zan, John Ringling; Sarasota, Shadow Lawn, Hubert T. Parson, former president of F.W. Woolworth Company; West Long Branch, New Jersey, Fifth Avenue Mansion, Henry Clay Frick; New York City, lower floor now an art museum housing the Frick Collection; Tudor Mansion, Andrew W. Mellon. Pittsburgh, now Mellon Hall of Chatham College, La Cuesta Encantada, William Randolph Hearst; San Simeon, California, San Marino, Henry E. Huntington, San Marino, California; Ophir Hall, Whitelaw and Ogden Reed, Purchase, New York, now part of Manhattanville College of the Sacred Heart; The Elms, E. J. Burwind, Newport; various mansion-sized Newport summer cottages belonging to Dukes, Youngs, Mrs. Pearl Mista, Mrs. Stuyvesant Fish, Vanderbilts, Firestones, Jelkes, Van Rensselaers, Havmeyers, and others; Belcourt Castle, OHP Belmont, Newport; Ochre Court, Ogden Golet, Newport, now part of Salve Regina College; Stan Highwet Hall, Frank A. Seiberling, Akron; Fair Lane, Henry Ford, Dearborn, Michigan, part now of Dearborn campus of the University of Michigan; Meadowbrook Hall, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred G. Dodge Motors, Wilson, Rochester, Michigan, now part of East Lansing campus of Michigan State University; and English Manor House, Edsel Ford, Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. These, let it be understood, are only a very few samples among many. While the ducal country and foreign estate is still part of the standard equipment of the very wealthy, the big townhouse has been largely replaced by the cooperative luxury apartment, which in many cases amounts to a large townhouse sequestered behind the flat facade of an apartment building. The advantage of a cooperative apartment is that it need never become a taxable white elephant but can be sold at full value as it is or broken down into more saleable smaller apartments. Tax-wise, the cooperative apartment is a liquid asset as the big town palazzi and their art collections failed to remain under post-1913 tax policy. The Rockefeller estate at Pocantico Hills is almost certain to wind up either as a huge public park, a fashionable real estate development, or as part of each. After having been forced to accept by testamentary bequest several large country properties that thus escaped figuring among taxable assets, New York passed a law requiring that all such bequests must first gain the consent of the state in order to escape the cash-draining tax net. Dazzling interiors. The interiors of most of these houses are more spectacular than the exteriors, which are mostly impressive in their dimensions. As photographs, liberally supplied by Folsom, show very well, rooms are often of palace-like proportions with the marble walls covered by expensive paintings and tapestries. Rare oriental draperies and rugs, entire imported paneled rooms from European chateaux, and expensive bric-a-brac and furniture are in most places strictly de rigueur. Expensive is the operational word. The National Gallery in Washington now houses the Andrew M. Mellon Art Collection, and the Frick Museum shows what Frick collected. There is, too, the opulent J. P. Morgan Library of rare medieval illustrated books and manuscripts, once a private sanctuary. This sort of thing, as a matter of fact, is scattered all around. The magnates were, and many remain, art-minded, and no doubt saw themselves secretly as latter-day versions of Renaissance princes. But a difference in their relation to art is that, while the princes and later kings subsidized working artists, the American wealthy usually merely bid up the prices of extant art. A few today, such as Nelson Rockefeller, collect modern art and thus may be looked upon as giving monetary encouragement to living artists. But, by and large, art dealers rather than artists benefited from the artistic interest of the American magnates, who were traders and collectors rather than art patrons. The artistic impulses of most of the rich are recognized in their own circles as essentially pecuniary. Thus, the Wall Street Journal, January 3, 1967, impiously notes that a work of art is looked upon as a growth stock, a whopping tax deduction, or an artful fake. Actually, says this authoritative publication, it's possible for a painting to be all these things at once. The rise in prices has led many purchasers to view art primarily as an investment whose growth potential puts many a high-flying stock to shame, said the journal. According to dealers and others in the art world, some collectors, who not long ago thought Modigliani was some kind of Italian dish, now move in and out of the art market like so many Wall Street speculators, bunting bargains and then trying to resell them at a fancy profit. Works of art, acquired at bargains, in other words, have the potentialities of capital gains and do represent diversification of holdings in an always uncertain world. In any market they would always, unlike money, be worth something. This apart, as the journal said, artworks, whether genuine or fake, make possible huge tax deductions that offset actual money income. The way this works is as follows: a man buys a painting, genuine or fake, for $1,000, holds it a while and then donates it to a museum at a declared market value of $10,000, thus obtaining a net $9,000 deduction from taxable income for a tax-free gift to the always to be considered public. If the museum spots it as a fake, it says nothing for fear of discouraging the later donation of genuine works. There is, thus, a ready market for palpable fakes. In order to obtain tax benefits, the operation requires only that the declared value of the gift exceed the cost, whatever it was. In surveying the appraisals used in justifying the tax deductions of 400 donated works, said the journal, IRS Internal Revenue Service found that the art objects had cost the donors a total of $1,471,502, but that their total declared fair market value as deductions had climbed to $5,811,908. The ruse is profitable whether the artwork is authentic or not. Artworks, too, may play other financial roles. A man may pay $10,000 for a painting and later bestow it as a gift on a friend or relative. As a gift of valuable property, this is theoretically taxable, but gifts of portable objects are not ordinarily scrutinized and, as far as that goes, the tax courts have ruled that valuable gifts to, say, a lady friend, are not taxable, so to argue would check sentiment. An ardent admirer may give a series of such gifts to a lady and not be subject to a tax, thus building up her net worth tax-free. The gifts, being valuable, may be used as collateral up to at least half their value against loans. And they may be sold privately for cash. Art collecting, again, may be used to pay a large portion of inheritance taxes. Thus, as part of his general operation, a wealthy man, otherwise no aesthete, gradually builds up a collection of paintings of some artist or school. His very acquisitions have the effect of giving these paintings a scarcity value, and it is scarcity as well as vogue that gives these objects their appraisal value, whether they are works of art, postage stamps, books and manuscripts, or old coins. A collection that cost $10 million may ultimately have a market value of $50 million, which is recovered in careful sales and the proceeds used to pay inheritance taxes relating to revenue-producing properties as well. Two birds are thus killed with one tax stone. There is no capital gain tax on the increment in value, death excluding capital gains under the tax law, and the proceeds pay all or a large part of taxes, thus preserving revenue-producing property for the inheritors. Aesthetic objects thus play a dual decorative as well as pecuniary role. Concluding this bit, it can be shown that the pecuniary approach to art has been thoroughly systematized for the benefit of a well-heeled clientele. For verification, the reader is referred to two large-paged books, Richard H. Rush, Art as an Investment, Prentice Hall, Inc., Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1961, 418 pages, and Robert Wright, The Art Game, Simon & Schuster, New York, 1965, 224 pages. The ins and outs, and the angles, get full treatment here. Apartment house chateaux since World War II, even as more and more of the bourgeoisie are found to be sleeping in subway trains, doorways, flop houses, parks, and bus stations, there has been a surge of building large luxury apartment buildings in the larger cities, New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, etc. This building boom has, perhaps, been greatest in New York City, where on central Manhattan there have been erected scores of luxury apartment buildings, many of them cooperatively owned by the well-heeled tenants. As it would require a great deal of space to list and describe them all, let us concentrate on an outstanding recent example, the United Nations Plaza, as described by the always staid New York Times. 17 United Nations Plaza of 38 stories, is the tallest residential structure in the city and faces the United Nations headquarters from the north at 48th Street and the East River. The initial cost of each apartment is $25,900 for 31 halves rooms to $166,000 for a 9-room duplex with its own little elevator, wood-burning fireplace, and curving stairs, and with carrying charges that range from $248 to $1,590 a month. The cost of the apartment is only the beginning for a lot of tenants. Fully a third of them have taken down walls, put up new ones, installed circular columns or big square pillars, and otherwise altered the original floor plan. And it is taken for granted that a majority of the tenants will upgrade bathroom fixtures and kitchen appliances. Although there were more than 335 basic apartments, some tenants acquired several and joined them together while enlarging rooms so as to have, in effect, a large townhouse behind a flat glass and aluminum facade. This is standard procedure in luxury apartment buildings. In many of the apartments, metal fittings have been replaced with gold or sterling silver fittings. Corner suites have 7-foot-high windows that stretch for 48 feet in the living dining areas, and many look out over the East River. All apartments are air-conditioned and at the touch of a switch can be kept at any moderate temperature. Winter or summer. Bathroom floors and walls are of Carrara marble, kitchens are 18 feet long, and a gourmet restaurant on the ground floor offers room service to tenants. Luxurious to the nth degree, the edifice has tenants who are fully a match for the setting. At the time of making its report, said the Times, among the owners, there are no theater people, no familiar television faces, and only one writer, Truman Capote. What is filling United Nations Plaza, especially the East Tower, is a sort of power elite. Of the 71% that quietly make wheels go round, 69% are senior vice presidents, executive vice presidents, presidents, or chairman of the board. In big business they include John Dixon Harper, president of Alcoa, the company that put up the building, William John Stone, chairman of the finance committee of Bethlehem Steel, Chester Laing, president of John Nuveen & Co., investment bankers, and Lowell P. Weaker, president of Bigelow Sanford, Inc. In publishing they are Roy Larson, chairman of the executive committee of Time, Inc., Andrew Heiskell, chairman of the board of Time, Inc., and Mrs. Philip, Catherine, Graham, publisher of the Washington Post and president of Newsweek magazine. The 9% of the tenants who are lawyers include Christian Herter Jr., whose father was Secretary of State, and William Pierce Rogers, who was Attorney General under Eisenhower. 8% are classed as persons of independent means. A good many of them have sold homes and taken apartments to simplify living. Among the 6% embracing various professions are William S. Brown, a partner of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, architects, Ross Claiborne, editor of the Dell Publishing Company, Inc., and Bonnie Cashin, who designs clothes for 7th Avenue. Among the 6% of the tenants who are identified with government or with philanthropic foundations are Senator Robert F. Kennedy, Raymond Dinsmore, and Mrs. Albert, Mary, Lasker, widow of an advertising tycoon. Mary Lasker, whose apartment will not be finished until early summer, and who wanted to be no higher than the 10th and 11th floors because otherwise she would be too far above the trees. Will use her apartment as a kind of annex to her house on Beekman Place where she will continue to live. She has an apartment of only 5 rooms, but it was actually made by taking 3.5 apartments with a total of 22 rooms. That the rich, as F. Scott Fitzgerald sensitively discerned, inhabit an altogether special reality is shown in what they designate a room. The dimensions of a living room in a lower middle-class home become in a rich man's house those of a dressing room, a mop room or a linen closet. Rooms, properly speaking, in a rich man's house are generally at least 4 times larger than average residential rooms, sometimes 10 or even 20 times larger. They are often of museum and ballroom caliber, as photographs show. To Bonnie Cashin, United Nations Plaza represents a whole new world. And moving into it is almost like going to a new country. Interiors and intimate methods of operation of United Nations Plaza have been shown on television. As they're explained, the tightest security is maintained, both at the front door and with respect to deliveries. Delivery men must show credentials at various guarded barriers in the basement, will be admitted only on explicit instructions from on high and must be checked in and out. Names of occupants are not listed on mailboxes. The security staff and supportive personnel have all had their backgrounds rigidly scrutinized before gaining clearance by standards reported to be more exacting than those of the FBI and CIA for their finely tuned personnel. While by no means the only such place in the larger cities, United Nations Plaza may be taken at least as the dernier cri in compact, luxury urban living quarters, even though some of its larger apartments are no more than annexes to and extensions of nearby townhouses for overflow guests, power brokers, and relatives. Standard equipment. Practically standard equipment in all the bigger houses of the super wealthy are items like pipe organs, extensive gardens, and hot houses, interior and exterior swimming pools, chapels, statuary, and sculpture strewn about, inlaid imported wall paneling and ceilings, and a full line of all gadgets known to modern man. Expense has not been spared, money is plentiful. Whereas early this century most of the big rich owned their own private railroad cars and later their fleets of chauffeured automobiles, more recently many own their own long-distance airplanes standing ready at some nearby airport. Whereas upper corporation managers make free use of company planes to look in on plant operations in distant parts, the big stockholders have their private planes and crews. 18. The random reader will be happy to learn that the government thoughtfully provides a subsidy of $160 million per year to provide services for private and corporate aircraft, and that taxes on aviation gasoline now cover only 4% of this cost, the rest is charged to the general taxpayers. 19. Actually the government underwrites the wealthy 100%er. The private large cruising aircraft appears to have largely replaced the private railway car and ocean-going steam yacht of an earlier day, although sports yachts are still present in single-ownership fleets. Entertainment and parties. These elaborate residences are used a great deal for entertaining and partying. The rich do a good deal of entertaining for friends and acquaintances because they do not ordinarily congregate in public places. If they did not provide a great deal of room in their homes for many guests and servile personnel, they would, in order to avoid monkish seclusion, be forced to congregate where the public gathers in so-called public luxury establishments that are, in fact, largely patronized by pushers, entertainers, people on the make and obvious four-flushers. One rarely, as a matter of fact, sees any of the very rich in the presumably fashionable bistros. Here and there, now and then, yes, generally, no. Expensive parties to mark various occasions have long been a predilection of the American rich, with the costs ranging from $250,000 to $1 million or more per shindig. The debutante party, through which the rich man presents his nubile daughters to the world, was long a standard affair, with double orchestras blending entrancing sounds in huge ballrooms and champagne and caviar pouring down the gullets of thousands of well-heeled democrats amid banks of imported flora. While these exhilarating affairs, which seemed to outside observers to be rubbing it in, are now rarer, they are by no means entirely outmoded. The big party in general has given way to more discreet entertaining in small groups. They are, however, still served to the Queen's taste. A history of luxury parties in America would require a book of many hundreds of pages, the main source being the high society pages of the leading newspapers. That aspect of partying that exerts most fascination for the mythical man in the street, however, is of the order of what is reported to have suited the stag-like taste of the late T. Coleman DuPont, obviously a man of the people. In 1912, in partnership with Charles P. Taft, the president's brother, Cully built the McAlpin Hotel in New York, and on its 21st floor he established his Manhattan pied-à-terre. His parties there soon became famous for their gaiety and their pretty girls. Cully often had half the chorus of a Broadway show among the 40 or more guests at an after-theater party. The general is loyal to a myriad of pretty girls who are proud to claim him as a friend, a New York newspaper said in a needling story, and no one, not even Mrs. T. Coleman DuPont, seems to raise an objection. In fact, some people imagine that Mrs. T. Coleman DuPont must be a myth. One never sees her, never hears of her. 20 dinner parties, sedate or hilarious, always were, and remain, a favorite form of entertaining 8 to a dozen or so of the ranking gentry. While political figures from abroad are often present, no doubt useful in snagging distant concessions and other goodies, it is noticeable that local politicos are rarely on hand except in Washington, where political intrigue is the sole social interest. Generals and admirals, however, are much sought for a certain austere contrasting tone. It would, in any event, be bad electoral image-making for a politician of the domestic variety to be counted among those present at some of the more rococo parties of the ultra-affluent, which smack to some of the more straight-laced in the constituencies of European royal revels simply because champagne, a high-class soda pop, out in the sticks connotes something exotically perverse. A map of American wealth. If a map of the centers and nature of privately held wealth were drawn, it would show the larger corporations in their headquarters and principal plants as fortresses toward which raw materials are constantly moving and from which are streaming products. These fortresses would represent the big business factor. The big banks, represented by a different symbol, would appear as special centers with influences radiating out into the world of small business. For in general, as we have noticed, small business is to a large extent the loan-supported business of the big banks, upon which some of the larger corporations are no longer dependent. Small business, paradoxically, is really fractionized big business. The map would then show the family estates of the principal owners, numbering several hundred. There would be symbols to show the locations of the principal metropolitan clubs and the principal pleasure resorts of the wealthy. Corporate headquarters and big banks would tend to be clustered in New York City, but plants, resorts, and family estates would be more widely scattered, thinning out as one moved to the extreme west and south. In general, there would be considerable clustering around major urban centers and sparseness of symbols in non-urban areas. Self-image of the rich. What all this shows, it would appear, is that the rich, despite the meagerness of their personal achievement as limned in the preceding chapter, believe they are entitled to opulent settings. A divinity was once thought to hedge a king, and it seemed only common sense that a divine personage be given the most opulent setting conceivable to man. The same sort of thinking applied to church pauls, who were believed to be in the closest confidence of the deity. Faced by uncouth, undivine robber barons, public thought in Europe simply bowed to force majeure. It was difficult to dispute with armed gangsters. The first thing that occurred to the newly emerged American rich was to ape the style of life of European nobility and royalty. The American rich, quite obviously, saw themselves playing the same relative roles as masters of the situation, lords of creation in the phrase of Frederick Lewis Allen. In the main, the style of life of the English and French higher gentlemen became the style of life of the American rich, who took root in a country where, oddly, a powerful political symbol was still the log cabin. Whereas European royalty and nobility played profound integral roles in European history, the latter-day American rich were more like hitchhikers who opportunistically climbed aboard a good thing. They produced neither the technology, the climate, the land, the people, nor the political system. Nor did they, like many European groups, as in England, take over the terrain as invading conquerors. Rather did they infiltrate the situation from below, insinuate themselves into opportunely presented economic gaps, subvert various rules and procedures, and, as it were, ride a rocket to the moon and beyond, meanwhile through their propagandists presenting themselves, no less, as the creators of machine industrialism, which was in fact copied from England and transplanted into a lush terrain. Let this be added, the fortune builders were indeed organizers in a virgin terrain of little or no organization. They organized economic affairs according to well-established European patterns, and for this service charged a fee that some commentators consider extortionate, others reasonable. What was it, really? It was extortionate, of course. Judging by their style of life, they set a high value on their services, which amounted to merely imposing their rule. If one evaluates their achievement in other than self-incorporate terms, the great expense of maintaining their personal way of life begins to look very much like another instance of misallocation of resources. From my possibly jaundiced point of view, it does not seem to me that the country is getting any return for the wealth self-lavished on their style of living. Lest anyone believe that I am particularly indignant about this prospect, let me at once enter a disclaimer. I harbor no such indignation, not any more than I would have for a man who sees a particularly enticing meal outspread and sits down to enjoy it, a wholly natural thing to do. What indignation I have is reserved for those who contemplate the prospect and consider it in accord with the cosmic proprieties, or even that a greater public show of deference is due. I would not wish to proclaim to the world that Americans are an especially slavish people. I do not believe such to be the case. But there is a considerable section of Americans, for reasons about which one can only speculate, who definitely are obviously slavish. They have been commented upon in the memoirs of visiting royalty and nobility, taken aback by being advanced upon in the United States with alarming gesticulations of deference and extravagant signs and cries of voluntary submission. My own explanation for this phenomenon is that the United States was largely settled by members of the lower classes of Europe, in whom were deeply ingrained a sense of their class lowliness and fealty to the upper orders. Descendants of these still like to kowtow whenever they can, and the more affluent of them spend large sums of money so they can be presented at the English royal court, there to bow, curtsy and scrape, to any other royal or ducal ceremonial to which they can wrangle admittance, or to the Vatican where they can experience the ineffable ecstasy of kissing the Pope's ring, joy supreme. Some of this ingrained tendency, as it is easy to see, plays out on the domestic scene and is focused at times on public figures like Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller, who, as the television cameras show, is at times plainly amazed and perhaps puzzled by the ecstatic fervor of his enthusiastic public reception. That it is all pretty much of a preconditioned American mechanism, uncommitted to any particular object, is shown when it is directed, without partiality, at some former sausage stuffer who has become a film star, or at a toothsome female, obviously guilty of first-degree murder, who has just been released with cheers by a jury of her peers. Clamorous deference in such circumstances, as the newspapers regularly report, at times attains riotous proportions. What ensues is in fact a raving mass self-abasement. In this purely American setting, the self-image of the rich is at times reflected back upon them in magnified dimensions, no doubt leading some of them to believe they have taken far too humble a view of themselves. Deviants from the norm among the wealthy there do not appear to be many who show the slightest tendency to deviate from the norm of being either a finpole, a pub pole, a corp pole or a more or less graceful idler and rentier. The life of the rich, as we have noticed, is as patterned and stylized as the life of the poor, holding few surprises. That this is the case is seemingly more and more clearly realized by at least some of them, of late notably by the pace-setting Rockefellers, even though they have been outrun into healing by a melon and a frick. The fourth generation of Rockefellers, however, seem to be deviating more than occasionally from the plush-lined ruts traveled by the general man of wealth. As a psychologist might say of them and a few contemporaries, they appear to be seeking an identity of their own by breaking into new ground, thus playing a role more original than that of mere descendants of John D. I, or even of travelers in his general trust-ified direction. As one swallow proverbially does not make a summer, one need not look upon what is happening in this quarter as a trend. It is perhaps, however, a portent that some of the descendants of the industrial rich may be about to retrace, if history grants them the chance, the path followed by the historically more distinguished descendants of the earlier and more modestly capitalized mercantile Boston and landed Hudson Valley gentry who were considerably eclipsed in wealth and central influence by the rise of the industrial rich. Michael Rockefeller, 23, son of Nelson A., was an aspiring anthropologist until he was lost at sea from a disabled power raft in 1961 while on an expedition to Dutch New Guinea with a Harvard University Peabody Museum expedition. He was declared legally dead on February 2, 1964. The Times reported he left an estate of $660,000. 21 According to all accounts, he was a superior fellow who was going to make some sort of individual mark. Stephen Rockefeller, another son, has become a clergyman, expounding the gospel in benighted Chicago. More recently Lawrence Rockefeller, Jr., 22, has appeared in the news as a member of VISTA, Volunteers in Service to America, sometimes referred to as the Domestic Peace Corps. Newspapermen caught sight of him as he began an 8-week training period in East Harlem, beginning adult life literally among the dregs. In the meantime John D. 4, whose father is John D. 3, had moved into an impoverished neighborhood in West Virginia, started hobnobbing with the local descamisados and sansculottes and was swiftly elected to the West Virginia House of Delegates. If other cases are any guide, he is on his way to becoming at least a governor or a senator, possibly president. The United States could very appropriately have a President John D. Rockefeller IV. The various courses embarked upon by these four young Rockefellers are, though, obviously offbeat as far as most of the rich are concerned. Many more of the affluent young are to be found congregating at the nearest country club or yacht basin, as I have determined by personal anthropological observation in the field. Cracks in the compound walls. What I have written thus far might tend to leave the impression that the rich are, relatively, in a cushy position. And so they are. But the enviableness of their position amid accumulating signs of storm on every hand can be easily exaggerated unless seen in perspective. In saying that the rich are faced by difficulties, I simply state sober fact, not trying to gain for them any feeling that they are as heroes and heroines in an enveloping Greek tragedy. C. Wright Mills was very careful to issue an elaborate caveat against pitying them when he wrote, "The idea that the millionaire finds nothing but a sad, empty place at the top of this society, the idea that the rich do not know what to do with their money, the idea that the successful become filled up with futility, and that those born successful are poor and little as well as rich, the idea, in short, of the disconsolateness of the riches, in the main, merely a way by which those who are not rich reconcile themselves to the fact. Wealth in America is directly gratifying and directly leads to many further gratifications. To be truly rich is to possess the means of realizing in big ways one's little whims and fantasies and sicknesses. The rich, like other men, are perhaps more simply human than otherwise. But their toys are bigger, they have more of them, they have more of them all at once. If the rich are not happy, it is because none of us are happy. Moreover, to believe that they are unhappy would probably be un-American. For if they are not happy, then the very terms of success in America, the very aspirations of all sound men, lead to ashes rather than fruit. If those who win the game for which the entire society seems designed are not happy, are then those who lose the happy ones? Must we believe that only those who live within, but not of, the American society can be happy? Were it calamitous to lose, and horrible to win, then the game of success would indeed be a sad game, doubly so in that it is a game everyone in and of the American culture cannot avoid playing. For to withdraw is of course objectively to lose, and to lose objectively, although subjectively to believe one has not lost, that borders on insanity. We simply must believe that the American rich are happy, else our confidence in the whole endeavor must be shaken. For of all the possible values of human society, one and one only is truly sovereign, truly universal, truly sound, truly and completely acceptable goal of man in America. That goal is money, and let there be no sour grapes about it from the losers. 22 Mills here is partly ironic because his whole book expresses a complete lack of confidence in the general American endeavor. There is, then, no reason why the rich from his point of view should be even theoretically regarded as happy. It is probably true, however, that on balance they are no unhappier than anyone else and probably have at least a greater number of euphoric interludes. In speaking of the rich as of any collective group, there is always the danger of tacitly assuming that all the units in the collection, because they share some characteristic, are as alike as peas. The rich, of course, differ among each other in age, constitution, temperament, intelligence, and knowledge. They also differ as to source of wealth, inherited or self-accumulated, diversified or concentrated, held in the form of bonds, equities, real estate, or a combination of all. Yet, despite individual differences, they are similar in that they are, most of them, held within the same social matrix, subject to the same external compulsions and pressures. This fact is clearly brought into view when we consider that although the rich have much power, more than the common run of men surely, they also experience in general a deeper sense of frustration than most people owing to the fact that their greater power is exercised within the restraints of a certain system and under the scrutiny of other powerful people. This amounts to saying that, though great, their power has limits, often annoying limits. We can see this at a glance by looking at the problem of air pollution. And New York City, financial center of the world, is fittingly held by experts to have the worst pollution problem in the country. True, the rich man can flee the city from time to time and has in his homes and offices the latest air filtration devices. He is not so badly off as the ordinary citizen who must breathe the lethal stuff without interruption. Yet he knows that his staff, to which he is as loyal as it is to him, is caught in the muck. And he knows various projects of interest to him, perhaps a big skyscraper promotion, are qualified in their attractiveness and even value. Why, then, as he has power, does he not deal with the problem decisively? He is unable to do so, no doubt to his chagrin, because of the very momentum and direction of the system. Although he may publicly deprecate stress on the health issue, he understands it as well as anyone. He is, however, caught in the situation as depicted by Theodore B. Merrill, an editor of Business Week, who said in a comprehensive national survey as long ago as 1960, and in the meantime the problem has become more urgent, that nobody is going to put in any kind of control devices that cost him money unless he has to. It simply has to be unprofitable for an industry to pollute the air, or else they are going to pollute it, because it is cheaper to use the air for a sewer than to pay for keeping it clean. 23. The same holds true of polluting waterways. Here, it would seem, profit is being put before human life and health, a point made endlessly by nasty socialists. And it is not merely profit that is in question, but the general standing of an institution, a particular company. Although a rich man may control this company and could instantly make it stop polluting the air, such unilateral action would not solve the pollution problem, to which other companies also contribute. Unless all the companies acted in concert, the action of one would have little effect. And if all the companies in a particular region agreed to undergo the expense of reducing air pollution, their costs would rise and profits fall in relation to companies in less populated regions not burdened with such costs. The intercompany position of the social-minded companies would decline. At this point, multitudes of investors, some of them large but not controlling, would perhaps begin selling the stock of the social-minded companies because the relative return was diminishing in comparison with that of unsocial-minded companies. Dutch, Swiss, South American and ordinarily prudent domestic investors would sell out, realizing that these social-minded companies have expensive profit-eroding problems. Investors, high or low, do not feel sympathetically identified with a company's problems, do not forgive it for making a poorer financial showing in a good cause. They simply analyze the figures and prospects of various companies. Some of these investors live in the bracing air of distant mountain resorts, by the seaside, off on distant healthy pampas. All they know is that as between Company A and Company B, the latter, not burdened with many social-minded expenses, shows an ascending line of profitability, and that this is better for them. Why not then, it may be asked, make all companies uniformly comply to the maximum with all social-minded regulations, thus putting them on all fours and passing additional costs on in price? Doing this, however, would raise national costs vis-a-vis industries in other countries, which could undersell the Americans. In the world market, the lowest cost producer, everything else being equal, has a profit advantage and most readily attracts new capital most cheaply. And the world market is an area of prime interest to capitalists. It is, then, the system, as socialists have long contended, that gives priority here to its own systemic needs over the larger question of human life and health in specific instances. As many scattered stockholders begin selling out of a company with a declining relative level of profitability, the price of the stock, its value, declines, affecting multitudes, jeopardizing bank loans and inducing an endless train of economic troubles. And when it comes to new financing, the capital is not readily available, must be obtained along the route of a fixed rate of high interest, itself damaging to profitability, rather than through the issuance of equities. Being unilaterally social-minded, then, is ruinous. Although powerful, the rich man, even the grouping of all rich men, is not powerful enough to fly in the face of the requirements of the supporting system. Beyond a certain level they must all take the rough with the smooth as offered by that system, a point that no doubt makes disconsolate the more reflective of them. We may, now, imagine that one of the many economists who devote their lives to extolling the beauties of this system, its contributions to progress, is dying in a hospital of lung cancer or emphysema contracted because of pervading air pollution. A case of poetic justice, it will be said. Yet he, as insight limited as most economists, fails to make the connection between his lamentable condition and the economic system he so much admires. He considers himself only the victim of genetics or bad luck, and if pressed will probably echo rueful Adam Smith that there's a great deal of ruin in every system, surely an intellectually weak stance. The rich man wants for his children, whom he often loves passionately, the best in the way of education. He sends them to special schools that have the choice of teachers for small groups that are carefully supervised from dawn to nightfall. Most of these children, many of whom sign the family name with coveted large Roman numerals suffixed, go on to the best available in the way of colleges. Yet the rich and powerful man cannot forever shield from his own children knowledge that they are going into a society bristling with avoidable destructive problems that it is unable owing to its corporate systemic requirements to solve. Many of these problems have their horns pointed directly at the children of the rich man. Let us look at this neglected aspect. All general disturbing and life-threatening social problems, air and water pollution, crime, overpopulation, vexed race relations, traffic tangles, accumulated causes of civil disturbance such as slums, unemployment and extreme poverty intrude upon the young rich with about as much force as upon the young poor. The rich young person may have better oases to which to retreat, but he is nevertheless adversely affected by the same accumulating, neglected phenomena. Even in their oases the young rich are by no means safe. They, like others, are subject to narcotic addiction, alcoholism, and psychological disorders, and an inventory of all their tribulations along this line would be impressive. They, too, in various ways are assailed by hard types. And let us remember that their fathers are powerful men of crime, against their own persons, and in its aspect of crime against property arising, low-grade, guerrilla variant of Marxist class war, they are steady direct and indirect targets. As the Wall Street Journal in many articles during the 1960s made clear, there is a broad and steady determined assault on the merchandise and cash of the big companies by shoplifters and employees, crime carried out by non-criminal classes. Losses here, contrived by people whose appetites are stimulated beyond the reach of their means through the agency of voracious advertising, are passed on to the general public as much as possible in higher prices, but some of these losses, running into billions annually, must be absorbed. There are not sufficient jails to hold most of the offenders, many of whom when caught are let off with suspended sentences, dire threats from the bench, paroles, disgracing publicity, etc. That the rich are as subject as anyone to misadventures in a wide-open society, kept wide open in general so as to facilitate double-dealing in profitable particulars, can be shown by the citation of a number of salient cases, abstracted from among many. In 1966, the young daughter of Charles Percy, former chairman of Bell and Howell camera manufacturers and now junior senator from Illinois, was wantonly murdered in her bed in the family home in exclusive Kenilworth, Illinois, on the Gold Coast north of Chicago. Her unknown slayer was not apprehended. Wealth, power, and exalted position did not protect her in a jungle society. In the same year, a well-organized kidnapping plot against Leonard K. Firestone, rubber scion of Beverly Hills, California, was frustrated through the enterprise of an underworld tipster. The two plotters, one the tipster, were killed by eager police in the attempt. Had the plot been successful, Mr. Firestone would have been abducted and held for ransom, as a number of rich people have been, despite the severe Lundberg law against kidnapping and despite the virtual impossibility of circulating ransom money. Such money, in whatever form, is subject to modern, high-speed photographic recording by the FBI and instantly becomes hot money, hardly worth the risk at 10 cents on the dollar. It can even be treated and made radioactive, a dead giveaway when passed over Geiger counters. Robberies in the homes of the rich are frequent, and there is reason to believe they are not always reported. And this despite elaborate protective systems. While traveling, the rich are especially the targets of expert thieves, as in the case of Henry Ford II in New York City, also in 1966. His hotel suite was burglarized and jewels in the reported amount of $50,000 were taken. Servants in the homes of the affluent and rather wealthy, according to news reports, are pretty regularly trussed up by invading thieves and the premises ransacked. Burglaries are common in wealthy residential districts. Grant-laden establishment methodologists, exponents of a sterile sociological scholasticism, will no doubt charge that I have selected a few unrepresentative cases to make my point. Actually, I cite these as representative cases, available in any year. This is what is going on, all the time. A close variation of the following New York Times headline, August 31, 1967, 22:4, is repeated every few months with respect to violent events in Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere. Society matron beaten to death. It has become almost a standard story to read about women of property murdered in their isolated splendid homes by intruders, who as often as not are not caught. The only reason I don't list those of a recent year or two is that I don't want to use the space. With respect to the high-toned village of Purchase, New York, a 3-square-mile domain of big homes, colorful gardens, private swimming pools, tree-shaded bridle paths, elegant country clubs and winding lanes, said the Times of August 13, 1967, 66:4-6, 16 burglaries of estates have occurred in the last month. Some estimates of the loss in jewelry, antiques and cash run up to $250,000, but Harrison police detectives are dubious at the high estimates. No police dubiety was expressed, however, about the amount of $780,000 set as the value of jewels stolen from Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney at Saratoga Springs, reported by The Times on August 6, 1967. The thieves missed $175,000 additional in gems only because Mrs. Whitney wore them to dinner. What I want to say here for the methodologists is that the rich, almost as much as the poor in their slums, are the recurrent victims of violence in a cuckoo clock political system. The profiteers and their poor boys who made good in the legislatures seem unable to give much protection to their own women and children, to say nothing of the women and children of the less well-heeled. The rich, like the rest of us, are as readily victimized by deleterious products, dentifrices, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and various untested chemical applications to various parts of the body. After all, there is only a certain range of offerings of this kind. The rich have no more sophisticated choices open to them than the rest of the public in the way of deodorants, depilatories, mouthwashes, unguents and the like. Their young gorge on rancid hot dogs and hamburgers at ball games like any other red-blooded, true blue American. That various of these products, including widely circulating food preparations, are dangerous to health is regularly made known by appropriate federal supervisory agencies, kept thoughtfully understaffed through the courtesy of a bought bucolic Congress. The rich here are often hoisted by their own politico-economic petard. For a resounding case one among many, let us go back a few years, to 1932. In that year died after a long-wasting illness Eben McBurney Byers, director of a number of companies and chairman of A.M. Byers Company, of Pittsburgh, makers of iron pipe. Mr. Byers, a Groton Yale man, had been national amateur golf champion in 1906, came of a wealthy established family and was no small-bore personality. The medical diagnosis at Doctors Hospital, New York City, was that he had a brain abscess, caused by radium poisoning. For 3 or 4 years he had been dosing himself with 2 to 3 2-ounce bottles per day of a widely advertised preparation containing minute quantities of radium. He was under the impression that the lethal stuff was doing him some good. Following testimony by one of his physicians, the Federal Trade Commission in January, 1932, issued a stupendous order prohibiting, no less, the Bailey Radium Laboratories from advertising Radithor as harmless. Not only had this product been so advertised, it was reported by The Times, but it had been recommended, said The Times, for 160 conditions and symptoms. 24 So ended Eben McBurney Byers, a man on the inside track of wealth. That the rich are as gullible as anyone else in readily gobbling up and smearing themselves with whatever products are offered in the free market is readily apparent. Merely because a man is clever at conserving what he has inherited or is skillful in overreaching the public in the clinches affords no indication that he is clever enough to protect himself and his family in all aspects of the freedom-blessed American politico-economic jungle. The situation is made clearer still in the case of the automobile. A rich man is obviously in a position to purchase the best there is in the way of automobiles and have his own private mechanics service them. But, as Ralph Nader has shown and as Detroit has more recently admitted through extensive recalls of delivered automobiles, many automobiles are not mechanically safe in a country crosshatched with roads literally clogged with cars. Even though a rich man may have a car that is in perfect working order, there is no guarantee that he will not be run into or run down by some automobile that is either mechanically defective or in the hands of a defective driver, of which numerous are disclosed from time to time. The rich man and his family, it is evident, are as exposed to the automobile menace as they are to poisonous smog. They are no better off in this respect, unless they remain permanently indoors, than the rest of society. And, sure enough, as newspaper reports from time to time show, top drawer eminence and their children are from time to time cut down in the streets by cars or battered on the roads. A complete inventory of such cases would require many pages. Although injured by avoidable accidents or made ill by detestable products, the rich man does have an edge in that he can procure, no matter where he is, the very best and most expensive medical services. But doctors cannot always save him, much as they would like to. The rich are especially enamored of medicine, and give heavily to their own hospitals and to medical research. Plainly, like the rest of us, they are seeking mundane salvation. But their faith in the powers of the doctors at times passeth all understanding. What I mean is illustrated by a story told me some years ago by an eminent internist, who complained that he had been detained for several hours on a sleeveless errand while many patients were in need of attention. He had been summoned with some 10 or a dozen other specialists to attend a wealthy New York banker in his 80s who was very ill. It was obvious at a glance that the man was dying, and yet members of the family walked about on tiptoe, with bated breath, and looked upon the assembled doctors as a high priesthood capable of saving the wasted hulk, the patriarch and founder of the clan. The fees for this consultation, my annoyed informant told me, were bound to be astronomical, and the whole gathering obviously futile, an instance of medical fetishism. As E.M. Byers discovered, expensive medical care cannot always save one. One might suppose that a rich and powerful man, aware of the source of some patently deleterious influence, would take arms and gird himself against the common threat. Here we come to an aspect of interfinpolitan affairs to which most of the sociologists have turned a blind, uncomprehending eye. It is a finpolitan rule that one company does not take a public position against another whatever it does, as long as it does not act directly as an adversary, and the members of one industry do not lead or join in the public denunciation of another industry. Each industry, each company is allowed to pursue its own way unless it tries to grab too big a share of the market. Thus, when public criticisms gain momentum against one company or one industry, when that company or industry stands in the public dock, as it were, others preserve diplomatic silence. The mass media, too, stand aside if they do not offer outright defenses of the criticized practices. Thus we see the entire corporate world maintaining a studied silence as pharmaceuticals are criticized for pricing practices, automotives for safety factors, the oil industry for special tax shelters, and any all for monopoly, gouging prices, poor products, or community pollution. The reason for this impotent silence is simply that if one wealthy group opens fire on the cushy preserve of another wealthy group, there will be retaliation in kind. For each industry has vulnerable points open to criticism. It is the need, then, to preserve some semblance of intramural harmony that causes the financial groups to maintain silence about the shortcomings of their various members. Higher capitalism is a little club holding within it diverse temperaments, true enough, but temperaments that must, under pain of direct reciprocal attack, preserve an appearance of outward solidarity to the world. Lest anyone believe I am making a purely supposititious point, let me make it clear that one capitalist often thoroughly detests another entire industry, and that such detestation, properly financed, can lead to the root and branch destruction of the detested industry. John D. Rockefeller for example, disliked the liquor industry, and he opposed smoking, dancing and the theater as well. The liquor industry in the United States was for a time destroyed with heavy losses, through prohibition, illustrating what can happen. I am not suggesting that it was Rockefeller who smashed the liquor industry, but he shared the point of view of the prohibitionists in regarding liquor in general as a social menace, a blight on efficiency. Rockefeller was by no means an exception in holding such straight-laced views about the propriety of certain entire industries. I once knew a successful Wall Street broker who always did whatever he could to dissuade his customers from buying shares in alcohol, cigarette, film, and small loan companies on the ground that he thought them socially harmful. Yet such intramural antipathies, which usually have rational grounds, as in the widespread capitalistic detestation of the powerful domestic firearms industry, seldom lead to any effective action against the offenders, for everybody is, in a way, in the same boat and hence silent. As I used to argue to my moral broker friend, his qualms were vain. Customers could come into his office with money from any source, even from some illicit enterprise. What was gained if they now purchased only stocks in morally approved enterprises? Moral or immoral, the companies offering stocks were all legal entities in an economic system that does not discriminate between producers of firearms and producers of surgical instruments. All industries are created equal. Being bound to keep quiet when he sees obvious destruction being wrought by some reckless peer, at least the intelligently reflective capitalist cannot, contrary to Mills, be entirely happy. And his unhappiness has an entirely different cause from that of most people. It is the unhappiness of a consciously powerful man who realizes he can do nothing effective against something he considers profoundly evil, cannot even fully protect his own children. Even though he may feel that his own enterprises are as far beyond criticism as ingenuity can make them, he knows that this is no defense against fabrications which can be circulated against him to his distress by powerful people his uncooperative crusading spirit has made angry. It is for this reason, among others, that it is rare to find crusaders among capitalists, who all in one way or the other live in glass houses. In the matter of divorce and broken families, the rich are, if anything, worse off than most of the population, at least they are no better placed. For the divorce rate among the rich, with many of them such ardent believers in marriage that they remarry up to 5 and even 10 times, is very much higher than the national rate. Divorce, even if one looks upon it as a desirable escape hatch from an untenable situation, is never taken as a sign of sound human relations, rather is it taken as an index of unresolvable interpersonal trouble. If stable familial relations and intrafamily continuity are desirable, as it is widely held, then divorce and the dispersion of family members, particularly the young, must be an index to failure. At least the children of divorced rich couples are not happy about the event. And this sort of failure is rife among the rich. Failure being the opposite of success, in this department of life the rich, however they got that way, cannot be looked upon as generally successful. Perhaps they are no more unhappy than others, yet they do not appear to be conspicuous winners in the marital sweepstakes. As in the case of most divorcing couples, they find each other unbearable, and not simply in one instance but, as the record shows, in a train of instances. Not to be able to find a single retainable marital partner in a number of attempts surely argues some sort of personal impoverishment in a culture that values marital stability. Deficiencies and lacks of the kind we have looked at are not, as many suppose, purely subjective, the ills to which all men are heir. They are social, deriving from the general social situation, which has much to do in shaping the psychologies of people. The rich, it is clear, are not immune to the general fallout from the existing socio-political system, even though they may have compensations denied to others. Far from all the fallout upon the rich has been indicated, and one could go on at considerable length about more. However, confining ourselves again to the young and innocent rich, it is clear that their minds are as subverted as those of poorer youth by the all-pervading influence of persuasive advertising. If someone systematically splashed mud on the clothing of rich children, their parents would soon take steps to see that the offender was laid by the heels. Yet the rich, for all their power, cannot protect their children from the subversive influence of advertisers who insistently confuse the intellect in various detectable ways. Most of the time they misuse language and pictures in the effort solely to sell. True, the rich youth, like the poor, if he makes his way into the higher and more recondite studies such as semantics, logic, and epistemology, can overcome the enervating intellectual influences of advertising and homespun propaganda, thus possessing himself at least of his own mind. But few find their way to such rarefied studies, and the result is that the rich usually have as confused a view of the world as the poor, subject to exploded notions, particularly in economics, and with about the same general world view as that of a postman or bartender. That this is so is readily seen in the public utterances of the more vocal of them. Among the self-erected we have cracker-barrel philosophers like Henry Ford I and H. L. Hunt, and among the more educated we have the sagging economic views of David Rockefeller and, on a much lower level of wealth, the socio-cultural divagations of William F. Buckley, Jr., who asserts the presence of eternal verities. A B- undergraduate in epistemology at Swampwater College knows better than that, even though Buckley's public vowel movements are intently studied by a select circle of admirers. One would think that a rich man, with money at his fingertips, would get smart and hire an epistemologist who would at least straighten him out from time to time about the grounds for rational belief. For we may well suppose that a rich man, always wanting the best, does not wish to go about in a scatterbrained condition hawking absurdities. He must want the true view just as he wants a live wire girl, a prime steak and a sound wine. Yet we find him apparently no better off in this respect than the common man. Nor, considering the baneful social influences to which they are subject, will most of his prized children be better off. Madison Avenue vomits on their minds as freely as on the battered mind of the ordinary clod. In this matter, however, the rich man is no doubt imbued with the unjustified self-pride of others, as summarized by Descartes in the opening lines of his Discourse on Method. Good sense is of all things in the world most evenly distributed among men, for each one believes himself so well endowed with it that even those who are the most difficult to please in all other things are generally satisfied with their share. For our purposes we may ignore the non sequitur noticed by logicians between the warranting reasons cited and the conclusion. In any event, the rich man, like the non-rich, believes his own mind is as good as any and its way of operation to be in no particular corrigible. One can see this in the bland assurance with which the rich often express themselves publicly on recondite matters such as achieving the national destiny. In this belief, no doubt in the majority of cases, the rich are like others demonstrably self-deceived, victims of self-pride, unless they have gone to Herculean efforts to free themselves from the free market socio-cultural seepage all about them. They are as much off the track as T.W.K. Mitz, the well-known man in the street. The successful Kennedys' sufficient grounds have been stated, I believe, to suggest, contrary to supposition among both the rich and their critics, that the rich are not so well off as they themselves sometimes suppose and are commonly supposed to be, even though they may be more advantageously placed than the average man in many selected areas. Their difficulties, furthermore, are not merely those common to the flesh of man but often derive from their own celebrated social system, from the propaganda-hallowed but rickety social structure itself. Such is the resistance of indurated dogma to reasonable refutation, however, that one could pile further proof on proof in the single well-known case of the successful Kennedys, dogged by socially induced tragedies, nor are they alone. The first of the Kennedys to feel the blow of adversity was the eldest son, Joseph P. Jr., who had early been earmarked in the family circle as a future President of the United States. Aged 29, he was killed in action as an eager airman in Europe during the replay with special Hitlerian effects of World War I. 2 weeks later, Kathleen's ultra-British husband was also killed in action. And in 1948 Kathleen herself, flying in a private plane to join her father on the Riviera, was killed as the machine crashed in rain and fog over France. With the election to the presidency in 1960 of John F. Kennedy, the second oldest son, the Kennedy's star seemed once again in the ascendancy. They were literally the darlings of the world. The abrupt assassination of the socially aware president in Dallas in 1963 by a publicly neglected, mentally disturbed ex-Marine was especially ironic. A social system eroded by neglect struck down a potential statesman through one of its neglected cases. The theme of violence in the Kennedy later history, which had almost finished JFK during the war in the South Pacific, showed itself again in the nearly fatal airplane crash of Senator Edward M. Kennedy in his own plane in 1964. As it was, his back was severely injured, necessitating the wearing of a brace. The airplane and the rich. The airplane, it may be observed in this melancholy recital, is a special hazard of the rich and affluent. Few plane crashes, unless upon buildings, ever involve lower-class citizens. Many tycoons have already met their end in the skies. And the bored rich, in their affinity for plane travel as for everything technologically novel and advanced, are themselves the victims of a smooth statistical falsification given wide currency, that the rate of passenger fatalities in aircraft is lower than that on railroads. This falsification is achieved by comparing fatalities per passenger mile. If, however, one properly takes into consideration all the relevant factors and makes the comparison on the basis of passenger mile hours, for time is an essential factor in measuring motion, which is a function of time as well as distance, then it is seen that the rate of fatality is tremendously higher in air travel. As far as that goes, in absolute figures passenger air fatalities are greater than passenger railroad fatalities. We see here that the rich are as susceptible as anyone to being gulled by institutionalized propaganda, assuming that they are indeed misled by the claims of alleged superior safety in airplanes. Although airplanes may be sufficiently safe, considering all factors, they are self-propelled kites flying with heavy loads of volatile fuel, obviously highly vulnerable to serious mishap. In computing air fatalities, the Federal Aviation Agency, for example, excludes deaths occurring in airborne dynamite explosions. 25 such are apparently not deemed statistically kosher. The curse of prominence, great prominence itself, as many of the wealthy know, carries with it special problems. In the case of the Kennedys, this was shown in the wrangle over the wording of the originally authorized book by William Manchester about the assassination of the president. Said The Nation, February 6, 1967. The subsequent attempts on the part of the Kennedys to control the text of the book and its serialization gave the impression of an arrogant use of money and power. They may have been within their legal rights, but that is not the point. Apparently most of what they objected to was of little moment one way or the other. The public was not in a mood to go along with them, whether they were right or wrong. The John F. Kennedy aura was blown away by the exchange of recriminations. At a given point of idolatry, The Nation continued, the public turns from adoring its idols and begins to examine their feet. Once celebrities reach a certain level of overexposure, there is just as much mileage to be gained from cutting them down as there was from building them up. The writers and broadcasters who provide this sort of fare are familiar with the reaction, and when some of them sense the turning point, the others follow. All of the overexposed live in the shadow of an obloquy. It is one of the hazards of publicity. What is less widely known is that scholarly John F. Kennedy himself, in 1959, successfully brought pressure to bear to exclude from the book The Kennedy Family by Joseph Deneen 3 summary paragraphs about the attitude of his father toward Jews. Deneen in 1944 had interviewed the elder Kennedy for the Boston Globe and had taken shorthand notes of the interview. Present also was Lawrence Spivak, then editor of the American Mercury and later a national television news panelist. The Globe decided not to publish the interview, and Deneen 15 years later summarized it in his book, of which he sent a set of galley proofs as a courtesy to JFK. The president-to-be, disturbed, insisted over the telephone from Oregon that the prickly paragraphs be omitted even though the work was now in plates. Deneen and the publishers, after some resistance, consented to the awkward deletion and substituted some inoffensive material. 26 JFK, soundly from a public image point of view, recognized that the nature of the interview, far from settling the issue of anti-Semitism raised against his father, piqued critical interest and raised more questions than it resolved. From an electoral point of view, though the president-to-be was not at all anti-Semitic, even a brief summary of the interview could have been troubling by reason of association. Cosmetic images in passing, it is standard although not universal finpolitan and pubpolitan practice to attempt to control or influence, that is, censor writings and other expressions that becloud one's public image by suggesting something untoward or disturbing. What is wanted is a carefully retouched pleasant studio portrait of persons and events, not a candid catch-as-catch-can camera shot of some bigwig off guard and thus completely himself. For this reason, writers and other commentators on public affairs are generally wooed, flattered, facilitated in various ways and, at times, subsidized, authorized, edited, lied to, intimidated or coerced by powerful public figures. While resorting to the courts to expunge non-libellous matter from a text is rather unusual, the general attitude of those Kennedys involved in the Manchester controversy is not unusual among political and corporate people, whatever illusions the public may have about the freewheeling independence of writers under the Star-Spangled Banner. Attempts to control the projected image extend even to photographs. Few politicians like to be photographed smoking cigars, perhaps because that typical act of politicians reminds the public of cartoons about paunchy, cigar-smoking ward bosses, conceitedly corrupt. Herbert Hoover had the plates confiscated from a photographer who snapped him cigar-smoking aboard a battleship, and Jack Kennedy, who smoked paintillas, did not like to be photographed in the act. Roosevelt, however, did not conceal that he smoked cigarettes, no doubt feeling that by doing it openly he projected an image of insouciance and self-sufficiency. Nor do politicians like to be photographed with a convivial glass in hand. Franklin D. Roosevelt, always sensitively concerned about his image, worked carefully to see that it was not clouded. For a long time, although he was under close direct scrutiny, it was unknown by the general public that B was wholly paralyzed from the waist down and had to wear leg braces. Roosevelt himself went to Herculean and physically exhausting lengths to keep the surely significant fact of this weakness from becoming generally known. 27 John F. Kennedy, too, kept from general circulation the fact that he suffered from Addison's disease. Moreover, writers and photographers who offend by engaging in unauthorized image revision are thereafter rebuffed, barred, harassed, denounced, spied upon, rebuked, intimidated and otherwise made to feel remorse, regret or fear at having offended the higher powers, whose claim to kid-gloved handling is invariably based upon nothing more than money or position. Ralph Nader, for presuming to question automobile safety in unsafe at any speed, was subjected to close surveillance by General Motors, largest corporation by sales in the world, for which act a high GM official later publicly apologized. According to Nader, with General Motors denying the charge, the object was to obtain some bit of publicly inflammatory information of an irrelevantly derogatory nature. 28 True or not in this case, it is often true in many other cases because a largely confused Philistine public believes that the truth of some statement is brought into serious question if it can be shown that its originator is a communist, socialist, atheist, homosexual, yogi, imbiber in strong waters, freethinker, or one addicted to engaging in crime. Con. With amiable ladies. Dedicated, sincere heterosexuality may itself be impugning. Unsettling though it may be to many sturdy citizens, it is probably a fact that a majority of the scientists at work on the federal space exploration program are thoroughgoing atheists or agnostics. For careful studies have shown that most American scientists, save us all, are of this horrifying, cosmos-shattering orientation. Should, therefore, the space program not be cancelled or its personnel changed? Should not, in the name of common safety, Billy Graham and Fulton J. Sheen be placed in charge? Why, the perturbed grassroots citizen may well ask himself, cannot persons with a wholesome, dunghill, 100%er American outlook be selected for this highly elevating work? In one of his few but revealing gauche moves, President John F. Kennedy, deeply annoyed, cancelled the White House subscription to the New York Herald Tribune and barred it from the sacred premises, an instance of Jove hurling the penultimate thunderbolt, banishment. Concluding, although the difficulties encountered along life's way by the Kennedys and others can hardly be taken as par for the course among the rich and powerful, they do show, in concentrated cases, what in varying degree all of the rich are up against in a highly turbulent, irrationally structured society. The rich are by no means as well off as they are often imagined to be, and as a sociologist such as C. Wright Mills imagines them to be. They have many troubles going far beyond those to which the flesh of man is heir. They are, in many ways, on the spot. They have a lion by the tail. Nowhere else is this better shown than in the matter of self-protection in the atomic age. The rich are individually as subject to nuclear holocaust as the poor in the brave New World's threatened nuclear democracy of all-encompassing death. And although many of the rich have constructed elaborate bomb shelters on their estates, complete with television, what station will be on the air, among the more intelligent such contrivances must be clearly recognized as no more than tranquilizers for the women, children, and servants. The world to which hypothetical shelter survivors would emerge would be one, according to all estimates, in which the dead would be looked upon with envy. The tycoons know this as well as does Herman Kahn. The fundamental problem of the rich, the fundamental difficulty of the rich has not yet been fully indicated. This difficulty consists of acquiring a sense of worthwhile function, and getting the world to agree with the self-estimate of this function, and, at the same time, of containing the many eruptions and breakdowns in a social system the obsolete structure of which is continually being strained by the introduction of new profit-making technology as well as by the rise of appropriately ferocious rivalry abroad. The situation in which the contemporary rich find themselves could be described by some pundit, brightly, as challenging. As to function, it comes down largely to rule under various euphemistic rubrics. At times, as the pages of Who's Who attest, the claims to function are more flamboyant and see the subjects pathetically proclaiming themselves as financiers, investors, venture entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and the like. After all, a financier is only a money lender, an investor is someone who owns something producing revenue for his own account, a venture entrepreneur a promoter for his own account, and a philanthropist a lover of mankind. While being a lover of mankind may be laudable, it does not bespeak any particular knack. For what is man or mankind but an abstraction? One never encounters man in experience, only men, women, and children. What some testy observers ask is this: will some of the self-proclaimed lovers of mankind kindly get off the necks of men, women, and children? Function, among the rich, as we have seen, is most often stated in terms that boil down to rule, executive, public official, administrator, trustee, and the like. In the modern world, function is closely related to self-identity because the question is no longer who one is but what one does. To the question "Who are you?" the answer is generally that one is a truck driver, clerk, teacher, performer, or whatnot of a certain name. I am a tuba player named John Jones is, at least for a beginning, a satisfactory designation, if true, of one's identity. The rich, however, have difficulty in stating any function for themselves that is dissociated from rule. While terms like financier, investor, venture entrepreneur, and philanthropist suggest commendable, non-intrusive and possibly supportive roles, terms such as executive, director, official, trustee, and administrator and the like are clearly epitomized in a revealing term: boss. In the contexts in which they are publicly advanced, all these terms hazily suggest synonyms for hero, and at times a halo is also indicated for the heroic figure, as in international financier and upper echelon executive. As one bears and reads of such, one is literally stunned by the superhuman vistas suggested. And when one reads that messages are being actually exchanged between the President of the United States on the one hand and international financiers and upper echelon executives on the other, subject, something or other, one can imaginatively feel the world grinding on its hinges. Whether the rich recognize it or not, in most public roles they seem to feel qualified to play. They appear as bosses, however disguised, and not necessarily unbenevolent. In any other function they may elect to attempt of a physicist, a ball player, a soft shoe dancer, an artist, a writer, or a philosopher. They find that their money gives them no edge at all. In roles of non-rulership, where the competition is extremely lively, if they decided to go in for poetry they find that PAR for the course is set by hard-to-beat T.S. Eliot or Robert Lowell, if for ball playing by Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio, etc. Most of the rich seeking active roles therefore drift, by default as it were, to corporations, banks, brokerage houses, non-profit funds and various political jurisdictions. These are all organizational havens for imprecision, even though they all harbor aspects where precision may be required of underlings, and appreciated. In attempting to establish his unique identity through some unfinanced achievement, the rich man is pretty much in the position of anyone else, even a pauper. If his claim to competence is that he is very good at chess, all he need do to establish it is to beat a few lower-rung chess experts and then move higher. If his forte is science, all he need do is gain the accolade of other scientists, hard to do. Normally finding such feats difficult, his next recourse is to get for himself one of the vaguely heroic current designations, crown it with an adjectival halo and project it into print, a public image. Most people will accept him, even applaud him, in his self-designation. The only ones who will ever question his bona fides will be dyspeptic churls, fit only for treasons, spoils, and stratagems, perhaps to boot connoisseurs of pornography and arcane seances, in short, losers. No matter what designation of puissance the rich man permits his media of publicity to allot him, however, there remains the harsh fact that B is operating within an increasingly obsolete social structure, politically designed for an agricultural and local commercial economy and culturally for the most part of even more antedated vintage. This social structure, under the impact of high-powered technology, is obviously increasingly inadequate to its supportive task, requires much change and is insulated against change by the resistance of many established economic groups, perhaps including his own. What to do? One palliative after the other is embraced, resulting in an increasingly cross-stress, tension-producing patchwork. Where will it all lead? What will happen to the rich man's special stake, constantly threatened by science-derived innovations and requirements for more and more government intervention? Obeying the maxim "if you can't lick 'em, join 'em," most of the rich appear increasingly to have joined forces with government in developing the welfare warfare state, largely utilizing tax money from the labor force and thereby guaranteeing themselves one big profitable customer. Yet even this maneuver introduces endless new difficulties, and there remains to be contended with the rest of the terrestrial world exploding into smoggy industrialism. The state of mind of a fully aware wealthy man, then, cannot be as tranquil as commonly supposed. And that it is not at all tranquil is shown by the endless fulminations of the various communications media against communism, socialism, statism, totalitarianism, radicalism, fascism, technocracy, liberalism, crime in the streets, where it clearly should not be, do-goodism, reformism, softism, sentimentalism, apathy, unpatriotism, unconstitutionalism, centralization, bureaucracy and the like, and by the stream of contributions to super-patriotic Pied Pipers. All persons who think seriously in terms of adjustment to modern conditions then find they must be extremely circumspect so as not to be suspected as subversive and un-American, in the ideological company of foreigners. A constant danger now faced by the jumpy finpoles is the possibility that someone among the pub poles, like a Roosevelt or a Kennedy, will really take the bit in his teeth and start running the ball in a different direction, perhaps change the nature of the whole game. For, in the shadow of the uncertainties of an old-line local business economy with high-speed technology grafted onto it, the pub poles appear to be slowly shaping a wider role for themselves as government is required to step supportively into various fissures of a misshapen society. While it appears a bit early to assert that the days of the rich are numbered, as socialists like to believe, it does appear they are in for some stormy times and, perhaps, for eventual extinction at the hands of rising forces, a subject to be broached in the next and concluding chapter. The rich, in any event, are in a time of many troubles as their wealth increases, and I conclude that the more thoughtful among them cannot be feeling as complacent as the bland exterior of their power elite may suggest. For it is veritably written, "So foul a sky clears not without a storm." 17. Oligarchy by default. Latter-day discourses on the economic system as something separate merely because it can be analytically isolated, bypass the inescapable fact that there is always present a politico-economic system, government with economic ramifications, an economy with political ramifications. Governments and economic systems are never separate, they are opposite sides of the same coin. As experience shows, their leading personnel are interchangeable. Such being the case, in any study of economic and financial affairs we are invariably concerned with some sort of system of coercion and repression. For all government is universally conceded to rest at bottom on systematized collective coercion and repression. Such coercion and repression, to be sure, are necessary. Without them life, in the words of a famous dictum, would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Without them anarchic individual coercion would prevail in a social jungle. In the long, turbulent course of history many cushions and restraints were developed within governmental systems to protect the populace from their fierce protector, that is, to soften some of the more outrageous aspects of coercion the engine of government itself made possible. For the instrument of government was usually freely used by rulers. The insolence of office, power corrupts, to the victor belong the spoils for ulterior and wholly private ends. Today, in the celebration of particular systems of government, one finds that it is the imperfect restraints against selfing rulers and their friends that are really celebrated: Constitution, Bill of Rights, written laws, half measures of social support, the development of equity in law, and the like. Nevertheless, after all the fine print has been duly perused and applauded, coercive power, soothingly designated as sovereign power, remains and is properly suspect. Behind their bland masks the most civilized of governments retain all the powers of any despotism, their application duly prescribed, and the prescriptions not infrequently violated. Taking into consideration all governmental powers and their usual application, there are in fact no genial governments at all. And in the interstices of even the most finely meshed restraints, those of the United States probably being less finely meshed than those, for example, of England, France or Sweden, there is much room for one-sided self-service by the rulers and those with clandestine privileged access to them. While one might balk at assenting to the proposition that government is the executive committee of the ruling class, it is a demonstrable fact that it is peculiarly at the service of the upper economic class, which accordingly is warrantably regarded as in effect a ruling class. Lest such an observation be thought by provincials to give this exposition an unholy Marxist aura, let us in reverential solemnity quote such an austere establishmentarian as Woodrow Wilson, who said, Franklin D. Roosevelt later concurring, in words as valid today as when first uttered. The masters sick of the government of the United States are the combined capitalists and manufacturers of the United States. It is written over every intimate page of the record of Congress, it is written all through the history of conferences at the White House, that the suggestions of economic policy in this country have come from one source, not from many sources. The benevolent guardians, the kind-hearted trustees who have taken the troubles of government off our hands have become so conspicuous that almost anybody can write out a list of them. Suppose you go to Washington and try to get at your government. You will always find that while you are politely listened to, the men really consulted are the men who have the biggest stake, the big bankers, the big manufacturers, the big masters of commerce, the heads of railroad corporations and of steamship corporations. The government of the United States at present is a foster child of the special interests. One for the alleged violation of some of its peculiar, even minor, mandates any government whatever will execute any high-minded offender whether he be Jesus, Socrates, John Hus, Servetus, Thomas More, Joan of Arc or John Brown. Socrates was executed by a far more democratic system than any now even claims to be and in a more refined system of civilization than that of any modern country. Under threat of durance vile all governments require the payment of taxes, even unfairly apportioned taxes as in the United States with its packed poor boy legislatures. Again, any government even in a trivial or doubtful cause such as Vietnam may place the lives of its younger male citizens in extreme jeopardy by coercing them into the armed forces under the claims of routinely invoked patriotic duty and sending them into kill or be killed situations. Most Americans have been astonished in recent years to see what was always known to the informed, that the President alone can send existing armed forces anywhere without consulting anyone, least of all the public or Congress. He could order an overnight assault against any country, thereby precipitating general war. He could, in full constitutionality, order all of the armed forces into the depths of the Congo and nobody could legally halt the operation. Congress, it is true, could refuse the money to continue the operation and thus be in the position of refusing to support helpless men who had only obeyed legal orders. And this is only a very little of what a fully constitutional American president can do without consulting anyone. Most of what a president does not ordinarily do, such as send secret police to citizens' doors late in the night, he does not do because he does not want to. He can do this sort of thing quite legally, there is no law saying at what hour police may call. And such a personally likable man as President John F. Kennedy did indeed send out nocturnal police visitors in the squabble over steel prices. Government power, wielded by officials, individual human beings, is evidently great power over others, not necessarily for others, and anyone who wields it, smiling or not, or has ready access to the wielders obviously has great power far beyond that of any man in the street. Moreover, this power with modern techniques is far greater than it ever was. By means of modern methods of communication, government can put its agents into action anywhere in a matter of minutes. It has been credibly reported that President Johnson, with far more power at his fingertips than all presidents combined up to Harry Truman, and more than either Truman, Eisenhower, or Kennedy, personally designated overnight targets in North Vietnam for powerful air squadrons waiting to take off from remote, dawn-shrouded airfields. We possess today, in brief, pinpoint government. It can even listen in on conversations anywhere, and freely does so despite denials. It freely uses internal spies, especially in the matter of taxes on obscure citizens. For these and other reasons it is now said by some students of the situation that we live under an elective despotism. Freely celebrating our condition in strictly American style, if we accept this dictum we could say we live under the greatest and most glorious elective despotism in history. Most people, well over 95% of them, have no more power in this system, either immediately or ultimately, than has a rank-and-file Russian in the Soviet system, and this despite all the blandishing talk about government with the consent of the governed and the sovereignty of the people. As to consent, which of my readers can step forward and say he was ever asked for his consent to the Constitution or any of its varied interpretations? The electorate of 1789 was asked for and gave such consent, and we may readily agree that the majority of people in states asking for admission, at the time of admission, have so consented. But who else? When the people of the Confederacy, disliking the arrangement, pointedly withdrew the consent given by their forebears, they were confronted by military force and after a sanguinary struggle were eventually subdued. As Lincoln said, the Union must be preserved, a proposition drawn from out of the air that flatly contradicts the doctrine of consent. Yet Lincoln was right. It is inherently of the nature of government that, like a tiger, it never voluntarily assents to its own dismemberment. The idea of consent vis-a-vis an established government is the purest of nonsense, written though it is into the American myth. The American system treatises on American government often with scrupulous accuracy tell how the government operates formally: the federal system, separation of powers, checks and balances, popular election of officials, judicial review, administrative agencies, and the whole remaining bit. None of these treatises depicts how the government actually works in the application of the forms, how it works informally. What really takes place constitutes a considerable deviation from the formal script. Rules are freely bent, especially in the conduct of the legislatures, which make their own rules. Police, too, function pretty autonomously. For a starter, let us notice that most of the precious electorate in most elections, state, federal, and local, do not vote at all. Many, even though unconstrained, have never voted, and these, under one possible interpretation, may be politically the most sensible of all. For most of those voting haven't the least idea what it is all about. Power not exercised by dilatory members of any functioning organization will of necessity be exercised by more diligent members, a universal rule applying to corporations, fraternal societies, and labor unions as well as to government. To a very considerable extent, then, we see in all organizations, including the government of the United States, rule by default, by a self-selected oligarchy. If the citizens won't run the show, the endless procession of Bobby Bakers, W. Judson Morehouses, Everett Dirksons, and Lyndon B. Johnsons will. In what follows I shall first state summarily, with gloves off, precisely how government actually operates in the United States. 1. Officials, except judges, nominated by either one of two major parties, are periodically elected at local, state and federal levels by a largely inept electorate that in most elections fails to participate to the full and in general turns out far below 50%. Whether the electorate fully participates makes no operational difference because most of the candidates are handpicked by nominating caucuses of the two major parties rather than of one party as in Russia. These caucuses function in default of popular activity. The populace simply has no political drive of its own. It is politically inert. If Russia permitted a socialist party and a communist party, joined behind the scenes, it would be on all fours with the United States in respect of parties in the field. The candidates in the two parties might be politically identical twins, as is often the case in the United States, Johnson versus Goldwater. In those rare cases where policy is uppermost in the mind of the electorate, it is usually a destructive policy, as toward Negroes in the South, and elsewhere. Policies promising to be injurious to minority groups such as Negroes, Catholics, foreigners, Jews, Mexicans, Chinese, intellectuals and, in fact, all deviants from fixed Philistinish norms, usually attract a larger than usual supporting vote. Ordinarily, policies are beyond the comprehension of the electorate, which chooses between two hand-picked candidates strictly on known ability factors: religion, race, appearance, age, marital status, region of origin, platform manner, synthetic public image and the like. Officials thus elected I have termed pub polls, public politicians, to distinguish them from the many other types of more specialized politicians in the American politico-economic system: finpols, corp-pols, church-pols, lawpols and lab, or, pols. A close examination of the roles of any of these will show that they differ only in quality, not degree or kind, from pub polls. Less perspicuously, such are ordinarily styled leaders or executives, sometimes trustees or theologians. They are in sober fact politicians, primarily and exclusively concerned about the operation of government and who gets and doesn't get what, when, where and how. 2. As the attainment of office gives officials access to the dread levers of government, including the levers of the hangman, people who already possess or are acquiring well-defined economic stakes are especially alert to the whole process. While the masses are distractedly mesmerized by the number one television program or the World Series, the moneymen are busily planning and discussing far ahead. Owing to the power leverage at stake, rivalry for office is in most jurisdictions keen. It gets keener the higher one ascends in the system. Because of the rival-rouse electoral grab for power leverage, the struggle is expensive. Money is needed, and can be obtained only from those relative few who have it to spare. Most of the labor force is too modestly compensated and improvident to contribute. 3. Money plays a large role in the manipulation of this system, much larger than is usually conceded, which means that persons who have money have a wide political edge over those who do not. First, there are the campaign contributions, always large and constantly getting larger. True, it takes money to run these campaigns wherein the issues are presumably being put before the people. But it was long known prior to the cases in 1967 of Senator Thomas J. Dodd before the Senate and of Bobby Baker in the courts that much of the money in probably most campaigns, although not all, is diverted to the private tax-free accounts of the politicians. As Frank R. Kent said decades ago, many politicians have what is known in the trade as sticky fingers. The money they collect is not for justifiable campaign expenses but is a down payment on future influence in government. Some of this money must often be divided the split to gain the support of local newspapers and key figures who stand forth as community leaders. Most campaign funds are, therefore, properly and soberly designatable as slush funds. Some represent slush all the way. The American system is a slushy system. Office holders know this and at times show their clear recognition of the facts. Thus, in the campaign of the natural gas industry in 1956 for exemption from federal regulation when an enabling bill was before Congress, already endorsed by President Eisenhower, eager beaver hinterland lawyers for the industry turned up and offered a cash campaign contribution to veteran Senator Francis Case of South Dakota, who instantly took umbrage and publicized what he interpreted as a barefaced attempt to influence his vote. This untypical incident scuttled the bill, which was vetoed. Most politicos gladly accept such offerings, say nothing about them. In England, campaign funds and the duration of campaigns are severely limited by law. Legislators are paid very modest salaries and are required to abstain from voting and discussion in matters affecting their private interests, the Jeffersonian rule. Lest I again be suspected of harboring satanic leftish sentiments while setting down what is only God's own plain unvarnished fact, allow me to quote at some length Senator Russell Long, establishment Democrat of Louisiana and Majority Whip, who in April 1967, said on the Senate floor, "Most campaign money comes from businessmen. Labor contributions have been greatly exaggerated. It would be my guess that about 95% of campaign funds at the congressional level are derived from businessmen. At least 80% of this comes from men who could sign a net worth statement exceeding $250,000. Businessmen contribute because the Federal Corrupt Practices Act prohibits businesses from contributing. Funneling contributions through their officers is a simple and safe way for business to accomplish what it cannot do directly. A great number of businessmen contribute to legislators who have voted for laws to reduce the power of labor unions, to regulate unions, to outlaw the union shop. Many businessmen contribute to legislators who have voted to exempt their businesses from the minimum wage. Businessmen contribute to legislators who have fought against taxes that would have been burdensome to their businesses, whether the tax increase was proposed as a so-called reform, a loophole closer, or just an effort to balance the federal budget. Power company officials contribute to legislators who vote against public power and against expanding the rural electric administration cooperatives. REA officers are also able to raise some money, although not nearly as much for those legislators who vote the other way around, although the real power of the REA cooperatives is to be found in the strong grassroots support they can generate against their enemies. Bankers, insurance company executives, big money lenders generally contribute to legislators who vote for policies that lead to high interest rates. Many large companies benefit from research and development contracts which carry a guaranteed profit, a so-called fixed fee of about 7% of the amount of the contract. Executives of such companies contribute to those who help them get the contracts or who make the money available. In recent years, quite a battle has developed over the desire of government research contractors to obtain and keep lush private monopoly patent rights on those things discovered with billions of dollars of government research money. The possibility of windfall profits in this area defies imagination. Research contractors contract to legislators who vote to permit them to have private patent rights on government research expenditures. Drug companies are often able to sell brand-name drug products at anywhere from twice to 50 times the price of identical non-branded products for welfare and Medicare patients if the companies can prevail upon government to permit their drugs to be prescribed and dispensed by their private brand names rather than by the official or generic name of the product. Executives of drug companies will contribute to legislators who vote to permit or bring about such a result. Many industries are regulated. This includes the railroads, the truckers, the airlines, the power companies, the pipelines, to name but a few. Executives of regulated companies contribute to legislators who vote to go easy on the regulation, and ask no more questions than necessary about their rates. Companies facing threat of ruinous competition from foreign sources have executives who contribute to those who help protect them from competition by means of tariffs and quotas. Many industries are subsidized. This includes the merchant marine, the shipbuilders, the sugar producers, the copper producers, and a host of others. Executives in such industries contribute to those who help keep them in business. This list is merely illustrative. It could be elaborated upon and enlarged to include many more. Merely by assiduously tending to the problems of business interests located in one's own state, a legislator can generally assure himself of enough financial support to campaign effectively for re-election. 3. The majority whip in his unguarded ire here spoke the simple, unvarnished truth. The only detail on which I would question him is in his use of the term businessmen. For these people, the big ones at least, are not businessmen in the senses commonly understood. They are finpoles, and corppoles, disguised as businessmen. They are actually rulers, like the dukes and barons of old. Business is not really their business, protected, non-risk money-making is. Scornfully rejecting the suggestion that some pontifical politicos did not accept campaign contributions, Senator Long said that any person who is the darling of the newspaper publishers has much of his campaign covered in favorable news and editorial support they can afford. If his record has the overwhelming approval of the wealthy business people, if he has a consistent record of favoring penny-pinching economy when the needs of the sick and poor were involved, a consistent record of voting to protect management from the demands of labor, of protecting monopolies from the public rather than the other way around, he will find that the campaign expenses seem to take care of themselves. Radio and television broadcasts may be paid by unseen and unknown beneficiaries. The man may well find himself with a substantial campaign surplus and no place to spend it. 4. Interrupting in the course of Long's speech, Senator Albert Gore of Tennessee reported that his study of campaign contributions in 1956 showed that the Republican Party collected more from the tiny island of Manhattan than from all the states combined, while the Democratic Party was not far removed from the same pattern. 5. This was not very astonishing, as New York City is the financial capital of the country, the dog that wags the Washington tail. The slush comes from New York, the accommodating votes from the hinterland. Long spoke in favor of retaining the short-lived law that allowed taxpayers to assign $1 of federal income taxes to campaign funds, which would be financed out of a common pool. But money in American politics extends far beyond campaign contributions, largely supplied by corporations, even though corporations are forbidden by law to contribute directly. As we have seen, once they are elected, politicians have many ways of collecting money or monetarily convertible equivalents. 1. It is brought to them by lobbyists in their offices in paper bags. 2. It is paid to them by corporations through their law firms for vague legal services or for self-ing intervention in governmental bureaus. 3. It is available to them, as in the case of Bobby Baker, in the form of easy bank loans, and also takes the form of allotting them shares gratis or at cut-rate terms in going enterprises such as insurance and loan companies and banks. Baker was obviously a middleman. The object of transferring money in this way is to avoid any implication of bribery, a word which, politicians know, has an ugly sound. Moreover, it is illegal. Although politicians are still bribed, and are sometimes convicted of accepting bribes, as in the recent case of highly placed W. Judson Morehouse, bribery after a distinguished history is now regarded as too cumbersome in the American system. But gifts with no explicit strings attached are not barred by law and are often conveyed in full public view in testimonial dinners. Will the recipient of such gifts thereafter take a detached view of the special requests of the donors? To believe so is to be credulous beyond hope of redemption. The newer ways of conveying money to officials in a pervasively corrupt governmental system have clearly been devised to salve their consciences against any gnawing belief that they are being bribed. Thus, Senator Dodd, after the call for his censure by the Senate, was able to protest publicly with every show of righteous indignation, his voice vibrant, that he was not conscious of having done anything wrong. In this contention he was supported by not a few politicos with whom he had no partisan connection. On a separate occasion, speaking in defense of Senator Dodd, Senator Long charged that half the members of the Senate Ethics Committee that sat in judgment on Dodd couldn't stand the investigation Senator Dodd went through, and, finally, that half the Senate was in the same boat. A few days later, Senator Long apologized. In making his for-the-record apology, Senator Long now surprisingly described the members of the Ethics Committee as 6 of the finest members who have ever served in this body. If I made a mistake and if I did wrong by saying what I said, I am here to offer them a public apology, said the Majority Whip. If I have any complaint of this committee, it is that their standards are too high. Senator John Stennis of Retrograde, Mississippi, chairman of the Ethics Committee, declined to shake hands with Senator Long after the trebly conditional apology. 6. This theatrical rebuke had much the same effect on public opinion as if Tweedledum had refused to shake hands with Tweedledee. While it is by no means the case that all office holders are thus beholden to outside moneymen, mainly corp pals, it certainly appears to be the case that most legislators are. The conditions are evident in the legislatures of the largest industrial states where there is the most money, but they are most plainly evident in Congress. The case of Senator Dodd and the shenanigans of Bobby Baker to sophisticated observers merely represent instances of rather general practice floating inconveniently into view, like garbage at a fashionable swimming beach. Contrary to common supposition, most office holders act officially as they do not out of ideological or intellectual commitment but out of monetary devotion. They believe fervently, for example, in the free enterprise system that is, capitalism. Why not? It is keeping them politically afloat on a sea of slush, as non-radical Senator Long lengthily attested. These money transfers in politics, then, are largely payoffs or retainers to guarantee tractable political behavior. And they do ordinarily have this result. Congress, which now operates pretty wide open on this sort of thing, applies much stricter criteria to appointees in the executive branch and the judiciary than it does to itself. Congressional committees often, with a great show of virtue, closely question presidential appointees about possible conflicts of interest between their properties and their assigned role in government. Usually Congress is satisfied if a man like the late Secretary of Defense Charles E. Wilson of General Motors sells his stock. President Johnson, not subject to Congress, did not even do this but appointed trustees for his properties. Is it likely that the trustees would make any decision adverse to the easily irked president? So to suppose would, it seems to me, be infinitely boobish. In disclosures such as in the recent Bobby Baker, Dodd, and Morehouse cases, the latest of thousands of analogous instances where the politico has been caught red-handed, his fingers streaming lucre, editorialists often piously refer to corruption and venality. Such moralistic judgments, while understandable, conceal the true causes, and tend to support a widespread erroneous view that politicians are for some reason a special odious breed. The precise reason there are so many light-fingered and readily purchasable figures in American political life traces directly to the politico-social structure. In the first place, in the American system to have money, however obtained, entitles one to special deference. Not to have it incurs ready contempt. This is straight free enterprise doctrine, expressing the difference between success and failure, the elect and the damned. Next, and perhaps most importantly, with the opening of the free franchise and public office to all comers in the early 19th century in the name of democracy, the procuring of impecunious purchasable politicians was in effect guaranteed. For poor boys to make good in democratic politics was by definition as noble as for them to make good in anything else, part of the holy American vision. But it takes time and therefore money to be in politics, which made it inevitable that moneymen behind the scene retained more than a little to say. In the popular electoral system the electorate was supposed to pick, but not finance, its representatives, who would faithfully represent them. When the electorate was displeased it might vote them out in favor of new men. But it was early noted that the electorate more often than not endorsed men for superficial reasons and voted out faithful men for trivial reasons or for no other reason than a vague discontent about general conditions. In political landslides, for example, everybody went out, saints and sinners alike. Career politicians, pub polls, early saw that it did little good to be a true friend of the people, who had little insight into affairs or genuine concern about policy. Against the possibility that they might be abruptly voted out of office and livelihood through public caprice or vindictiveness, office holders began to take prudent measures of self-protection. One such measure was the development of local party organizations, machines, the labor unions of politicians. Another was to use ingenuity in developing unorthodox sources of income with a view to providing nest eggs that would tide meagerly paid office holders over lean periods when they were out. In the latter 19th century, the distinguished Charles Francis Adams II reports, he could not live on the $1,000 a year he was paid as mayor of Quincy, Massachusetts. In many cases unorthodox income was illegal, as from bribes and extortion, in most cases it was questionable. But, up to a point, in all cases it was a practical necessity, although some politicos garnered more than enough under the rule of serendipity. This broad consequence, which we see exemplified in most originally unproperted career pub polls, in no way derived from the nature of politics as a black art but from the nature of a specific system raised on the unsupported, and, since, often disproved, theory that ambitious, self-willed, untutored men elected from among the people will be the respected, loyal, sympathetic, low-paid servitors of those same people, the democratic dogma. Some few will, as events have shown. Most won't, and the people are usually too inattentive, unperceptive, or lacking in judgment to be able to distinguish potential friend from betrayer. They re-elect their betrayers, again and again. This system of popular elections, moreover, was not one devised by the perspicacious founding fathers but represented a later dubious embroidery on the basic constitutional system, an embroidery that most of the founders would have rejected as absurd. Madison, for example, was astute enough to discern what would happen under the universal franchise. The fathers, often hymned, had no confidence in a universal franchise that would elevate poor boys in urgent and continual need of funds to high office, there to be readily tempted and seduced and to acquire personal interests of their own that ran against those of the populace. But this result was in a few decades broadly achieved amid sentimental clamor for democracy. Instead of obtaining a boon in the form of electoral democracy, as ideological Democrats contended, the people insensibly had rigorous public demands made upon them by such a system, demands they could not meet, to their own undoing. In giving them electoral democracy, history played a dirty trick on the American people, most of whom actually want and need benevolent paternalism. In getting electoral democracy, the American people had figuratively thrust upon them a political version of a Stradivarius violin. But they had not the least conception of how to play it. One result has been continual and avoidable disharmony. Emotionally committed though one may be to democracy, which on speculative grounds might be thought desirable, operationally it is as impossible as perpetual motion. For democracy is something that belongs to the psyche, to group interaction, not to outward forms. As an avalanche of evidence shows, people in general are not the least bit democratic at heart. True democracy, of course, can be learned, but only under carefully controlled favorable conditions such as are rarely present in the upbringing of most children. That there is considerable disaffection with popular elections even at grassroots levels is shown by the widespread growth of city managership this century in replacement of elected mayors. In no fewer than 40% of municipalities, some of them rather large, city managers are now hired as trained administrators by the city council. This compares with 50% of the cities that retain elected mayors and 10% are governed by commissions, town meetings or representative town meetings. 7. The idea could well be applied to the states which, like Nebraska, could also replace bicameral legislatures, baseless imitations of the federal model, with unicameral bodies. Office holding in the provision of the Founding Fathers was limited to property owners, as was most voting, an idea repugnant today but which in its operation in the 18th century American context limited public office at least on the higher levels to men of considerable education and public responsibility. One would not, however, agree with the prescription of H. L. Hunt today that the vote now be limited to people of property, for too many propertied people now are uneducated and have the crack-a-barrel grasp of H. L. Hunt. What made the Founding Fathers and the signers of the Declaration of Independence so noteworthy was not that they were men of property, they were noteworthy because they happened also to be men of broad learning and insight, ready to defer to those of their own number like James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, and Alexander Hamilton who showed especially sharp insight. True, among the signers of the Declaration some, such as Samuel Adams and Thomas Jefferson, were early optimistic Democrats, most were not. In any event, this crowd was a far cry from the Everett Dirksons, Thomas J. Dodds, George A. Smotherses and a host of other once poor boys, later indifferent to the poor, who found affluence in politics and became, in sooth, cracker-barrel statesmen. The Founding Fathers were a historical fluke. Among many areas of significance missed by sociologists in their frequent preference for the trivial is this one of the changes in the socio-financial condition of career politicians, either bosses or office holders. Many, although originally poor and never in highly remunerative employment, like the late Mayor Frank Hague and President Lyndon B. Johnson, accumulate sizable estates. In the case of others, members of their immediate families suddenly blossom in effulgent prosperity. Clearly, most of them are financial entrepreneurs of no mean cut. Also omitted by the sociologists is a ground-up study of the relation between the corporate clients of legislators' law firms and the performance record of the legislators. Are legislators with oil companies in their law offices, for example, for or against special favors to the oil industry? Are legislators whose law offices represent banks in favor of more or less regulation of banks? The dance of the pub pols, fin pols, and corp pols, the essence of the way the American politico-economic system operates, can be brought out most readily by means of employing two key words: overreaching and patronage. The term patronage here excludes reference in this text to governmental job appointments by political parties. Such patronage, dwelt upon by newspapers, does exist, but it is patronage in a distinctly minor form and of little relevance here. The chief instrument of economic power in the United States is the corporation, more particularly the large corporation. The corporation is, at its best, a completely rational mechanism with a single overriding goal, the maximization of profits consonant with steady growth. From an internal point of view, everything about the successful large corporation is rational, which is one of the aspects that make it an attractive object of study to those who like to study something wholly rational in an irrational world. Corporate rationality, however, is wholly internal. It is at variance with social rationality and, in fact, the rational corporation takes advantage for itself of much social irrationality, as some corporations take advantage of the desire of many people to swill whiskey and to smoke cancer-inducing cigarettes. The United States, I am convinced, would be a vastly superior place in which to live if it were organized along corporate lines as a single corporation rationally committed to maximizing the welfare of all people. I don't have in mind here a fascist corporate state, although this is probably what the outcome would be if misguided idealists set about trying to install a benevolent political corporation. Short of such a goal, we have before us as a model the welfare capitalism of Sweden, disliked by rabid free enterprisers athirst for tax exemption. In its rationality, the corporation does everything it can, including much that is illegal, to maximize its profits. It employs deceptive and irrational advertising, produces below par goods even for vital military and space programs, resorts to deceptive packaging, evades taxes, abuses weights and measures, engages in monopolistic price fixing, caters to popular irrationalities, overcharges, profiteers, and, in general, does whatever it can, evaluated as good or bad, legal or illegal, to maximize its position. To the outsider there is something questionable about one act or the other of the big business corporation. If the quality of the goods is excellent, the price may be too high; if the price is low, the quality suffers. In any event, it pays no taxes, merely collects them from customers. Again, much of corporate goods produced is of no utility other than in catering to free-floating anxieties, often stimulated by advertising. Here the rational corporation profits from irrational people. Overreaching is not something new in history. But in its American systematization, complete with computers, it is distinctly new, and it affects every nook and cranny of society as well as of individual attitudes. It is seen, for example, in many of the formal and publicly defended economic policies of the medical profession. Some doctors, alarmingly, are no more than overreaching businessmen and bad doctors to boot. It extends into the ghettos with their high prices and high installment interest rates for below par merchandise. It is reflected in the terms and product given by builders to home buyers. It is freely practiced against the general labor force by the stronger trade unions. It stands out blatantly in advertising. Systematic overreaching of the weak, in sooth, is as American as apple pie. It is respectable. Rightly practiced, it will lead one to membership in the country club, a zero in the infinite. The rich themselves are in many ways the victims of this spirit of overreaching and must be constantly on their guard against swindles, an involved story commended to the sociologists for further inquiry. As an example, although the best medicine is available to the rich, they are in fact the victims of many medical rackets, and in known instances unscrupulous doctors play a cat-and-mouse game with them, prolonging their disabilities and, for all one knows, bringing them to premature avoidable ends. The rich get into this impasse on the theory that whatever costs most must be best, and there are doctors who do not hesitate to set especially high fees. There exists, among other things, a special tier of high-fee proprietary hospitals, physical and psychiatric, especially programmed to act as a vacuum cleaner on the pockets of those with ability to pay, and not markedly notable for sound medical results. The victims of such establishments, however, can comfort themselves with the fact that there are being applied in medicine the most rigorous canons of free and unregulated private enterprise. The corp pols are the actual front line and cutting edge of capitalism. They represent the hard-nosed elements in the system and, during successful behavior, under the canons of strict business principles, are largely autonomous. As long as they run the corporation in harmony with hard business rationality, always with deference to public opinion, manipulated through public relations, they are in complete charge. True, if the big stockholders wished to interfere with operations they could. The big stockholders, however, often but not always rentiers and sometimes personally tender-minded, not up to conducting confrontations with nail-hard labor leaders and nagging politicos, not always well informed, do not interfere with the corp-pols unless there is a crisis in internal company affairs or between the company and the outside world. In such instances the big stockholders can and often do intervene decisively, especially against a runaway or berserk management. Ordinarily, though, the big stockholders let well enough alone, even endorsing judicially certified illegal conduct. Big stockholders could, it is true, meddle into the affairs of corporate management and, theoretically, could insist upon strict social-minded policies. They do not do this, usually, not because they are of the despicable temperaments pictured by C. Wright Mills and others, but because they are indifferent, diffident, or are afraid to disturb a smoothly running profitable operation. Some clarification of the roles of corp-pols and pub-pols seems advisable here lest they be misrepresented. Despite adverse moral judgments often registered against them by critical commentators, each of these types always does broadly what is inherently required by the system he serves. More significantly, each at all times implements to the best of his ability the chief operative value of American society, worship of William James's bitch goddess, success. In their various ways these men are all successes and exemplify in their dreary daily activity the American doctrine of success. As men who faithfully obey the inner rules of the game they merit and receive wide public approbation. If at times what they do appears messy under close scrutiny, this is only because the American idea of success is messy. At such times they may be called upon to act as scapegoats for the system, to take the blame as moral lepers. This they do, grimly. It should be observed that, except for disaffected, out-of-step critics, there is no widespread rejection on the American scene of the ascendant notion of success. Not only does a broad public uncritically accept steamy monetary success as a proper life goal, but it feels any questioning of this goal to be un-American, possibly traitorous, or at least subversive and surely cowardly. Who but a coward would shrink from entering the glorious contest for success? The unsuccessful are regarded with contempt or pity, often even by themselves. What we find, if we delve deeply enough, is a special value system at the root of it all. The traditional value system, originated out of long and tragic human experience, was encapsulated in traditional religion. As religious mythology, cult, and ritual were demolished by critical rationalism, the values of which these were the virtually sole and fragile carriers also suffered, came into disrepute as goody-goodiness and were insensibly superseded by the harsh values of success, of which the mass media stood as the principal guarantors. Instead of the clergy now defining values for society, the job was taken over by half-literate, often personally demoralized editors and publishers. Religion, in the process, was reduced from a vital, widely shared worldview to routine church-going on the part of the less educated. As the healthy baby of traditional values was thrown out with the dirty bathwater of myth and cult, the only repositories remaining for traditional values were the university and traditional philosophy, neither of which had much impact in the daily lives of people and both of which were strangers to the editors and publishers of the mass media, nearly all militantly ignorant men. Because man by his very nature must always live by one set of values or the other, the new set of harsh values not only filled a vacuum but accorded with the experience of what had until recently been a frontier society. In that society, difficult conditions at once highlighted the competent and the incompetent. The competent man was he who could take care of himself, the self-reliant man, the successful man. The original American fortune builders, the robber barons of the 19th century, it is well to notice, were all with hardly an exception faintly educated or illiterate lower-class men, none at all above the lower middle class and many from even further down, unskilled laborers, farmers, wandering adventurers. The American plutocracy, in truth, did not originate from within an aristocracy but came straight from the hoi polloi and implemented by far-ranging commercial action the narrow, culturally impoverished daily values of this hoi polloi. It was this element up from the lower cultural depths, making common cause with formerly poor boys in politics, that provided American society with personal proof of the worth of the new scale of values by enriching themselves. Expression of an inherent American point of view was given by the Rev. Horatio Alger, Jr., in his novels of successful economic daring-do on the part of poor boys. These good in their place frontier values, as much evidence now shows, are insidiously destructive in a more developed environment, even of their own votaries. While the bulk of attention is focused on the massive poverty sector of American industrial society, what is generally overlooked, except by a few close observers, is that affluent suburbia and much of the success-striving middle class is also engulfed in its own particular variety of emotional slum ghettos. The very winners in the system, the affluent, are in different ways as malserved as the poor, a fact increasingly evident to educated middle-class youth. That the values put to the fore by the success cult are destructive is seen most readily in the blighted personal lives even of winning strivers under the system. Within the reaches of the social register we see ample evidences of the blight reflected in a book such as Cleveland A. Murray's Who Killed Society? Lower down we find it in special reports. According to psychologists, physicians, family counselors, and others, reports the Wall Street Journal, companies now absorb too much of the time, energy, and devotion of their rising young executives. Exhausted by their jobs, they are mere shells at home, unable to function effectively as husbands and fathers. The result is seldom divorce, which is bad for the careers of young men on the go. Instead, marriages in name only are preserved between weary, indifferent men and women beset by all sorts of emotional ills, including chronic loneliness, sexual frustration, alcoholism, and excessive dependence on their children. 8. There followed an interesting, long, quasi-psychiatric analysis of emotional troubles on the suburbia executive success circuit, about which there is a growing special literature. In 2 surveys in the Chicago area on attitudes of women it developed that they saw their mates, not as persons, but in order of importance as breadwinner, father, and husband, and saw themselves, again, not as persons but as mother, wife, and homemaker. Few of the women had any interest in or knowledge of their husband's work but evaluated the man in terms of being a good provider or having a good job. Commenting on this phenomenon, Marya Mann said, throughout their responses, the conclusion was inescapable that the wives cared far more about what their husbands did than about what they were, as persons. About 1/3 of the women not only put their own role as mothers first, but indicated that the husband was essentially outside the basic family unit of herself and her children. It is because men are primarily an accessory to the fact of the contemporary family instead of half of a primary relation that so many, in the opinion of Miss Manns, find ways outside the family of establishing the fact of their manhood. Said Miss Manns mordantly, is a primary relationship between man and wife indeed possible in a society where secondary considerations success, status, possessions, social acceptance, public opinion impinge more and more on a family unit less and less tied together by common needs and bonds? If the illusion of a truly companionable marriage is to exist, women might start thinking of their husbands as men first, and accessories last. And vice versa. 9. Financial deficiencies are blamed on the man, family deficiencies are blamed on the woman. As comparatively few individual incomes, only 10% or until the more recent Johnsonian inflation, exceed $10,000 a year, according to the cold statistics, it is evident that most American males are big flops income-wise and are wide open to cutting remarks from their success-oriented, status-craving wives wrestling with childcare and household chores. All, then, as one could easily show by citing a variety of sources, is not happy sailing in the alcohol-sustained, drug-propped affluent belt of society, which in its own way is as badly churned up as the city slums and ghettos. Children in this situation, of course, suffer most of all. In passing, it is difficult for a habitual reader of the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Christian Science Monitor and the Washington Post to avoid concluding that the United States shelters under the glorious Star-Spangled Banner an extremely sick society, fundamentally made ill by the institutional implementation of a set of extremely destructive values. Let us return, now, to the big corporation. The management is the soul of any corporation. Without good management, that is, the rational application of unsentimental business principles as rigorously as possible in an imperfect world, the best corporation is bound to lose ground steadily to demonic rivals. And the importance of management is recognized in the many university courses and books and periodicals devoted to it. Management, in fact, is governance, rule. And within the modern corporation one finds the most rational and usually judicious application of rule in history, although for ends often extraneous to the general welfare. Corporate management fries its own fish and makes the best terms it can with cloudy public opinion and with government, that is, with pub polls. The men who run these corporate fiefdoms, managers, are actually rulers of vast domains, corp pols. Although comparatively most of them are not extremely rich, the corp pols are indispensable to the rich. Some become very rich. A good management of a corporation is the equivalent of a John D. Rockefeller in the Standard Oil Company and performs a similar general role. As pristine Rockefellers are hard to find growing naturally, it is necessary to train them up. This uptraining is done on the chain of command, from the junior executives onward. Along this chain of command many are called, few ultimately chosen, some are dropped along the way, some shunted into corporation dead ends or cul-de-sacs, some lost to rivals. The hard, sharp, rational, dominant, smart and highly acquisitive are moved upward under the incentives of higher pay, more and more public deference and elevated social status. Emerging as executive vice president and president, a man is known to be a crashing success within the system. He is somebody to be reckoned with. He is a corp pol, as powerful in his way as any senator, sometimes more powerful. As chairman he becomes something of an elder statesman, ready to tell congressional committees what is, and what is not, sound. For these are all, with few exceptions, sound men. They know the inner workings of affairs as many large stockholders do not. What critics of the abstraction called capitalism rarely see is the impersonality of the actual system, allowing few involved in it to experience it in its fullness. Thus, owners in this system, unless they are also managers, have only remote impersonal relation to it. Absentees, they are seldom directly touched by it. As far as knowing precisely what goes on, most of them are as ignorant as the common man. Some do not wish to be put to the inconvenience of knowing, in which case the system also serves them well. Capitalists, at any rate, are rarely close students of capitalism and the way it works. All most of them know is that they are getting only what they believe they are in all plain justice cosmically entitled to, and this holds of many inheritors who never soiled a finger as well as of the self-erected. The courts agree to the hilt. As to harsh characterizations of the rich as special hard types, it is easy to show that they are false. As Lampman showed, 40% of the owners of taxable estates are women. As Professor James Smith showed, women predominate among the owners of estates exceeding $10 million, a figure more recently verified by Herman P. Miller, Special Assistant to the Director of the Census Bureau. As of 1958, millionaires by sex and average age, Miller found, were as follows: 10. The predominant number of very big holders, then, 5 to 1, are women of an average age of 40, who are in this category either as heirs, widows or as a consequence of estate splitting by older men, usually husbands. Most such female holdings, of course, are under the direction of male investment managers, lawyers, trustees, husbands, or fathers. As far as that is concerned, some of the richest people are minors, children. While some of the women are as dividend hungry as any man, and some hungrier, by and large they are not hard types, nobody at all has ever suggested they are. At worst what one could say of most of them is that they are foolish, uninformed, self-centered, inexperienced, possibly insensitive, often childishly arrogant. Many of the men, given sheltered rearing under tutors and in hothouse schools, are as temperamentally detached from the workings of monopoly capitalism as the women. Usually products of the Ivy League, they are in all ways gentlemen, often highly civilized. They collect modern art, give money to universities and libraries, support unquestionably worthy causes and even give privately off the record for laudable ends. The absurd self-image of at least some of these women, many of whom appear to consider critics of their forebears as guilty at least of lèse-majesté, was publicly projected recently by Helen Clay Frick, the 77-year-old spinster daughter of the harsh ironmaster, partner of Carnegie, who died in 1919. Miss Frick in 1965 brought suit for libel against Drive, Sylvester K. Stevens, executive director of the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, for some unusually mild depreciative characterizations of the deceased Henry Clay Frick in Stevens's Pennsylvania, birthplace of a nation. In what must be considered the extreme of understatement, he suggested that the rapacious Frick was hardly a model Christian gentleman but was rude and autocratic. Frick, during and after his lifetime, had steadily been depicted by many writers as the prototype of a ruthless 19th-century robber baron, overreaching and ignorant, but Miss Frick, in bringing suit, denied ever having heard any of this, claimed to be shocked at the besmirching of her sire's reputation by a scholar and asserted that he had been libeled and she had been caused great anguish of spirit. Waiving damages, she asked that the book be suppressed and the record corrected. After carefully listening to a great deal of testimony from both sides, Judge Clinton R. Widener of the Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, Court of Common Pleas, handed down a masterly 51-page opinion that could have been written by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. The court's opinion was far more critical of Frick than the book had been. Not only were the alleged defamatory statements completely true, said the learned jurist, but they were milder than were warranted by the facts. Frick himself, in view of his stance as a lone wolf against the world, would have been proud of them. As the Times pointed out, the judge's opinion, ventured in the face of as many as 4 plaintiffs' lawyers at one time in the courtroom itself, came close to calling her suit frivolous. Scolding the plaintiff, the court said she knew nothing whatever about her father's affairs and wanted nobody else to know about them. Dr. Stevens has written what he believes to be true and what the court believes to be true, said the court firmly. In the ordinary case, this would have been the end. But some 2.5 months later, upon the withdrawal of the baseless case by stipulation, Miss Frick reopened it and thereby suddenly found herself in the role of defendant. She reopened it by absurdly expressing delight at the author's retraction of false statements. Dr. Stevens at once characterized this statement of hers as positively vicious and face-saving. He went on to say, "This whole thing, on the very day she has admitted her suit was groundless, is designed to make it look as though I am retracting something and Miss Frick is graciously consenting to withdraw." The stipulation withdrawing the case was made with prejudice, which meant that she lost the option of reopening her complaint. As the Times pointed out, the stipulation was signed by her attorney with the knowledge that subsequent editions of the book, after changes in 2 trivial references to fact, one being the suppression of the word coal, would contain some new language sharply critical of her father. Charging deception and bad faith, attorneys for Dr. Stevens asked the court to revoke the dismissal of her suit and thrash out her claim that there had been a retraction of false statements. There the matter rests at this writing. 11. What was of general interest about this case was the way it showed one of the reserve powers of the wealthy to harass in costly and time-wasting legal actions writers who comment critically on their public actions, even on those dead. It was knowledge of such powers that led attorneys for the publisher of Professor Edwin Sutherland's White-Collar Crime to require that the names of companies that had been repeatedly convicted of violating the law not be mentioned. Individuals who have been convicted of violating the law, especially in the commission of felonies, can be and are thereafter often for the rest of their lives referred to as criminals. Any scribbler can refer to anyone of such as ex-cons. Although it might seem that one should by the same token be able to refer to a convicted corporation as a criminal corporation, the publisher's attorneys in the Sutherland case thought it the better part of prudence not to mention their names. The situation is this: can the Supercosmos Corporation, convicted in open court many times of felonies and thereupon subjected to penalties and restraining orders backed by sanctions, be referred to as a criminal corporation? Lawyers, as we have seen, advise against it, knowing that their client may soon be served by a summons sworn out by the law firm of King, Lord, Duke, and Pontiff of 1 Wall Street. Hardly any judge in Anglo-Saxondom would dream of even entertaining a motion to dismiss an action brought by this pontifical firm, whose members look with basilisk eyes even upon Lowells and Cabots. The offender will surely be forced to prove that crime is crime. Even individuals, always lower class, who have never been convicted of anything are open to unpleasant characterizations in the press. Persons frequently arrested by the police, or questioned, are thereafter often referred to as police characters. By this token at least the top 1,000, and probably more, leading corporations are police characters, for they are constantly having run-ins with the authorities, are constantly being questioned about alleged violations, sometimes convicted. Yet to refer to any of them as police characters or as suspected outlaws might be costly. If not themselves sovereign, they are so tightly interlaced with sovereignty that one is indeed guilty of lèse majesté, in impugning them to the slightest degree. Like a king, they are hedged by divinity. Beyond this there are undesirable characters, rather dégagés, unesthetic types the police do not enjoy seeing lounge about in central city districts, with newspapers often concurring in the appellation. What, now, about composing a list of undesirable corporations, opening with whiskey and cigarette companies? Yet, most of the rich today are not a demonic crowd. They are not ordinarily fanatics. Often quite democratic, they will bandy pleasant words with almost anyone over drinks, will probably mildly fault their severer critics as persons who unaccountably come on too strong. Some of this, of course, may be simple evasiveness. Again, they are sufficiently numerous, random products, so that the law of large numbers applies to them. They range over the whole bell-shaped spectrum of the law of probability, so that for every one with some unlovely characteristic there is a balancing personality with the opposite characteristic. There are not only misfricks but diametrically opposite types. In the middle range of 50% one finds more similarities, usually acceptably decorous along average lines, neither great nor odious. As I said, most of the rich, except possibly some of the self-erected, are not hard types. The hard types in the system, the ones who make the system work like an automatic mouse-trap for the largely unconscious benefit of the rich, are, first, the corp pols, and, second, a plain majority of the pub pols. These upward-striving intermediaries are selected hard types in the same sense that a surgeon or a commando soldier is a hard type. They are decision-makers, and the decisions they make are invariably devoid of sentiment. A surgeon does not refrain from cutting because it will draw blood, possibly induce death or leave a scar. A commando does not refrain from slitting a throat because he will be dispatching some kind mother's son, some worthy wife's husband, some innocent child's father. By training and temperament these are indeed special types, not subject within their group to the law of probability as to their functional characteristics. With each one it is possible to predict almost certainly how he will act in given circumstances. The big stock-holding rich, largely absentees, to a considerable extent women, have little direct contact with the corp pols, their plantation overseers. Such little functional contact as there is takes place, if at all, through boards of directors. On these, however, many of the very rich do not sit. The social meeting ground for them all big male stockholders, finpols, and corpols is the Metropolitan Club, where there is on the whole a rather desultory mingling. Although glad to be present as evidence of their puissance, many of the intermediary corpols in this milieu look with some reserve, possibly even disdain, on some of the big stockholders and finpols. For the corpols are usually different, and know it, in that they for the most part came up the long, hard way. They feel pretty much as battle-hardened veterans do in the presence of inexperienced though superior officers. Many of the rich they no doubt look upon as pampered non-realists. Some of the corpols did not finish high school because their families were too poor, others went to Jerkwater College or to Business College. The human drive in the system clearly comes, for the most part, from the corppoles and pubpoles, men from comparatively deprived backgrounds hungry for position, money, and deference. The system would work perfectly well if all the big stockholders were playboys and playgirls. The system does not really need the big stockholders who are, as it were, wards of the courts. True, many of the rich no doubt see the situation pretty much as do the corppoles and pubpoles. They recognize that there should be money incentives and that success, not public sustenance, is the proper goal. Whether they do or not, however, makes little difference as long as they keep hands off smoothly running operations. Difficulties are best handled by the highly paid corppoles in concert with the pubpoles, most of each category commando types. Little is known of the direct relations between corporate managers and the big owners. To what degree do these richest families or groups use their voting power to influence the operations of their companies? Asks Robert Heilbronner. We do not know. There exists a shroud of secrecy over the relation between the centers of inherited wealth and the determination of working policy in capitalism. 12 Here, one must note, top management officers even after their retirement never produce revelatory memoirs of inter-company affairs as do men who have served a stint in government. The latter, even high military officers, often finally tell all, sparing nobody up to the President of the United States and his wife. Perhaps a reason such inner revelations about the corporations never appear is that the qualified writers are still on the payroll, drawing large retirement pay. By telling what went on they might be kicking the bottom out of their own boat. Thus the system automatically covers its most significant inner traces. We are not, however, without some clues that the big hereditary owners have some direct influence in their corporations. One clue, as we have noticed, exists in the anti-Semitism of the metropolitan clubs, introduced there by roughhouse 19th-century tycoons and echoed today in the personnel policies of the large corporations and the memberships of country clubs. In their respective outlooks, then, the big owners and the corppoles are not strangers to each other. Somebody must initiate such a policy at the top, somebody must enforce it. The Founding Fathers were not anti-Semitic. Other policies may similarly be left-handedly, indirectly, imposed. Yet in this quarter all is very shadowy. Nor, one may infer, are the very rich merely accidental beneficiaries of the one-sided tax laws. Parties of interest must have asked, sub rosa, for such preferential treatment. The pubpoles could not have written such laws without some prompting. Had they done so they would be in the creative class of Franz Kafka. What is probably true of many or most of the special benefits enjoyed by the rich is that at different times someone or a few of the rich utilized leverage available to them with amiable key pubpoles and exerted their will with respect to some facet of the law. Whatever was of benefit to one then became of benefit to all in that category. As many at different times busied themselves with different facets of the laws, the result was a tremendously wide range of special benefits made available to a broad upper income class. While the full range of the benefits looks as though it could only have resulted from a common conspiracy, each individual benefit was obtained by some individual go-getter exerting his political leverage. There is, then, nothing like a central money fund calling all the shots, only individual go-getters exerting power through stooges that brings unsought benefits to others. Naturally, nobody objects to features of the law that he finds give him a favored outcome. This is only what is known in popular parlance as getting the breaks. The rich get many such breaks, for many of which most of them never asked. For most of them it is all pure serendipity. Where the dominant rich enter the system most openly is through patronage, political and cultural. The political patronage comes from the rich directly in the form of campaign contributions and indirectly from their corporations that hand out largesse through their overpaid officers in the form of campaign contributions and direct payments in the form of money from lobbyists and corporate retainers for political law firms. For sources of campaign funds, see Alexander Hurd, The Costs of Democracy, University of North Carolina Press, Chapel Hill, 1960. Cultural patronage is exercised through the foundations and, sometimes, the trustee-controlled universities directly. Scholars and scientists whose work either contributes to the well-being of the existing establishment or provides justification and rationalization for it are supported with lavish grants and cushy appointments. Others, either critical or producing unwelcome or unusable findings, are not. It is as simple as that. This sort of foundation patronage produces a double advantage for the donors, for it is publicly designated not as patronage but as philanthropy. In some cases philanthropy may be truly involved, over the entire foundation panorama, as we have seen, it is not. The foundations serve many ulterior purposes, the very least of them philanthropic. There is, too, the general patronage in the form of rich corporate advertising placements in the mass media, serving to keep these firmly on the side of the existing establishment at all times when the chips go down. As far as the establishment is concerned, there is convenient scholarship and inconvenient scholarship. Inconvenient scholarship, while tolerated, is simply neither supported nor promoted. Scholarship that validates the American celebration, however, showing Uncle Sam überalls, is heavily supported. What this amounts to, quite simply, is patronage, impersonally conferred. Basically, what gains befuddled acceptance for the system generally, it will be noticed, is verbiage political, social, economic and cultural. Elaborate quasi-metaphysical arguments are ready at every point to prove that the existing state of affairs is exactly as it inevitably should be, all factors, of course, taken into consideration. Everybody, in other words, is right where he ought to be in the social scale, including the foundation-supported professors who excel at such arguments. Anybody who says differently is a deviant, a kook, unsound, far out in left field and probably infected by some un-American ideology. The horror of horrors is for an academic to be an avowed Marxist, as Richard Nixon showed in campaigning rapidly up and down the state of New Jersey in 1965 to have a Marxist school teacher cashiered. The obtuse Nixon lost, probably because his intended victim bore a politically potent Italian name. It would be extraordinary if the winners in the system did not believe, after the way they had obeyed its rigorous rules, including those of inheritance, that everything was as it properly ought to be. And it is the winners who monopolize the stage in evaluating the system. The role of the people, but neither overreaching nor patronage, would get very far unless they were practiced within a population that was emotionally simple and not in possession of sound knowledge and realistic judgment. Most of the population, whatever one may say on its behalf, is of this order, is quite uninformed and readily susceptible of being emotionally worked upon, distracted. A Harris poll, for example, has shown that 40% of American Catholics believe that whenever the Pope delivers himself of an opinion it has the status of a law, a bizarre claim that the Catholic Church itself is far from making. 13 just as large a percentage of non-Catholics, if not larger, are under similar misapprehensions about facts relating to the Catholic and perhaps their own ecclesiastical establishments. A vast majority of the white population south of the Mason-Dixon line, and large numbers, probably a majority elsewhere, are firmly of the belief that Negroes are subhuman or only semi-human, despite the positive assertions of biology and anthropology to the contrary. Merely to argue the scientific findings in many quarters is to risk being assaulted by righteously indignant citizens who consider the speaker erotically irregular, a nigger lover. A Lewis Harris poll in 1966 showed that whereas 78% of the more affluent and educated sections of the population believed Negroes are unfairly discriminated against, only 46% of lower-income people thought so. Almost 3 out of every 4. Whites who earn less than $5,000 a year and never went beyond the 8th grade in school think the education available to Negroes is as good as that available to whites, said Mr. Harris. What is more, about half of this group thinks Negroes are not discriminated against in general and that housing for Negroes is as good as it is for whites. 14 careful sociological studies have shown that the masses are poorly informed on vital topics despite a plethora of accurate information available, and that they are politically illiberal and withdrawn in their attitudes. Astrology flourishes. As noted earlier, the further one moves down the social scale, the more authoritarian and illiberal become the individuals. Professor Robert E. Lane, on the basis of a comprehensive study, concluded that the lesser degree of political participation and interest in lower status groups is partly accountable by the following factors. 1. Lower strata women, but not men, have less leisure available for political activity. 2. Lower status persons have less economic security, and, partly for that reason, feel less of a sense of control over their political environment. 3. The threat of deprivation of upper strata groups present in the politics of the welfare state provides greater motivation than the promise of reward to the lower status groups. The relation of public policy to the group stakes at issue in that policy is made more visible to upper status groups than to lower status groups. Lower status individuals can influence and benefit from governmental action only socially, by group activity and membership, while upper-class persons can influence and benefit from such action individually. Therefore, upper-class persons have a higher incentive to participate. Lower-status people, feeling at a disadvantage compared to upper-class people, tend to avoid social contact in mixed groups, withdraw interest, defer to others in difficult matters, and generally reveal a lack of self-confidence. Actually, lack of experience and influence combined with pressures to be opinionated leads to unrealistic participation in some instances. Child-rearing practices in the lower status groups tend to provide a less adequate personality basis for appropriately self-assertive social participation. The social norms and roles in the lower status group tend to emphasize political participation less than do the norms and roles of the upper status groups. There is a tendency for these political roles to be concentrated in middle class rather than upper class or working class groups. Lower status persons experience greater cross pressures with respect to a. Ethnic versus class identifications, b. Divergent political appeals of the media to which they are exposed, and conflict between media and status identification, c. Community leadership and own group leadership, and d. Subjective versus objective class identification. Lower status persons belong to fewer formal organizations and have fewer intimate personal friends. However, union membership tends to modify this pattern. Lower status persons have less capacity to deal with abstract issues and less awareness of their larger social environment. Lower status persons are less satisfied with their lives and communities, leading, in a minimally class-conscious society, to withdrawal from civic activities, or, alternatively, to participation in deviant politics. Inter-class mobility tends to weaken the forces for political participation, a tendency modified by identification with upper status, participant, norms by both upwardly mobile and downwardly mobile groups. 15. None of this, however, accounts for greater lower-class response when politicians promise authoritarian repression of some segment of the populace. The promise by such as Joseph McCarthy and George Wallace that heads are going to roll never fails to galvanize the lower orders politically. The lower status groups, that is, those below the middle class, are, in other words, confused. And it is this element, peasant-like in outlook, that constitutes most of the electorate, accounting for the easy nomination and election of so many persons who in medical parlance would be designated as quacks or unqualified practitioners. Public office in the United States and elsewhere is full of them, quacks. Politics, contrary to roaring democratic theory, is not something that can be readily practiced with proper success by anybody. Politics, like any other discipline, requires qualified specialists. Here a note seems in order. There is theoretical as well as practical politics. The multivocal structure of theoretical politics is laid out in the works of Plato, Aristotle, Polybius, Aquinas, Hobbes, Locke, Montesquieu, Kant, and many similar savants. A formal exercise in practical politics, based on actual political maneuver, is Machiavelli's The Prince. Biographies abound with additional material. Formally qualified people in career politics ought to be thoroughly acquainted with this whole literature and to be broadly grounded as well in logic, semantics, linguistics, epistemology, scientific methods, the social studies and the humanities. Simply by laying down such formal requirements I have disqualified practically every working politician on the American scene. But I have no hesitancy in saying that those who do not have some approach to such preparation are at the very least quacks. Quackery is of the very essence of being a politician on the American scene, a leader of the bourgeoisie into fetid blind alleys. This quackery shows itself most blatantly in the wild abuse of language by routine career politicians. Language in routine American politics is not used to inform, or to analyze problems but to manipulate emotions and to obfuscate. Purely whimsical bandying of language, as in the case of Senator Everett Dirksen, can alone make one a national character in the eyes of the press. But the more sober use of language by politicians not given to the devious Dirksen's fanciful flights of bomb-inatting rhetoric is equally misleading, so that the nation literally, under President Johnson, fell into the position of the polity of George Orwell's 1984, where peace means war, defense means aggression, the great society means the shabby society, prosperity means recession, and a war on poverty means befuddlement of the poor and the perpetration of financial skullduggery. Few politicians use language warrantably. In a well-known dictum, they use it to conceal thought. The gobbledygook of endless government reports and political speeches furnishes proof without end. The congressional record is full of the stuff. Madison Avenue and the politicians are as one in this respect. Such use of language stamps the user an errant quack, on a par with a healer who professes to cure disease with electric belts and charms. The United States Senate no doubt contains the greatest concentration of professional political intelligence in the nation. Yet, leaving aside terms such as liberal, moderate, and conservative and applying the loosest criteria possible, it is difficult to exempt more than a bare third of it from the rubric of quack. The House of Representatives is far more meagerly equipped, and in the state legislatures it is often a case of 100%er quackery among their various member lawyers, real estate and insurance brokers, loan sharks, undertakers, and small-time dealers. The executive offices are for the most part filled by similar quacks, fugitives from anything resembling culture. Ghostwriters fill the breach. Still, the average office holder is of a capability far superior to the average of the peasant-like populace he serves. The politician is not, as often supposed, of an inferior order comparatively. There is not the slightest doubt that Senators Stennis and Eastland, for example, are people superior in ability and drive to the population average in Mississippi. And the same holds true elsewhere. Again, office holders, whatever one may say of them, meet the criteria of the broad electorate. They have what it takes to gain acceptance by the boobs. The pork barrel, for which the politicos are castigated, is what gains them votes out in the spiritually barren home districts. As Professor Lane remarks, most of the current criticism of popular rule does not emanate from the enemies of democracy, but rather from its saddened friends. It deals in part with the capacities of the people to make wise decisions in their own interest, the strength of their desire to participate in government, and the nature of the benefits they derive therefrom. On the basis of clinical research and public opinion polls, students of democratic government have concluded that the electorate is wanting both in vital information and in rational pursuit of enduring self-interest. The tasks have exceeded the capacities of the public to perform them. Thus, Walter Lippmann, continuing a line of argument he began so brilliantly in public opinion some 35 years ago, states that a central cause for the breakdown of democratic governments in modern times has been that the assemblies and the mass electorates have acquired the monopoly of effective powers and do not know how to use them. Erich Fromm, although he favors widespread social participation, has cast doubt upon men's desire for the burdens which such participation implies. Freedom implies choice, participation implies responsibility, and under stress the majority of the people may find choice painful and responsibility too weighty a load. Apathy, withdrawal, conformity, pseudo-willing, result. It is said that the masses have not gained through their new political power because the sources of their trouble are not political but economic. Democracy is a mask for plutocracy, and the plutocrats remain entrenched in power. Thus the long struggle to enfranchise the masses of men has, so far, come to no avail. The franchise is useful only as it offers leverage to attack the real citadel of power. Commenting here, Lane says this idea is curiously at the confluence of three streams of thought. The first, liberal democracy, is illustrated by Karl L. Becker, who says that economic forces brought about an increasing concentration of wealth and power in the hands of the fortunate few, and thereby nullified, for the majority of people, many of those essential liberties which provide both the theoretical justification and the necessary conditions for the practical success of democratic institutions. The second element in this confluence is contributed by Mosca and Pareto, both of whom identify democracy with plutocracy. And the third element, of course, is the Marxian interpretation of bourgeois democracy as a complex of institutions manipulated by the capitalist class. 16. That the universal franchise and the wide-open consumer market are on the basis of their experience with it, now fully acceptable to the dominate orders, has been seen in the massive and costly efforts of the Johnson administration to force them upon the Vietnamese at the point of firepower. In the Johnsonian view, even people to whom the idea of voting is bewildering, contracultural and perhaps repugnant, are to be forced to vote. This, the American way, it is held, will lead to their liberation. Yet neither voting nor the open consumer market has led to the liberation of the masses in the United States, rather have they delivered them into the pincers of ignorance, poverty or near poverty and emotional deprivation. The masses are, literally, stupefied by the opportunities open to them. Voting, unless there is ground-up, knowledge-based participation, cannot lead to popular deliverance. Only if the assumption were true that each participant is of fairly equal capability could the process work. But people simply are not of equal capability and motivation, contrary to the dream of the early Democrats. They must lose out in the electoral game for a multitude of reasons, some of which have been cited. The shrewd manipulators, the pub polls, corp polls, fin polls, admin and skull polls must come out on top every time, just as the heavyweight champion must easily defeat every amateur who steps into the ring with him. Democrats, liberals, and radicals have wasted millions of words and hours of their time trying to arouse the people in their own interests, either to electoral or to revolutionary assault, and always without avail. Marx predicted, erroneously, that factory operatives, the workers, would take the lead in an assault on the owners. Such an assault has never taken place in any industrial country. Marxist parties have taken power only under conditions of war-induced general social collapse, as in agricultural Russia and China, with only the most meager of Marxist proletarian support. Non-Marxist peasants in both cases were the revolutionary instrument. Marx, inter alia, detested the peasantry, which he saw as reactionary. Nor have popular causes been more successful in the electoral arena, where splinter parties have long failed to gain even a foothold. For the mass does not vote for its objective interests, it always votes for some fantasy. From Lincoln onward, no more than 2 out of 19 presidents are argued by anybody to have been oriented toward the popular interest, and even those 2 are rejected by some experts as true paladins of the people. The people, very obviously, are not capable of wielding the electoral sword, thus accounting for the success of institutionalized overreaching and patronage. The rich, in plain fact, are rich because they cannot help it. They are playing marbles for big stakes against blind men, cannot help winning with little effort. To the Marxists all these presidents were tools of the capitalist establishment, but not to the people, to whom the Marxists look vainly as the instrument of social reconstruction. As to this, say the Marxists, the people are fooled by the mass media, but it is of the essence of politics, as of military affairs, not to be fooled. To be fooled in politics is to be conquered. In losing out so consistently by means of open elections, the people, clearly, are being hoisted by their own petard. They have not the least inkling what the elections are all about. It would be difficult for any set of men, however qualified, to run so complexly ponderous a country as the United States really well. As it is, the United States is very, very poorly run, year after year, by the quacks, overreachers, and patrons, as the accumulation and multiplication of social problems attest. At the same time, propagandic apologists continually bellow how well the country is run. Nothing, though, ever seems to get any better. Everything gets demonstrably worse and worse, converging towards some awesome future crisis, some catastrophic reckoning. Après nous, le deluge. So really bad is the situation that American sociologists have gradually developed a forbidding branch of their discipline labeled, simply, social problems, the equivalent of pathology in medicine. To this melancholy subject scores of textbooks are devoted, dealing with crime, its causes and its steady increase, rigging of courts and elections, poverty, racial and religious conflict, curtailments of civil rights, prison brutality, ill health and inadequate and profit-perverted medical care, maleducation, non-education and illiteracy, the prevalence of divorce and desertion, the excesses of pressure groups, faulty mass transportation, child mistreatment and abandonment, personal enemy, inadequate housing, social disorganization, widespread psychic disorder, slums, overcrowding and overpopulation in relation to available facilities, advertising and propaganda, unattended mental illness, commercialized alcoholism, gambling, drug addiction, traffic tangles, prostitution, pathological deviancies, war, etc., etc. 17. All of this bespeaks a very sick society, a poor political system. What is most remarkable about all these problems is that despite the reports and recommendations of one public commission after the other, none ever appears to be solved or even made more tractable. Each appears to be growing greater, and new ones, such as water and air pollution and air traffic, are constantly being added. As the sociologists report, many causes are discernible, but a general cause seldom mentioned is simple political neglect. Forthright confrontation of the problems is prevented by the various forms of political blockage at which the pub polls are most adept. Again, as much of the brains of the country are in the service of overreaching in the marketplace and political arena in pursuit of the dollar, there are few competent people left in circulation to deal adequately with the problems. Money for social problem solving, of course, is kept to a minimum as the public coffers are opened wide for the purchase of multi-redundant military hardware and space rockets to the moon, overkill. Lavish in the money rewards given to corp pols and pub polls, as we have seen, the going system becomes niggardly in the pay scales adopted for supportive personnel such as teachers, social workers, scientists, counselors, aides, nurses, engineers and the like. As a way of obtaining money and forthright action with respect to these problems, the proper method would appear to place them all under the jurisdiction of the Defense Department, where they seem to belong. For what is the value of keeping the nation muscular on the outer frontiers while it is eroding at the core? In view of the rising tide of unsolved, gingerly tended social problems, what is it, precisely, that is being defended? The final reckoning, where will it all end? What will be the historical outcome of the concentration of wealth and power in the United States? Although all answers to such questions must be speculative, we have recently been provided with a brilliantly suggestive study along these precise lines by Robert L. Heilbronner in The Limits of American Capitalism. 18. Heilbronner, in harmony with details laid out earlier in this text, is well aware of corporate dominance in American affairs. He notes that, out of some 11 million separate economic enterprises down to single newsstands, about 1 million companies do approximately 85% of the business, and 500,000 corporations do 98% of all corporate business and 75% of all business. In turn, 0.1% of the biggest industrial corporations, the 500 at the top, do about 33% of all business. Indiana, the corporate field. Furthermore, the top 50 industrial companies have sales as great as the next 450, while the profits of the top 10 are equal to those of almost half of the remaining 490. The 500th on the annual fortune list has total sales of only $97 million, which is less than the profits of any of 26 of the 50 largest. 19. By 1975, according to Willard Mueller, chief economist of the Federal Trade Commission, 200 corporations will own 2/3 of all American manufacturing assets, compared with the same proportion owned by 500 corporations in 1962. The reason for this further concentration, it was indicated, is the renewed, administration-sanctioned merger movement. 20. We are confronted, in short, by corporate giantism. The backbone of political support comes from this corporate world. A single company, AT&T, holds nearly 5% of all non-bank corporate assets. If only the top 150 companies with assets or sales at $1 billion or more were suddenly to stop doing business, the entire economy would collapse. These companies comprise 50 industrials, 40 banks, 20 insurance companies, 10 merchandisers, 10 transportation lines and 20 public utilities. 21. While the 100 top industrial corporations own 25% of all business assets, Indiana 1929, they own 31% in 1960. In 1963 they accounted for 53.8% of total national income compared with 55.8% in 1955. Contrary to misleading propaganda about widespread ownership, in the 100 largest corporations the directors alone owned or controlled at least 10% of the voting stock. Among the 150 supercorporations, there are perhaps as many as 1,500 or 2,000 operational top managers, but as few as 200 to 300 families own blocks of stock that ultimately control these corporations. 22. Heilbronner, unlike Karl Marx, does not see the corporate system terminating in revolution. Although sensitively aware of the vagaries of history, he does not absolutely rule out transitional phases of violence. Rather does he see the system very gradually and slowly changing, just as the feudal manorial system was transformed gradually to the system of the open cash market, the citadel of bourgeois capitalism. This being the probability, under the limits imposed by the present reach of business thought, the prospect is still for a society of narrow ambitions and small achievements, a society in which we belatedly repair old social ills and ungenerously attend to new ones. 23. Although the present system is one, like feudalism, of lopsided privilege, Heilbronner in a keen insight points out that the legal basis of privilege now is screened as such even from the beneficiaries, who are not aware that they are privileged. This basis consists of the laws that permit private benefit to be derived from huge-scale production and allows free and untrammeled use of the national and international marketplace for private enrichment. Therefore, privilege under capitalism is much less visible, especially to the favored groups, than privilege under other systems. 24. Under feudalism, the privileges were harshly evident and explicitly known to all participants. Instead of resisting encroachments upon privilege forthrightly, those who are privileged unconsciously resort to ideology, befuddling all but the well-informed. Thus, attempts to deal with the periodic vast malfunctionings and slumps of individualistic capitalism by means of national planning, in place of egocentric planning on the part of huge corporations, are vociferously cried down as encroachments upon an abstraction called freedom. Because the system is now too deeply rooted and generally accepted, it could not be violently or arbitrarily uprooted without enveloping the nation in prolonged chaos, as Heilbronner fully recognizes, and no responsible thinker any longer seriously proposes that it be uprooted. How then, will it change, as all things involved in history do change? The long-run threat to monopolistic capitalism, as Heilbronner sees it, is similar to the original threat to feudalism in that it is subtle and seemingly harmless. The manorial economy of feudalism was undermined by what was originally a cloud no larger than a man's hand, the cash market that established itself right in the shadow of the manorial walls. This cash market brought into being a new social type, the businessman. In his first guise, the businessman was looked upon by the lords of the manor much as we today look upon a pushcart peddler, as a person of no economic, social, or political consequence, at worst a mere nuisance. From this tiny seed, however, were to come the future original Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, DuPont, Woolworth, Mellon, Ford et.al. These men in their various ways were all pushcart peddlers grown to giant size under favoring conditions and laws. The intangible, subversive threat to capitalism, as the cash market was to feudalism, Heilbronner sees as science and technology, without which modern capitalism cannot function but with which it cannot make its peace because it is constantly thrown into deep inner turmoil and confusion by them. For one thing, the composition of the labor force is constantly radically altered by technological change, first by the introduction of new machinery that converted agricultural workers into urbanized factory workers, and more recently by automation, which displaces factory workers into rising service industries, dumps them on the unemployment rolls, or wastes them in huge and militarily unnecessary peacetime standing armies. Technology has even displaced the traditional foot soldier and cavalryman for all but relatively small-scale anti-insurrectionary operations, brush fire wars, and replaced them by higher functional types like aviators, astronauts, rocketmen, and a horde of advanced technicians. Warfare has been transformed into a vast engineering operation by which entire populations are exterminated. There is no longer, actually, much fighting in war. It has become mass slaughter. The mass destruction is the inverse of mass production. The alteration in the labor force shows itself most spectacularly in the emergence of new elites, rising to share influence and authority with the business elite of Finpols and Korppols. These new elites in Heilbronner's view consist of the new military policymakers, Milpols, the professional expert from the academic world in the form particularly of specialists in the social and natural sciences, the highly trained new type of government administrator, and possibly the administrators that have come into view with the emergence of the big labor unions. These labor administrators are of a type quite different from the old line ward boss variety of labor leader. While few if any of these men are hostile to the existing system of monopoly capitalism, Heilbronner believes, in which belief I concur, that in the long run, over a span of 50 to 150 years, the differences in background, method, and objectives of these elites from those of the business elite will generate frictions between them, as frictions were generated between the feudal lords and the rising business classes. The business elite has a single-minded objective: profit. Although the new elites are not opposed, now, to corporate profit aims, in part because they are accustomed to these aims as assumptions of the established system, what will be their reaction when, as and if the plans of the profiteers seriously conflict with their plans? It should be pointed out that the members of the new and indispensable elites share a characteristic in common not shared with the business elite. They are all problem-oriented and are, in fine, problem solvers over a widely inclusive range of problems. Name almost any problem and one may be sure that at least one of them nurtures it as a pet project. If it is argued that the Korppols, and Finpols, too, are problem solvers, which may indeed be the case, it is evident at once that they are concerned with a single overriding problem: profits. Such a single overriding aim is not to be found among any of the new elites who, although not men of the broad reach of the major philosophers or of diverse talents like Renaissance men, are nevertheless basically and incontrovertibly reflective intellectuals of some sort. They are all thoroughly infected by pervasive rationality, which in the long run seems of ill omen to the freewheeling corporation. There is already low-grade although tolerable friction in some quarters between some of these new types and members of the business elite. Unless big business radically alters some of its characteristic orientations, it seems that one may expect increasing friction, with dominance no longer guaranteed to the business elite. The inherent social irrationality of the system of production, chiefly for private profit, utilizing for the short run the increasingly powerful tools of science and technology, practically guarantees the long-run end of such dominance. Marx saw socialism as something to be soon ushered into developed capitalist societies by revolution carried out by the new class of factory workers, led by history-conscious intellectuals. Heilbronner sees something very akin to socialism, or production for use in a rationally aspiring society, ushered in by a new class consisting of these intellectual elites. The revolutionary potential, in sum, resides in the intellectual middle classes, not in the passive, dependent proletariat, who have no historical task. I see one possible flaw in Heilbronner's reasoning, which to my somewhat skeptical eyes is tinged with historical optimism. History, contrary to the devotees of the idea of progress, rarely produces solutions in accord with ideal aims, a lamentable fact. Historical solutions are, somehow, always flawed. The flaw I discern in this particular mixture is the presence of the new military elite who, although men of a different order from the old-time military spit and Polish drill masters, are nevertheless military men. And the military in any instance that comes to mind have never allied themselves with a new order as opposed to an old order. Military people are usually essentially conservative if not reactionary and are usually socially naive. Professor Morris Yanowitz of the University of Chicago, who directed 2 large-scale studies, the first of 465 American generals appointed between 1898 and 1940 and the second of 761 Army, Navy, and Air Force general and flag officers appointed between 1910 and 1950, found that as of 1954 only 5% of the generals identified themselves as liberals but 68% declared they were a little on the conservative side or plain conservatives. Such a finding will startle no one familiar with the published political views of retired generals, as one writer observed. 25 It may be that such characteristics do not inhere in the new computer automation jet propulsion type of military person, who may indeed be above and beyond the authoritarian master-servant mentality of the traditional military personality. If so, my doubts are beside the point. But if the new military elite is anything like the old one, it would, in any great crisis, tend to side with the old order and defend the status quo, if necessary, by force. In the words of the standard police bulletin known to all radio listeners, these men are armed, they may be dangerous. Historically, the established military have always fought and thrown their influence against all rising new social orders, whether capitalist or socialist, and have always been strong supporters of reaction. Where they have retained influence after any revolution, peaceful or violent, they have been Bonapartists. Like all conservatives, they take a pessimistic view of the human enterprise, are partial to the heavy hand. Devotees of applied force, habituated to organizing their entire experience around its use, they are rarely men of peaceful persuasion and evolutionary transition. As I freely admit, I may be wrong in thus looking at the new military elite, which by reason of the experience-broadening complex technology it now commands may be of an entirely new historical stripe. If it is, and no available evidence supports such a view, then Heilbronner's vision may be more penetrating than my own tentative doubts allow me to concede. In any event, it cannot be denied that science and technology are already injecting much uncertainty into the demonic corporate thrust for profits. Allowed unrestrained and continued free play, that thrust cannot but disrupt the entire social system to an extent greater than yet ever seen. Yet, as Heilbronner sees it, it is not the immediate needs of science and capitalism that are in conflict so much as a basic divergence of intent of science to impose the human will on society and of capitalism to allow society to function by happenstance as if it were not subject to the will. Whereas science is socially active, capitalism is socially passive, and in the end capitalism is weighed in the scale of science and found wanting, not alone as a system but as a philosophy. 26 Savior of the world American politicos, swelling with fatuous misbegotten pride, have increasingly taken to presenting the United States and the American people as the major guarantors of what remains of civilization in a world torn by shabby power struggles on every band. Whatever else the foregoing pages may portend, they should suggest that anyone looking to the United States for the solution to world problems is depending on a huge but weak reed. With a thoroughly antiquated, distorted political system formally 178 years old but with many later dubious additions such as the universal franchise, the United States is unable even to begin solving its own many very serious domestic problems. How, then, can it take on those of Asia, Africa, Europe, and South America? Not unless it underwent a considerable amount of basic politico-economic revision would the United States be in a position to play more than a palliative international role. And as its inept intrusion into Vietnam under the guidance of a strictly backwoods politician has shown very clearly, it may be capable of playing vastly destructive roles. What reasonable ground there is for believing that American presence in laggardly developed regions and political power vacuums is more likely to achieve human gains than English, French, Japanese, Dutch or Russian presence has certainly not been shown. If they prove nothing else, the widespread American riots, increasing and spreading from the 1940s and 1950s into the 1960s, prove that the American ruling class, given the political instrumentalities of its rule through low-grade stooges, is unable to rule at home. The general cry goes out for law and order, yet there is steadily less and less law and order, more and more crime and insurrection as Lyndon B. Johnson calls for national days of prayer. For prayer rather than science or reason is the tool of the political medicine men. What is happening as the average citizen looks on in disbelief is that an outworn, patched politico-economic system is cracking, while no serious steps are taken to ascertain the causes and remedies. The causes of American insufficiency, at home and abroad, are political, not economic, or at least political before they are economic. Better put, they are cultural. Serious problems cannot be solved on the basis of a consensus of value-disoriented dolts.